Chapter 1 The beginning of the game is green. S City Center, the top floor of the Cloud Building, the executive suite of the hotel. The man, wearing a bathrobe, stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the city of S, which is full of high and low buildings. The cigarette in his hand flickers, and the grayish-white smoke spreads in the air, faintly shading the gentle and handsome eyebrows and eyes, making it hard to see his expression. Not far behind him, clothes are scattered in disarray on the floor. Knock, knock. Hello, room service. A stuffy young male voice, a little muffled through the door. Mr. Kinjashu paused with the cigarette in his hand, stubbed it out, and walked to the door. Wrong room, we didn't order room service. Mr. Kinjashu, the hotel offers a fruit plate and souvenirs to every guest. Mr. Kinjashu paused, lifted his hand to grasp the doorknob, and the door lock opened. The next second, the wooden door was kicked open with a loud crash as it slammed into the wall. Instinctively, Kenji retreated, and after a moment, he gathered his thoughts and frowned, casting his gaze at the person approaching. Then, his pupils trembled imperceptibly. Dead silence. Kenji covered the panic on his face, stiffly curling his lips, and spoke with difficulty. Ning, why are you here? Yen's eyes scanned the naked chest in front of her and the clothes scattered around the room. She stood frozen in place, not saying a word. After a long time, her eyes finally returned to the person in front of her. Say it, give me an explanation. Jianjiashu opened his mouth, and the sound of water in the bathroom behind him suddenly stopped. His body tensed, and he turned his head to glance in the direction of the bathroom. Then, he hastily averted his gaze, a hint of pleading in his eyes. I do have a good reason. Can you go back first, and I'll explain to you later? Yening stood still, looking at the faint panic on Kenjavu's face. She burst out laughing, and tears almost came to the corners of her eyes. Recently, I've been hearing rumors at the company that the project is running out of money, and that you're so desperate that you're planning to become a rich woman's poodle. When I asked you before, you said everything was fine. Now it seems that. Yening let out a breath. Is it really true? The word poodle was too harsh, and Jianjiashu's gaze narrowed, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his face. Do you think I want to? If I had a choice. Sue, who? A soft female voice sounded, and a petite woman in a bathrobe walked over, her gaze falling on Yening, her eyes full of confusion. Jianjiashu looked at Yening hopefully, and turned to explain gently. She's one of the company's employees. She couldn't be reached in an emergency, so she was brought in temporarily. I see. Wanmimi nodded obediently and took a closer look at Yening. A somewhat scribbly beauty. Shirt, shorts, and sneakers, with her hair tied in a messy bun, her eyes were watery and slightly red at the corners, her nose delicate and high, beautiful to an inexplicable degree, yet not aggressive. Wanmimi sighed inwardly at the other person's natural beauty. The next second, the two locked eyes, and the beauty gave one a small smile. Wen's heart skipped a beat. In the midst of her daze, the beauty spoke. That's too bad, I didn't take the wrong turn. As she finished speaking, the long legs in denim shorts suddenly lifted, and she kicked her boyfriend in the chest. One was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, the other person followed up with a set of moves, a hook kick plus a shoulder throw. And her boyfriend was pinned to the ground by the beauty. The white bath towel fell to the side, revealing her boyfriend's rising buttocks. Her boyfriend struggled hard, but it was as if he was welded to the floor and couldn't move a step. Wanmimi reacted for a moment, about to scream, but the beauty spoke again, interrupting the spell. Jianjiashu, age 27, from Hedong, graduated from the Computer Science Department of City University of Science and Technology, 182 centimeters tall, and I don't need to tell you his measurements, do I? Wanmimi froze as she heard all the right things. Yening continued. This beauty, we were meant to meet. I've had this duck for 3 years, and it's already dirty before it's even been served. Since you don't mind, it's yours. Oh, yes. Yening seemed to have just remembered the person under her, and she curved the corners of her mouth and said with a low voice. Jianjiashu, we're over. I wish you two a happy marriage. Leaving the two behind, it took no more than 10 minutes from entering to leaving the hotel. Yening kept her head down the whole way and walked quickly out of the hotel. Her phone in her pocket kept ringing non-stop. She opened the interface and saw that the workgroup's messages had accumulated to 99 plus. The latest one had been sent to her. Tang Dolly, Sister Ning, the game testing report is out. Are you free to talk? Can we give you a report? Yan Yanning didn't reply. She held back the tears that had been building up all the way, and they finally trickled down onto the screen of her phone. The fountain in front of the hotel was overflowing, the water droplets splashing and scattering dazzling light in the sun. It was just like before, when she and Jean Joshu were together. She was in the computer science department at City University of Science and Technology, the best graduate in 2 consecutive years, the school beauty and the school hunk, and they even ended up in the same research group. There was no doubt that they were the perfect couple. Their love was a natural one, and they were a rising entrepreneurial star, the envy of the whole school. But it had to end here. Yan Yanning pulled the sleeve of her shirt to dry her tears and also wiped the screen of her phone. Yan Yanning, from today, I'm quitting the company. In the future, if you have any questions, you can contact Jean Joshu directly. The screen was full of question marks, and the work group exploded. Yan Yanning didn't reply. She exited the chat interface and made a phone call. Hello? The female voice on the other end was hazy and muffled, as if she hadn't yet woken up. Yan Yanning was quiet for a moment, her voice calm to the point of being oppressive, but in the end, it was hard to hide the traces of her crying. Jean Joshu has cheated on me. I'm moving out, so can the dog bear stay at your place for a few days? What? Jean Joshu finally couldn't hide his true colors? The person on the other end of the line was instantly wide awake. I knew Jean Joshu was a bastard. Back in college, I saw how he acted, how he pretended to be easygoing, but it was all an act. He had high ambitions and sooner or later, he was going to get into trouble. You won't let me argue with him. The person on the other end of the line was even more agitated than she was, and it made Yan Yanning's emotions boil over. Yan Yanning sniffed, yes, my judgment was poor. I still have to go home and move. You don't want us to run into each other in the hallway and I can't help but start a fight, so you better come to the police station and bail me out? The opposite side will stop immediately, so you move first. You know the address of my pet kindergarten, don't you? Just hand it over to the receptionist, I'll give some instructions later, and I'll make sure the bear is well taken care of according to the SVLP treatment. After hanging up the phone, Yan Yanning took a taxi home. She never had much luggage, so she just packed it into the suitcase, contacted the agency to check out, and sent the dog to the kindergarten. It wasn't even 6 p.m. when she settled down at the hotel. The sunset shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and created large patches of orange light on the wall of the room. Yan Yanning looked at it for a while, and suddenly realized that she hadn't seen a sunset for 2 years since she and Jean Jiawei founded the company. There were no days off, and every time she left work, it was always dark. Lying on the bed, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart, not sure whether she was sad or relieved. The phone next to her suddenly rang. Yan Yanning picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, 110. Her fingertips stopped moving unconsciously. It was just a kick, so could it be that Jean Joshu was so petty as to call the police? The ringtone kept ringing insistently, so Yan Yanning answered the phone and put it to her ear. Hello, is this Ms. Yan Yanning? Yes, speaking. This is Xiangshan Police Station. We have received a report accusing you of indecent assault. If you have time, please come to the police station. Yan Yanning was stunned. Could you repeat the charge? Indecent assault. Yan Yanning. Wasn't it assault? Why is there also indecent assault? Chapter 2 Do you know who I am? Xiangshan Police Station. Mediation Room. On the way here, Yan Yanning racked her brains, but could only think of one reason related to indecent assault. The violent action caused Jean Joshu's buttocks to be exposed, which triggered the other party's indecent assault charge. Yan Yanning was ready to have an intense battle with Jean Joshu. As she walked through the corridor, the moment the door to the mediation room opened, Yan Yanning met a pair of arrogant and indifferent eyes. A complete stranger, with delicate and aristocratic features, a straight nose, and a well-cut suit that hugged his perfectly proportioned body. He was sitting with his legs crossed, and in his arms was a white and silky smooth Maltese dog with an outstanding appearance that looked like a nobleman. His long, clean hands were resting on the Maltese dog's head, and slowly slid down its back, as if his jade-like fingers were sinking into its white fur. He is dignified and reserved, with a touch of arrogance. The prerequisite is to ignore the crooked pink bow on the Maltese's head and the body that seems to be covered in fur when touched. Behind the man stood a well-dressed gentleman in metal-framed glasses, with a kind face, perfectly serving as a backdrop. Yan Yanning stared at the scene and blinked. A noble young master and his gentle butler? The arrogant boss and his personal secretary? After hesitating, she turned her head to look at the mediator, and when she met his enraptured gaze, Yin Yanning felt a lump in her throat. She turned her head and asked, "Hello, sir. Did you two call the police and say that I was indecent? Could you tell me what happened?" The man looked at Yin Yanning with a sneer, tilted his chin slightly, and gave a slight nod to the person behind him. The polite secretary spoke up. "Hello, Miss Yen, is this gray teddy bear on the table your pet?" Yen Yen turned her head and glanced at the table. There was a fluffy, scruffy gray teddy bear on the conference table in the center of the room, its black eyes looking over, its mouth hanging open in a pout. It was the bear that was supposed to be at the kindergarten. Yen Yen nodded after a moment of shock. "Yes. This afternoon, at Sunny's pet kindergarten, your gray teddy bear committed an indecent act on our dog without my boss's consent. You can watch the surveillance video for details." Secretary Sven handed over the phone, and the screen showed a green lawn. The Maltese, dressed up like a princess, was lying on the grass basking in the sun, while your gray teddy bear rushed past in the corner of the screen. First, he wagged his tail like an idiot and circled around Maltese, and when he saw that the other party was not paying attention, he rushed up and gave a little slap and licked the other person's skull. The pink bow was instantly crooked. In the time that followed, you fled, and he chased, and it was impossible to escape. Yen Yenning was silent when she saw it. It turned out that the other party's puppy's patina was not touched by the owner, but by their own bear. Yen Yenning glared at the bear and looked at the Maltese in the man's arms. The Maltese is not a cheap breed in the first place, and the man's is smooth-haired and top-notch, estimated to start at least 5 digits. Plus, the owner's temperament is not something that can be easily negotiated. "Sir, I watched the video and it was indeed my puppy's fault. Please let me know how you would like to make amends, and if you have any requests, just let me know. As long as they are within reason, I will try my best to accommodate." The attitude was very cooperative, but the man's mouth curled slightly, and he gave a light smile. "Compensation, do you know who I am?" Yen Yenning's heart sank. Sure enough, this is not going to be easy to negotiate. The atmosphere was temporarily frozen. Looking at the man in front of her, overflowing with kingly and tyrannical aura, Yen Yenning had a brainstorm and decided to follow up with this to warm up the atmosphere. "Could it be that you are the legendary prince of the Beijing Circle?" The man looked at her as if he were looking at a fool. "This is S-City." His voice was cold, but at least he answered. Yen Yenning was secretly pleased and felt that there was a chance in this direction. "Then, could it be that you are the richest man in the Shanghai Circle?" The man looked at her expressionlessly. Yen Yenning was unsure of the man's attitude and threw out another sentence. "Could it be that you are the young uncle of my yet-to-be-met fiancée?" The man's eyelids finally twitched with impatience. Then, ignoring Yen Yenning's words, he handed the Maltese in his arms to his secretary and crossed his fingers on his knees. "In terms of the importance of the princess to me, I should logically want your dog to go to jail, but unfortunately, our country's laws have no precedent for pets going to jail for indecency, and at most, the owner can only be required to pay financial compensation. After all is said and done, it comes down to compensation. So what was the point of your arrogance just now?" Yen Yenning nodded with a smile on his face like a dog's leg. The man gave Yen Yenning a satisfied glance, raised the corners of his mouth, and took out a calculator. The slender, clean knuckles landed on the calculator buttons, flexibly jumping around, creating an eye-catching sight, as if playing some magnificent music. That is, if he can keep his mouth shut. The current market price range for a Maltese is 5,000–10,000, but the price of a show dog is a separate matter. The princess's purchase price is 38,888, with a monthly food bill of 6,391.50 and maintenance costs of 5,478, which is 6 months. The man gave a smile, and the total came to 110,105 yuan. Yen Yenning's heart skipped a beat when she pressed the calculator button. Once a purebred dog is crossed with another breed, it will affect the purity of the lineage. You should know this if you're going to keep a dog. If you don't know, just Google it. According to the average of 2 puppies in a litter for the Maltese breed, the economic loss is calculated to be 60,000 yuan for you. The man added 60,000 yuan to the calculator. In addition, there is also the mental damage fee for my princess. Yen Yenning couldn't believe it, there was also a mental damage fee? The man nodded with a crooked lip. The mental damage fee is not much, even if you add the monthly food and maintenance fees, the total is 181,974.5 yuan. I'll round it off for you, so it's 181,974. After saying this, the man handed Yan Yanning the calculator. Now, you can transfer the money. Yan Yanning's hand trembled as she looked at the long string of numbers on the calculator and the 50 cents that had been erased. Although this Maltese was visibly wealthy, 180,000 was not something that could be casually handed over. What if this man was a fraud? Yan Yanning tried to play it cool. Excuse me, can I request to see the pedigree report and maintenance details of this princess? The man lifted his chin. The secretary handed over a document bag. Yan Yanning carefully looked through it with trembling hands. The information was complete, and she could even scan the QR code to verify the authenticity. Obviously, the other party had come prepared. That big guy. Yan Yanning smiled and looked up from the information. Could the price be negotiated? The man returned a slight smile to her. You can refuse, provided that you want a whole team of lawyers to accompany you to calculate the number. The other party smiled elegantly, with a calm madness in his eyes. This meant that he was not asking for money, but clearly wanted to take the opportunity to vent his grievances. Yan Yanning had no doubt that if it were not for the fact that it was now a society ruled by law, she and her dog would not be able to walk out of the police station alone tonight. He who knows the times is the hero. Yan Yanning was instantly discouraged. After the transfer was made, Yan Yanning's wallet was almost completely empty. She stood at the door of the police station holding the leash of her dog and waited for the bus. A luxurious, low-key Rolls-Royce drove past the man and the dog. The window was not closed tightly, revealing the man's dignified profile in the back seat, like a statue, and the long-haired white puppy clinging to the window, reluctant to let go. Yan Yanning watched the taillights of the luxurious car, and suddenly reacted with hindsight. Wait a minute. So after all this talk, who is this man? Chapter 3 Lovesick. After leaving the police station, Yan Yanning returned the bear, whose value had soared, to the kindergarten. The receptionist, a young girl with red eyes, sobbed that the boss had been unable to be contacted and did not know how to explain this incident. Yan Yanning tried to call her best friend. Sure enough, it was still switched off. Xiao Yuan, how much does it cost to keep an SVLP in your shop? The sobbing of the receptionist stopped for a moment. 15,000 a month. Why, Yan Yang? Yan Yang gasped, cursing capitalism. The monthly tuition for a dog in kindergarten is 15,000 yuan, and she herself works like a dog, day and night, without weekends, and her living expenses are less than that. Yan Yanning winced with pain, but just smiled reassuringly at the receptionist. It's fine, let's take a look first. If that SLP customer really does lose it, don't worry, I'll let our bear take over. As for your boss, don't tell her yet. When she gets back from vacation, I'll explain it to her myself. Sister Ning. The receptionist was greatly moved. Yan Yanning was greatly distressed. By the time she got out of the pet kindergarten, it was completely dark. Her savings had shrunk from 6 figures to 5 in one day, and her former affluence was completely gone. Yan Yanning got on the bus back to the hotel. The night view outside the bus was as usual, with pedestrians hurrying to and fro, as if their world was going on as usual. But it was different. In one day, life had been shattered, her boyfriend had cheated on her, she had lost her job, and her wallet had been emptied. She didn't know where to go from here. Yan Yanning looked out the window. After a long day of rushing around, she could finally relax. The pent-up emotions in her heart began to rise, and her vision gradually became hazy. Before the tears could flow, her phone rang. Yan Yanning choked back her tears and looked at the caller ID. It was her boyfriend, Jean Joshua. She quickly blacklisted him. After a few minutes of brewing, the tears welled up in her eyes again. Yan Yanning pulled out a tissue and prepared to cry her heart out, but then her phone rang again. This time it was an unknown caller. After several interruptions of her emotions, Yan Yanning's sadness turned to annoyance, and she casually slid her phone to her ear. Who is it? There was silence on the other end for a moment. Ning Ning, it's me. Yan Yanning took a deep breath, suppressed the tears, and asked, Jian Jiaxu, after serving the rich woman, do you have time to act in the 8 o'clock show again? There was a sigh on the other end of the receiver. I have no choice, Ning Ning. Everything I have done is for you and the company. This is our joint venture. We have worked hard together for 2 years. Now the project has finally reached the later stages. If it ends here because of funding problems, what was the point of the first 2 years? The CPU's common language is to shift one's responsibilities onto the other party. Yan Yanning felt a stab of pain in her heart. She looked at the traffic outside the window, ready to see how low Ken Jiashu's bottom line could go. What else is there to explain? Tell me. The money from the initial round of financing has already been spent. Your future, my future, and the livelihood of the dozens of people in the company all depend on this funding. Everything I do is for our future. Just bear with me a little longer until I get the investment, and then we can get married. Yan Yanning laughed. She felt that she had never been so alienated from him. From what you say, does that mean we still have to act like an underground couple in front of the rich woman? What about after we get the investment? What about after we get married? Even if the project is over, there will be project promotion and operation in the future, right? What are you going to do when the next time you run out of money? Are we going to get divorced again over money so that you can move in with your in-laws? The two of them stared at each other through the receiver for a long time before Jean Jiashu finally spoke. Ningning, don't forget, this company is called Su Ning, it's our child. Do you think your husband would agree to you having a secret love child behind his back? It was 8 p.m. and the bus was packed with passengers. Hearing such explosive dialogue at this hour, they all perked up and looked at Yan Ning, both openly and secretly. Yan Ning's voice trailed off as she said, if we continue talking, we might become local celebrities. Jian Jiasu, let's stop here. From now on, you go your own way and I'll cross the bridge on my own. Don't call me again. Yan Ning laid in the hotel for 2 days. Calming down from the loss of love and unemployment was one thing, but more importantly, she had to accept her blindness. She had worked day and night for 2 years on the project, and now that she had finally lost her job, she could have laid around for a month. But because of the indecent assault incident, her original 6-digit savings had instantly shrunk to 5 digits, and with the bear's SVLP expenses, Yan Yanning's sense of crisis had soared. Lying flat was no longer an option. Not only could she not lie flat, she also had to find ways to increase income and reduce expenses. Yan Yanning immediately started looking at rental software and thinking about moving. A villa area in the hills of S-City. A white European-style luxury villa sits on a hilltop, surrounded by lush green lawns and exquisite gardening. It is enclosed by a high wrought iron fence, with luxuriant white roses entwined on it. Servants are busy back and forth, creating the scene of a luxurious manor. A white Maltese dog is lying listlessly on the lawn. The middle-aged man in the white coat puts away his stethoscope, scratches the Maltese's eyes, and tries to lure it with a can again. The Maltese remains listless and motionless. The middle-aged man puts the can aside and speaks thoughtfully. Young master, I checked carefully, and Princess's physical signs are indeed all normal, nothing wrong. The man sat with his legs crossed in front of the white wrought iron round table, looking at the Maltese on the lawn and frowned. If there is nothing wrong, why has she been listless and not eating or drinking for the past 2 days? The middle-aged man pondered for a while. If the physical signs are all normal, but she is still listless and not eating or drinking, it could be a mental shock. Young master, has the princess had any irritating events in the past few days? 2 days ago, she was at the pet kindergarten and was taken advantage of by an ugly thing. An ugly thing? What kind of ugly thing? The nobleman thought back to the bear's appearance, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. A scribbly gray curly-haired teddy bear. The middle-aged man understood instantly and looked at the Maltese, tentatively asking. Young master, did the princess eat anything the day it happened? She did. The middle-aged man nodded. That should be it. So far, it seems that the princess's refusal to eat or drink is a matter of emotion. If I were to use colloquial terms, it is most likely that she has fallen in love. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a moment of silence. The nobleman raised his eyes and his gaze fell on the middle-aged man. What kind of illness? The middle-aged man leaned forward to answer. Love sickness. The best way to verify this is to find the gray curly-haired teddy bear. If the princess's mood improves after seeing him, then it is definitely love sickness. The man's face remained expressionless upon hearing this. If it is definitely love sickness, then what? The middle-aged man looked at the Maltese on the lawn and smiled kindly. That's good news, then all that's needed is for the two parties to become mates and live together. The man recalled the appearance of the gray curly-haired teddy bear. Apart from the gray teddy bear, is there definitely no other solution? You could try matching the male dog, but it may not be very effective. The man looked at the middle-aged man. Try matching the male dog first. Remember, it has to be good-looking, not ugly. Chapter 4 I refuse. With her savings dwindling, Yan Yanning's rental budget was also cut in half. After talking to the agent about her budget and requirements, the agent scratched his head in embarrassment. With your budget, I'm afraid you can only rent a shared room, otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise you can only rent a small cottage in the urban village. It's very chaotic there, and it's probably not safe for a young woman to live there. It's okay if they rob you of your money, but what if they rob you of your virtue? The agent looked at Yen Yening and said in a serious tone, you will be in danger. Urban village is great, let's look at the urban village. The agent's worries were put back in his stomach, and he rode his electric donkey with Yen Yening through the streets and alleys, picking up the kindergarten bear before leaving. Yen Yening said that this was a shared home for the two of them, and of course they had to be satisfied together. They had looked at 3 apartments in the morning, and the urban village was truly urban, with very old-fashioned decor in all 3 apartments. The houses either had 1980s hair salon wallpaper, or the paint was peeling from the walls. Or else the floors were warped, and you could collect the peeling pieces and play jigsaw puzzles in the house. Neither Yen Yening nor the dog was very satisfied. After looking at the 3 houses, Yen Yening was both depressed and hungry. She took the agent to a restaurant in an alley, and while they were waiting for their noodles, she asked if there were any other options. The two of them had just started chatting when the light in the store, which was not very bright to begin with, suddenly went out. It was as if the sky outside had suddenly darkened. It's not going to rain in the afternoon, and this room will look even worse. Yen Yening kept talking while turning her head to look outside the door, but saw a row of muscular men in sunglasses and suits blocking the doorway. Huh? Is this a city village? And are these men here to collect protection money? Yen Yening was both nosy and worried about her noodles, and she was torn between wanting to be a hero and not wanting to be a hero. While she was still hesitating, the biggest man in the group nodded towards her and then raised his foot and walked into the shop. Yen Yening? Did he just say hello to me? He's quite polite. As she thought this, the man had stopped in front of her. Hello Miss Yen, please come with us and bring the bear with you. Yen Yening froze for a moment. Who are you? You'll find out when we get there. I refuse. If you refuse, we may have to get rough. Yen Yening turned her head and looked back at the agent, preparing to rally him to resist with her, or at the very least, call 110 to make it look good. But she saw the agent looking at her with trust. Sister, you studied Sanda, I'm counting on you. Yen Yening. I mean, I can take on 3 ordinary men, but just look at your eyes, is this an ordinary man? Yen Yening has no other merits, but she is very perceptive. In addition, she knows her own weight. She is just an ordinary unemployed social animal, so she doesn't think she has offended anyone. At most, the rich woman from yesterday will come to negotiate with her. Maybe she will throw a bank card in front of her, asking her to leave Jean Jiaxu. After all, that's how it's played on TV. Yen Yening was eager to try it out. Before leaving, she told the agent to remember the license plate number, and if she hadn't moved by the time she reported her disappearance, to remember to find the police. Other than that, without saying a word, she cooperated and got into the car with the bear. The other party, a suit-clad hunk, respectfully arranged her in the back seat, even thoughtfully making a seat for the bear. In addition, the bear's eyes were not covered, and the car curtains were not drawn, so the sights along the way flashed clearly outside the window. Yen Yening completely let go of her worries and was ready to resolutely accept the bank card later. Then, with the bear, she would eat and drink luxuriously. 40 minutes later, the car drove into the villa area halfway up the mountain, winding along the winding mountain road. The car passed one luxurious villa after another, hidden in the jungle, but it didn't stop. Gradually, the surrounding buildings became sparser and sparser. No matter how poor, Yen Yening knew that in the legendary mid-levels villa area, where every inch of land is precious, naturally the wealthier you go, the more valuable the land becomes. When the car was almost at the top of the hill, there was only lush vegetation around, and the car turned as it navigated through the forest. Suddenly, a large field of white roses appeared before her. A lush white rose fence, bronze gates opening to the sides, a lawn fountain, and a white European-style building. The scene of a flourishing and vibrant manor. At this moment, Yen Yening had only one thought in her mind. What a wealthy family, what a wealthy woman, no wonder Jean Jiaxu was willing to sell his soul. The regret of being heartbroken that remained in her chest was immediately dispersed. In the future, she had to make a lot of money in order to have the capital to support a handsome man. Money is really a funny thing. The car drove along the cobblestone road and stopped by the side of the villa. The bodyguard got out with a man and a dog, and walked to the garden in the back. The scene of giving you $1 million to leave my man is about to unfold. Yen Yanning suppressed her expectations, kept her eyes straight ahead, and maintained a reserved expression on her face so that she could negotiate the price later. Walking through the archway of white roses, her vision suddenly opened up. The afternoon sun was shining, and the refined and luxurious man was sitting leisurely in the middle of the garden, with his secretary standing quietly behind him, and the Maltese in his arms as exquisite as usual. Light shone through the gaps in the white roses and fell on the two men and the dog. Today, the setting was different, no longer the mediation room and the police station, and the scene was a little more eye-catching than last time. But this was not the time to talk about eye-catching. Yen Yanning's dream of giving you $1 million to leave my man was shattered in an instant. The dog leash in her hand suddenly tightened, which snapped Yen Yanning out of her daze. She pulled hard on the dog, which was wagging its tail and charging forward gleefully, before Yen Yanning spoke. "Didn't you settle the bill last time?" The man glanced at the dog on the ground, its tail whirling like a propeller, and then swept his eyes over the eyes of the two Maltese dogs, which had obviously perked up. He frowned imperceptibly and then looked at Yen Yanning. "You gray teddy bear, how much are you? Name your price." Yen Yanning was flabbergasted by these words. Although she was not a rich woman buying a man, it was almost the same thing, wasn't it? The bargaining chip had changed from the scumbag Jean Joshu to the bear. If it had been the scumbag Jean Joshu, she would have said yes without hesitation. Yen Yanning felt a little reluctant when it came to the bear. But what if the other party offers $1 million? Then it's worth considering. Yen Yanning decided to simply hear the other party's offer. "How much are you prepared to pay?" The man glanced at the bear on the floor. Its gray fur was messy and curled, its eyes looked stupid, and its tail was flailing about without any sense of propriety. The leash was visibly taut, and it was clear that it didn't know any rules. The man raised an eyelid. 5,000. Yen Yanning's tangled heart dropped, and she said, "I refuse." Chapter 5 The World of the Rich. Forget about the time and emotion invested in raising a bear, it's priceless. I spent $181,974 on the bear the other day, so it's not just any bear. It's a bear with a sunk cost of $181,974. You're dreaming if you think you can buy it with just 5,000. Yen Yanning instantly felt relieved, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her lips, immediately taking the upper hand. "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, you can show me out." The man raised his eyebrows and said, 50,000. "No sale." 100,000. "No sale." 100,000 was already far above the upper limit of the ugly dog's estimated value in the man's mind. The two were at an impasse when the Maltese dog let out a soft mew and licked the man's finger. The man stiffened, looked at the apparently unmoved Yen Yanning, and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he spat out a number. 500,000. As soon as the number 500,000 was mentioned, Yen Yanning immediately let go of the dog, and the desire to buy the dog began to stir. "May I ask, what are you buying the bear for?" "To marry into the family." Yen Yanning confirmed, making sure that he was marrying into the family, not buying it to slaughter. "Is it suitable?" His heart, which had been hanging in the balance, instantly let go. With no more concerns, 500,000 in the bank, and the bear getting him the daughter-in-law he had always wanted, the deal was not bad. I want to say deal, but looking at the bear I've raised for 2 years, I can't bring myself to sell him. Yen Yanning was torn between the $500,000 and breaking up the happy couple. She wanted to collect the money but didn't want to. As her eyes scanned the white roses on one side, Yen Yanning suddenly had a brainstorm. "If you won't sell, I'll marry into your family, but I have one request." The man looked up. "What's the request?" "I want to follow you and marry into your family." As soon as the words left her mouth, there was silence all around, and the man narrowed his eyes. "You want to marry me?" Yen Yanning smiled shyly. "How could that be? You're way out of my league. I'm applying for the job of dog nanny to take care of the well-being of the 2 babies. As the saying goes, emotions affect sexual ability. For the sake of your daughter's happiness for the rest of her life and family harmony, I suggest that we don't separate the mother and child. The conditions are that I will be provided with food and accommodation. As for salary, I will be provided with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and 15,000 yuan after tax per month. How about it? It happens to be the price of kindergarten SVLP." The man looked at her without saying a word. Yen Yanning continued to exert herself. I have raised a bear for 2 years, and I worked part-time in a pet shop during college. I have a pet nutritionist qualification certificate, so I can feed 2 dogs without any problem. Moreover, since the 2 dogs will be together, we will be considered family, so of course I will do my best. The man narrowed his eyes. How can you guarantee that you won't covet my body? Yan Yanning looked sincere. I like women. There are no women on the manor. That's great, I just got out of a relationship and haven't gotten over the last one yet. I want some peace and quiet for now. The man looked at Yan Yanning carefully. His face was cunning, and it was hard to tell whether what he was saying was true or not, but the look in his eyes was clear, and there was no hint of ambiguity. The man withdrew his gaze and nodded to the secretary standing nearby. The secretary bowed in response, Master. Arrange for her to start work, and this dog, wash it and bring it back. Yes. Before leaving, Yan Yanning took the bear by the leash, looking back 3 times before she finally couldn't hold back and asked again. Young master, before starting work, may I dare to ask you a question? Speak. Since I will be starting work soon, as the employer and employee, no, as future superior and subordinate, shouldn't I at least know your name? The man narrowed his eyes. Since you want to know so badly, I might as well tell you. Listen, my name is Long Outyan. Yan Yanning. Young master, I'm hard of hearing, could you repeat it? The man gave her an impatient look, but repeated it anyway. Long Outyan. As she left with the secretary to start her new job, Yan Yanning couldn't get a thought out of her head. The boss in novels and TV dramas is always called Long Outyan. I thought it was a play on words, but it turns out the real boss really is called Long Outyan. When she thought of that handsome and noble face, the almost perfect figure, the deep family background that looked down on S City, and the name that was full of symbolism, Yan Yanning couldn't help but sigh. When her parents named her, they must have been careless. After a while of thinking about the name Long Outyan, Yan Yanning brought her attention back to the task at hand and began to survey the manor. Just now, when she was in the car, she was only thinking about how to deal with the rich woman. Now, as she walked out of the garden with her secretary and along the white corridor, she realized that she had indeed not seen a single woman along the way. The gardeners trimming the greenery, the manservants cleaning the windows, the bodyguards at the entrance to the manor, all of them were men, and all of them were good-looking. Muscular hunks, gentle delinquents, pretty boys, rough and tumble hormone-driven men, Long Outyan had gathered them all. Then she thought back to Long Outyan's comment that there were no women in the manor. Could it be that Long Outyan was gay? That his hobby was collecting pretty boys? Then this manor was just a gay version of a Otom game, wasn't it? In an instant, Yan Yanning felt like she had solved the case. Turning her head to look at the side of her secretary's face, Yan Yanning's brain's radar was spinning at high speed, and she felt that this secretary seemed to be no ordinary person. Her black hair was combed back, revealing eyebrows and eyes like those of a distant mountain. She wore a fitted suit vest, and her upright figure revealed a sense of etiquette in every move she made. Her jaw was bony, her nose was 3-dimensional, and with gold-rimmed glasses, she was the perfect refined scumbag beauty. With this body, this appearance, and this temperament, and when you think of the word close and close secretary, Yan Yanning instantly composed a 10,000-word short essay in her head. Even the address became a bit more respectful, for fear of breaking this hard-won place to live and job. How do you do, esteemed secretary? The secretary's upright shoulders and neck finally turned, and he glanced at Yan Yanning, with a just right smile on his face. My name is Linny, as in easy. Everyone in the manor calls me Linny. He is gentle and elegant, with the perfect expression. His figure and temperament truly live up to the word attractive. Yan Yanning was solemnly respectful, nodded seriously, and said, Okay, Secretary Linny. As Linny walked through the manor with him, Yan Yanning received the attention of onlookers along the way, as if his presence in the manor was an incredible thing. Yan Yanning was not at all stressed, and all the way back, she waved slightly, and finally walked into the hall, where she was handed over to the butler by Linny. The butler was undoubtedly a handsome man as well. It was just that his expression was a bit cold. Looking at Yan Yanning, he didn't even ask, slightly narrowed his eyes, and raised his hand to indicate to the side of the hall. This way, Miss Yan. Yan Yanning surveyed the surroundings all the way. The large French windows offered a view of a flourishing manor house with alternating white and green walls, and a handsome manservant pruning the greenery in between. Above her head was a lavish and intricate crystal chandelier, and white art sculptures were placed around the hall. It looked more like she had arrived at an art exhibition than a private residence. Add to that the elegant secretary in front of her and the cold butler. Yan Yening sincerely envied Long Outyen. This is the kind of scene you see in movies, the dream of millions of girls, and yet Long Outyen has made it come true. Is this the world of the rich? It's really a feast for the eyes. Chapter 6 Xiong Daxiong dominates the world. Yan Yening's room was arranged in the corner of the first floor of the villa. Starting from the hall, you have to walk all the way through the cloister and turn a corner to get to the room. The location is not to be underestimated, as if it is cut off from the rest of the villa. Opening the door, she could see that the small room of 8 square meters had a single bed, a desk, a closet, and not much else. The room was ordinary, not shabby, but what attracted Yan Yening was a window in front of the desk. At this time, the curtains were pulled open, and the sunlight outside the room just entered the room, warm and bright. Outside the window was a large lawn and a white rose fence. In addition, there is a side door next to the room, and outside the door is the doghouse next to the villa, which is convenient for Yan Yening to go to work at any time. Stabilize the house. There is a bed, a desk, a floor, lighting, and greenery. In addition, the entire villa is a blessing for men. The female bathroom facing the servants is completely vacant, and she is properly treated as an independent bathroom. They also provide meals. And a salary of 15,000 yuan. Just enough to cover the real kindergarten SVLP loss. Her task was to walk and feed the dog every day. Although the salary was not as high as her previous job, the cost-effectiveness was ridiculously high. She could also use her free time to do something else and get rich through hard work. Everywhere she looked were beautiful men. Although they were all arrogant, she could not touch them, but she could feast her eyes on them. Yan Yening really loved it. After looking at the room and completing the induction procedures, Yan Yening handed the bear over to the butler for the time being, asked the butler for half a day off, and prepared to go back to the hotel to pack her bags. The bronze gates opened to the sides, and Yan Yening walked out of the manor, with the view of S-City spread out before her. Yan Yening turned to look at the White Rose Manor behind her, and felt that the bronze gates seemed to have separated the real world from the fake one. In the depths of her heart, she had a hunch. From today onwards, the struggles of the past will no longer be a factor. A brand new life is about to come her way. It was already 8 p.m. when she arrived back at the villa with her luggage. The lights of the manor were on, and the luxurious crystal lamps were shining like diamonds through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yan Yening unpacked her luggage, exited through the side door, and first visited the bear, her first day as a member of the family. The spacious wooden dog villa even had French windows, and inside was exquisitely soft silk cushions, a far cry from her own 8 square meter room. Xiangmo was snuggled up with the Maltese, both eyes closed in peaceful slumber. His gray fur was sleek and shiny, and he was wearing an exquisite little suit with a black bow tie matching the Maltese's. The beak bore a sweet smile, and there was no sense at all that its owner was missing. Yan Yening. What a sparrow flying to the heavens! Originally, the mother relied on her son's status to sell her son to seek glory, and the little bit of guilt disappeared instantly. Yan Yening returned to her room frankly. Later, the large lights around the villa went out, and the courtyard suddenly fell into darkness, with only the landscape lights on the lawn, revealing a warm, shadowy light. Yan Yening sat in front of the window, browsing game industry forums while pondering her next move. There was no way she could find a part-time job. The game industry was growing by the day, and everyone believed that time was money. In order to shorten the production cycle, companies of all sizes generally worked 9/6, and often even overtime until midnight before and after deadlines. Especially before and after the testing period, once the bug list was released, it was all-nighters. This was not part-time work, it was clearly a life of sacrifice. Although being a member of the game industry, making your own game has always been everyone's dream. But it's just a dream. Social animals have no say. Games depend on the company's market orientation, the management's aesthetics, and considerations of interests. As for programmers, they are just the executors who realize the boss's dreams. Even if Su Ning is the result of the joint efforts of himself and Jin Jiaxu, he has also experienced Jin Jiaxu's lobbying for 2 years. The so-called dream has long since lost its original appearance in repeated adjustments. This was the reason Yan Yening decided to quit. The game industry forum was as lively as ever, especially at around 8 or 9 o'clock, when the workers were switching from night shifts to day shifts. It was another testing day. Would someone please give me 50 renminbi so that I can buy some soup to prolong my life? Who knows, I spent half a month drawing the original painting, but as soon as the boss saw it, he hated the character's big breasts. Don't middle-aged men like big breasts the most? Senior Plot Planner shares, How to Convey Emotions in Game Stories. Bug, my nemesis. At the beginning of the meeting, it was said that we should refer to the opponent's work, which was just a thinly veiled way of saying that we should copy. Now that the plan is out, they say that we just know how to copy and don't know how to use our brains? Thinking about the experience design of content-based games. Yen Yenning slid the mouse across the homepage, scanning the voices of the community and the dry goods to share. When she saw a certain post, she paused. It was a post sharing gossip. There was a lot of gossip. I heard that the company that just won the Rising Star Award in the gaming industry last year, halfway through the project, the technical director ran away. Yen Yenning paused for a moment and clicked in. The discussion below was very heated. Is this for real? Did the funding chain break? Su Ning can't be finished, can he? Isn't that game pretty awesome? Isn't it rumored that Su Ning's founder is a couple? I seem to remember seeing them on the live broadcast of the award ceremony before. Maybe the young couple broke up? That would be a cause for celebration, and the founders are cordially invited to join the ranks of the 996 single men. But then again, it must be pretty tricky for the technical director to run away, right? I wonder how the game is doing now. As for the current gaming industry, a mere startup company is just idle gossip in this forum. Yen Yenning scanned the comments for speculation and banter, and was about to exit the thread when she was attracted to a comment that followed. Xiong Daxiong Batianxia, I know Su Ning's technical director, he's just on temporary leave, it's not running away, so don't believe the rumors. The unusual ID, with all the letters in red and bold, was followed by 5 glittering diamonds. This is a reflection of the account level. In this gaming industry forum, there are no more than 20 accounts with 5 diamonds, and they are legendary in the forum. Either they are the founders and administrators of the forum, or they are the hot technical experts in the forum. An ordinary gossip post has attracted a reply from a big shot, and the comments below instantly boiled over. Xiong Data, what brings you here? Since Xiong Daxiong has said so, it seems that Su Ning is probably fine? Xiong Daxiong, I have a technical question I want to ask. I've sent you a private message, please reply. Yen Yenning unconsciously paused as she read the replies on this level. Then her eyes scanned the personal ID in the upper right corner of the forum interface. User ID, Xiong Daxiong. TSK. Someone has used her identity. Chapter 7 The Syndrome of Marrying Off a Daughter. Su Ning's gossip post was published at 12 noon today. Xiong Daxiong Boan Tianxia's reply was posted at around 3 p.m. In other words, not long after Su Ning's gossip post was published, someone saw the post and immediately logged into their account to try to use their own identity to endorse Su Ning's gossip. As for the person who impersonated someone else, it is not hard to guess that it would be no one but Jin Jiaxu. Xiong Daxiong Ba Tianxia is a forum account created during his university days. At first, it was just for technical exchanges, for the purpose of doing a mentor project and thesis. 2 years ago, it happened to coincide with a technical consultation post on the forum, and there was a certain degree of commonality with the direction of his thesis. The post was on the forum for a month, and there were many onlookers. Many people tried to solve it, but they never found a suitable solution. Yen Yenning searched through the top papers in the industry, worked tirelessly for more than half a month, and finally solved this technical problem, which also made key progress on her own graduation thesis. On the night the answer was posted, the account background received invitations from several top domestic game companies, inviting her to join the technical team. The account Xiong Daxiong Boan Xiangxia was also upgraded to 5 diamonds. Yen Yenning and Jin Jiaxu had just established their relationship. Yen Yenning shared the news with Jin Jiaxu, and before long, Jin Jiaxu said he wanted to start a business and create a game that the two of them could work on together, and invited her to join him. As for this account, only Jin Jiaxu has access to it. Yen Yenning's eyes grew cold. She had been caught off guard by Jin Jiaxu's low standards, and for a moment, she felt ashamed. Her interest in surfing the internet also diminished. Yen Yenning clicked on the upper right corner, deleted the comment that refuted the rumors, and even changed the account password. After changing the password, she directly exited the forum, got up to wash, turned off the lights early and went to bed, preparing to welcome a new life tomorrow. The window in the room was open. The bright white moonlight fell on the desk and walls, and the autumn evening breeze lifted the gauze curtain, bringing the sound of insects and birds chirping one after another. Yen Yenning lay on her side, looking at the gently floating gauze curtain, listening to the sounds of nature, and her vaguely irritable heart unconsciously calmed down. Sleepiness gradually crept up, and Yen Yenning closed her eyes. Half asleep, she heard a faint, sexy, low male voice coming from somewhere. Do you know that you are playing with fire? I've satisfied you enough, haven't I? I want you to be covered in my scent, so that you can never escape me, and you will be mine for the rest of your life. What's that noise? In the midst of her chaotic sleep, Yin Yening felt that the voice was a little familiar, but also a little strange. Could it be Long Out Yin? In her impression, his study seemed to be right above her head. Was her guess during the day really correct? No wonder the purpose of having a manor full of good-looking men was really not simple. And the location is the study, which is really exciting. In the midst of her gossiping thoughts, Yin Yening fell asleep without realizing it. A good night's sleep. In the morning, the sound of birds chirping and the noise from outside the window could be heard. The sunlight shone in through the window, illuminating the entire room. Yin Yening slowly woke up, looked at the ceiling above her head, and started to daydream. Was last night's sound a dream? Or was it real? Was it because she had been emotionally unstable after her breakup, or was it? Had Long Out Yin flipped the switch? Yin Yening looked at the ceiling, racking her brains but unable to figure it out. Then footsteps could be heard outside the window, followed by the sound of the maid sweeping. After a while, there were 2 barks from a dog. Yin Yening jumped out of bed with a start, checked her phone. It was only 7 a.m. Luckily, she wasn't late for work. Yesterday, she had agreed with the housekeeper that her work hours would be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and her job would be to walk and feed the dog and take care of its daily needs. Now that the manor was bustling with activity in the early morning, she guessed that the work hours for each position were different. Naturally, Yin Yening once again sighed at her cost-effective job. After a quick wash, she casually tied her hair into a bun and, as usual, exited through the side door. It was just after 7:30 a.m. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the dog room, the well-dressed bear was already awake, playing and wrestling with his daughter-in-law on the mat. There was no sign of depression in his mood. After a night had passed, the bear's suit was crumpled, and the black bow on his head was crooked, hanging on his forehead as if it were not firmly in place. Meanwhile, the Maltese next to him still had silky hair. The 2 dogs in the same frame, at first glance, seemed like the princess and her scribbling manservant. Yin Yening felt a chill run down her spine, while secretly sighing that the bear didn't know what kind of shit luck it was that could make the princess take a fancy to it. Then she walked over and opened the doggy door. Hearing the sound, the bear's little ears twitched, and it slowly turned its head and glanced out the door. Immediately, it rolled violently on the mat and, wagging its tail, rushed towards Yin Yening. He started spinning in circles around her legs. Yin Yening's cold heart finally warmed up again. The enthusiasm of the bear seemed to have infected the Maltese. The Maltese observed from the mat for a while, and without waiting for Yin Yening to call, he rushed towards Yin Yening. Yin Yening finished rearranging the bear's suit and bow tie, tidied up the princess a little, and then took the 2 dogs with very different styles of painting to start dining and having fun. 1 person, 2 dogs, it's a recipe for disaster. On the lawn in front of the villa, the 2 dogs rolled over and rolled around, back and forth, and after just a few rounds, the bow that had just been fixed was drooping in front of their foreheads again. It also loosened the Maltese's hairstyle a bit. Yin Yening looked at the scribbled bear as usual, and the rare Maltese with a bit of a rustic look, and the 4 words appeared in her mind. Compatible with the past. She sighed, thank goodness the princess is not her own daughter. Otherwise, with this taste in finding a partner, she would sooner or later be driven to her grave. Halfway through her sigh, Yin Yening suddenly felt a little chill on the back of her head. She raised her hand and touched the back of her head, and subconsciously looked back. In the study window on the 2nd floor, Long Out Yin was standing in front of the window, looking in this direction. His delicate and noble eyebrows and eyes were, as usual, expressionless, as if someone owed him 258,000 yuan. He was obviously the source of the cold air. Yin Yening was puzzled, but kept her expression neutral. She curled the corner of her mouth into an implicit smile and waved at Long Out Yin. Good morning, young master. The posture of a worker was very appropriate. However, Long Out Yin did not respond. His eyes swept over the 2 dogs scribbling on the lawn, and then his gaze fell coolly on Yin Yening. From Yin Yening's top knot of chicken feathers to the wide t-shirt with its irregular hemline. Then, without a word, he turned around and disappeared through the window. Was this being ignored? Yin Yening angrily lowered her hand and touched her top knot. Why was her mood so bad in the morning? Turning her head, she looked at the bear rolling on the lawn and the happy Maltese. Yin Yening had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that this was the legendary daughter-giving syndrome? Chapter 8 Today is Sunday. Yen Yening felt that the mood of this employer seemed to be a bit unstable, and it was mostly not easy to deal with. But what the heck, she was the dog sitter, and she didn't have to serve the employer personally. At most, she would be ignored, so she wasn't really dissatisfied. After all, this was a job that paid 15,000 yuan a month. A monthly salary of 15,000 yuan just for playing with the dog? Even if Long Outyen stares at the back of his head until he makes a flower, he still has to do the job. What's more, it seems that personal secretaries and butlers have a much more difficult job than she does. Speaking of which one of them was it that was playing cards last night? Yen Yening thought to herself, I really can't decide between the secretary, the butler, and all the handsome guys on the manor. The bow on her forehead came off as she watched the bear and the princess rolling around on the lawn. The tuft of hair on her head stood up in all directions. Yen Yening looked at the silly-looking bear and gave the secretary and the butler their final scores. Halfway through the scoring, Yen Yening looked up, and one of the contestants was already standing in front of her? Yen Yening was a little flustered when the main character appeared in the middle of gossip. Secretary Lin Yi, is there something you want? Secretary Lin Yi leaned slightly, and her eyes moved imperceptibly over the dog on the floor in Yen Yening's head. Then, she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Miss Yen, I forgot to explain when you started yesterday. As the princess's spouse, the dog's clothes need to be changed every day to avoid creases, and its fur needs to be combed neatly to ensure a tidy appearance. Yen Yening froze for a moment, turned her head and looked at the dog, whose messy top knot and bow tie around its neck were crooked from rolling around. Sorry, I messed it up when I rolled around just now. I'll tidy it up after the dog is finished moving around. Secretary Lin Yi nodded. Young master is very concerned about this, so it's best to check it every once in a while. Lin Yi's voice trailed off, and she met Yen Yen's curious gaze. The image of the estate's hired help must also be neat and tidy. Since there have been no women on the estate before, female work clothes are not yet available. You can wear your own clothes, but please try to avoid street fashion. Young master doesn't like asymmetry. Besides, there's also your hairstyle. Hairstyle? Forget the clothes, but there are requirements for the hairstyle? Yen Yening was stunned and touched her top knot with her hand. What's wrong with my hairstyle? Secretary Lin Yi leaned forward and lowered her eyes. Your top knot is a bit messy and not centered, it's off to the left by 15 degrees. After she finished speaking, Secretary Lin Yi looked apologetic, while Yen Yening was silent. Is top knot a Chinese word? I never thought that there was a scale for measuring the round haircut. Very good, another application of geometry. After politely sending Secretary Lin Yi away, Yen Yening looked up to the second floor of the villa, to the window of the study. The window was empty, and the gauze curtains on both sides fluttered faintly in the wind. But this did not affect the functioning of Yen Yening's brain. Yen Yening finally knew what Long Outyen was doing standing there in the morning. He was just checking to see if the bear had changed its clothes and picking apart his own attire? What was with the 15-degree offset of the bald hair? Was Long Outyen's eye a protractor? After venting her frustration, that morning, after the two dogs had finished their walk, Yen Yening began to manage the image of her pets. The bear had changed its clothes, a little dark green velvet suit with a green bow tie, its fur combed neatly, and it had returned to its dog-like appearance. As for Maltese, his white fur was lustrous and supple, and wearing clothes actually detracted from his appearance. Yen Yening combed his fur and didn't overdo it with the dressing up, just changing to a red velvet bow tie. It matched perfectly with Bear. As for herself, Yen Yening changed back into a shirt and spent half an hour in front of the mirror, but she couldn't get a perfect bun hairstyle that didn't shift. In the end, she simply gave up and let her long hair fall in the middle and stick behind her ears. Long Outyen could not be picky about the displacement of the hair curl, right? Then she was afraid that she would have to start over. The back garden of the manor. Long Outyen sat at the stone table in the garden, intently reading the project report, while his secretary Lin Yijing stood behind him, waiting quietly. The sunlight shone through the white roses and fell on Long Outyen, making him feel warmer and his delicate features stand out. Long Outyen held the pen, crossed out the mistakes in the report with the last cross, and handed it over. What happened with the dog? Lin Yi took the report and adjusted his glasses. We have already communicated, and I think the adjustment has been made. Long Outyen nodded and said, "Bring the princess over." Lin Yi replied, "Yes," and then turned around and left. Not long after, he came back, holding two dogs. One was gray and the other white, their tails flying in the air. At the moment they saw Long Out Yen, the gray dog seemed to like him very much and barked enthusiastically. The white dog followed suit and barked as well. Long Out Yen raised his head at the sound and frowned slightly when he saw the extra dog. I thought you said you were bringing the princess here. Why is there an extra bear? Lin Yi looked apologetic. The princess didn't want to come alone, and I was worried that if I forcibly separated them, it would affect her mood, so I brought the other one along. Long Out Yen gave the bear a cold stare, but ultimately didn't say anything more. When Lin Yi returned the two dogs to Yan Yanning that day, he also held an A4 piece of paper in his hand. Yan Yanning took it with confusion. 24 color comparison chart. The 24 colors are arranged in a circular pattern to show the relationship between the colors. This is not unfamiliar, but what does it mean? Yan Yining was confused. Lin Yi's secretary, what is this? The young master explained that in order to match the colors of the two dogs' clothes in the future, he suggested that you understand the basic relationship between the 24 colors. Yan Yining seemed to understand, and followed Lin Yi's gaze to look at the two dogs on the floor. Big eyes, round heads, innocence written all over their faces. And on top of their heads, two pigtails, one green and one red bow. Yan Yining suddenly understood. So, after the clothes and hairstyles, they're starting to pick on the colors of the clothes again? Well, Secretary Lin Yi, I'll take the color chart, but... Yan Yanning looked at the clear sky and asked with a friendly smile on her face, extremely concerned. It's such a nice day, doesn't our young master need to go to the company? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and pushed up his glasses. Today is Sunday. Yan Yanning smiled and clasped her hands together. Sunday is good. Just bear with it. By tomorrow, won't Long Out Yen have something to do? Chapter 9 A Scumbag with a Fortune. After adjusting the outfits of herself and the dogs several times in a row, as well as preparing the dogs 3 meals a day, it was already evening without her noticing. Yan Yanning went to the canteen to get dinner, and along the way, she feasted her eyes on the food and got to know a few handsome young men who were also workers. Then she returned to her room, sat by the window and habitually browsed the forum. The topics on the forum were the same as always, except for technical consultations and sharing posts. They were just a bunch of social animals complaining. Yan Yanning casually clicked on an urgent technical post. The poster was consulting about a bug in the test and said that he couldn't find a suitable solution. Many enthusiastic netizens replied below, but none of them got to the point. Yan Yanning tapped her finger on the mouse, pondered for a moment, and proposed a new perspective. Before long, the background exploded with messages. Either they were professing their love for Xiongdi, or they were blowing their own rainbow-colored farts, interspersed with emoticons from the poster, eyes brimming with tears, kneeling to express his gratitude, saying he would try it later. Yan Yanning skipped over the rainbow farts and sent the poster a pat. Then she logged out of the forum and got up to wash up. This was the second night Yan Yanning had stayed at the manor. The wall clock just struck 9, and the lights in the manor had just been turned off. The moonlight shone through the window and reflected on the dial of the wall clock, half bright and half dark. Yan Yanning lay on her side on the bed, watching the second hand under the dial turn round and round. She felt at ease and relaxed. Although the employer of this job seemed to be a perfectionist, she was lucky that she didn't have to serve him personally. When the employer goes to work tomorrow, I will be left alone in the manor, and I will be so free. Yan Yanning stared at the second hand, imagining the happy life she would lead tomorrow. Unconsciously, she grew drowsy, and her eyes slowly closed. In the midst of peace, there seemed to be indistinct voices of conversation in the distance. Damn it, you've actually managed to get my attention. Isn't this what you want? I can give you anything but love. With the strange conversation, Yan Yanning's consciousness became heavier and heavier. The second before she lost consciousness, Yan Yanning unconsciously thought. Hearing this, does it mean that there is a new one today? Attracting attention and the like, is it the guy who cleans the windows, or the florist who cuts flowers? What a scumbag with a fortune, does money really give you the freedom to do whatever you want? At the same time, the city center of S City. Spacious roads crisscrossed with non-stop traffic, exquisite and decent skyscrapers sitting on the side of the city park, quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle, still brightly lit at 10 o'clock. This is the most luxurious private rehabilitation hospital in City S, and its medical resources are considered top-notch nationwide. In the VVLP ward on the top floor, the German butler dressed in a Zhongshan suit leaned slightly forward and gestured towards the elderly gentleman long sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sir, it's 10 o'clock. It's time for your game session for today. and it's time for you to go to sleep. Sir Long is holding an iPad. I've only just started playing. Let me play a bit more. He then swipes left to exit the game settlement interface, taps the match button with his finger, and pretends to start a new game. Butler Day insists on leaning forward. Sir, it is my duty to ensure that you maintain a stable routine. If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to resign. Master Long paused in his movements, and after a long silence, he slipped the iPad into Butler Day's hands. If I don't look at it, it's no big deal. All he does is talk about quitting. Before long, preparations for bedtime were complete, and the lights in the spacious hospital room went out, leaving only a small lamp by the bed. Master Long was helped into bed by Butler Day, and before closing his eyes, he asked casually, "Has there been any recent movement from that brat?" Butler Day's supporting hand paused imperceptibly. The company's business is going as usual and progressing smoothly. Just what? According to the people at the manor, the young master had someone bring back a woman yesterday, and she is currently staying at the manor, along with the other person's pet dog, eating and living together with the princess in harmony. What? A woman? Grandpa Long instantly opened his eyes. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Butler Day leaned forward slightly. It is understood that the two have not had any intimate contact, and that Secretary Lin and Xiao Qi have personally handled the relevant matters. The specific situation has not yet been fully grasped. Then why aren't you checking it out? Within an hour, I want information on this woman. Master, it is now 10 o'clock, and your sleep time cannot be delayed. Why don't I report back to you in the morning? Butler Day patted the bedside table with his hand. How could I possibly sleep with such an important matter? Go check it out. Don't delay for even a minute. An hour later, Butler Tak arrived with the information. According to the information we have gathered so far, her surname is Yen, her name is Yin Yanning, she was brought back to the manor with a dog yesterday afternoon, and was later left behind by the young master. She is currently living in the manor, and is responsible for the daily care of the princess. According to our informants, the woman and the young master have no interaction at the manor. It is more like a maid than an amorous relationship. Grandpa Long's eyes narrowed slightly. For so many years, apart from his pet dog, there has never been even a female around him. Why did he suddenly recruit a maid for no reason? What is this Yan's background? Butler Day handed the documents in his hands to Grandpa Long. 2 years younger than the young master, no parents, raised in the Sunshine Orphanage in Xiqing, the high school classmate and best friend of the young lady, graduated from the Computer Science Department of S-City University of Science and Technology 2 years ago, and after graduation, served as the technical leader of the game company founded by his senior at the same school. A true friend? Grandpa Long took the file and frowned. If he is really a friend, what does he have to do with the brat? How did the two meet? So far, all we know is that the young master and Miss Yen have been to the young lady's pet kindergarten. As for the relationship between the two, the people around the young master are tightly guarded and have not yet been investigated, but... Butler Day paused slightly. Grandpa Long impatiently pursued, but what? According to the current investigation, the woman and her fellow student should be lovers. During their relationship, the two rented the same apartment and lived next to each other. Are you saying that the brat is morally corrupt and has fallen so low as to interfere in other people's relationships? Butler Day immediately leaned forward. Master, I didn't mean it like that. Time is tight, and so far we've only been able to find out superficial information. It will take time to get to the bottom of the details, and until the investigation is clear, all speculation is futile. Master Long looked down at the documents in his hands. A girl with a cute appearance, she seems to be quite smart. Although her family background is humble and her romantic history is not exactly clean. At least she is a woman. After all these years, the first woman to enter. Master Long has had ups and downs in his life, and there are already very few things that can make him emotional. But as he looked at the file in his hands, he couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. That brat has a whole garden of pretty boys. If he keeps procrastinating, what if he falls for a man one day? And the Long family's reputation is in tatters? Grandpa Long's heart sank, but he was determined. Continue the investigation. It's hard to find a member of the opposite sex, but no matter what, I have to find a way to catch him. If there's really a chance, why would I need to be here recuperating? The Long family's lineage and inheritance of the business finally have hope. Chapter 10 Sorry, wrong room. Because of Yen Yenning's matter, Grandpa Long could not close his eyes all night. After worrying about it for many years, there was finally a glimmer of hope. Grandpa Long's emotions were fluctuating. At first, he was still concerned about Yen Yenning's romantic experiences and whether his grandson had actually been morally corrupt. As he continued to think, his bottom line gradually lowered, and he directly jumped over the issue of morality. But as long as the person's character and appearance were acceptable, and they were not lowering the gene pool of the next generation, then the rest of the problems were not problems. In his anticipation and impatience, the hours of the night passed more and more slowly. The older man became more and more impatient as he thought, and then, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the hospital's emergency bell suddenly rang. The silence of the night at the villa in the hills of Shengshur was broken by a phone call. The lights in the manor suddenly came on, interrupting the sleep of many people. The door to the master bedroom of the villa was knocked urgently, and in the center of the bedroom on the large bed, Long Outyen suddenly opened his eyes. The clock on the bedside table showed 3 o'clock in the morning, and there must be a reason to disturb him at this hour. Long Outyen gathered his dressing gown and quickly got up from the bed to open the door. Linny was already waiting at the door, looking grave. "I just woke up." Long Outyen's voice was slightly hoarse. "What's the matter?" "I just received news from the hospital. The old master had a heart attack and just entered emergency care. The car is already waiting downstairs." Long Outyen's body stopped for a moment. Then, he took the jacket in Lin Yi's hand and put it on his shoulders, and strode downstairs. Didn't the recent physical examination report show that everything was normal? How could something suddenly go wrong? Lin Yi quickly followed, having heard that he would be sleeping late tonight, but due to time constraints, Butler did not explain the specific reason. Long Outyen did not ask any more questions, quickened his pace, and soon boarded the car. To the hospital. The car drove out of the manor and sped along the night road. After 20 minutes, it finally arrived at the hospital entrance. Hospital staff hurriedly came up to them. "Long Xiao. How is the current situation?" The group walked quickly inside and found that after timely measures were taken, he had just stabilized and was currently resting in the ward. Ding dong. The elevator arrived at the top floor, and the group lifted their feet and stepped out of the elevator. It was late at night, and the sparse lights of the city outside the window reflected against the deep night sky, already falling asleep. Long Outyen strode through the corridor and arrived at the door of the ward, leaving everyone behind. He pushed open the door and entered. Butler De was standing guard at the bedside. On top of the bed, an old man with white hair lay peacefully, his chest rising and falling with the ventilator. He had undergone emergency treatment and was now exhausted and frail. Long Outyen subconsciously lowered his footsteps and walked up to the bed. Butler De. Butler De turned his head at the sound, his eyes red and his voice tired and hoarse. "Young master, you're here." Long Outyen nodded slightly. "How is Grandpa?" "The hospital treated him promptly, and he is asleep at the moment." Long Outyen quietly watched for a while, and the tight strings finally relaxed as he sat down in front of the hospital bed. "What's going on today?" Butler De looked guilty. "It's my fault. When the master asked about your recent situation this evening, he learned about Miss Yen, but who knew? As for why Yen Yenning was able to set off waves in the old master Long Outyen did not pursue it. I think it is inseparable from his own marriage. Ever since taking over the company, the old master has been anxious about his marriage for years. Since it was useless to rush him, and because he was getting older, he moved into the hospital for recuperation, simply because out of sight is out of mind. But just because he didn't mention it doesn't mean he wasn't worried. At this time, it was finally good to have a woman on his mind. He just didn't expect that this sudden interest would lead directly to emergency care. Long Outyen closed his eyes and pinched his nose, and the room fell silent for a moment. The two looked at the elderly Long on the hospital bed. Butler De finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Young master, I'm just a butler, and in theory I shouldn't say anything out of place, but regarding your marriage, for the past 2 years, although the master never mentioned it, it has always been on his mind. In recent years, the master's health has gradually weakened, and apart from the Long family he built with his own hands, the only thing he has been concerned about is your marriage to the eldest young lady. You are busy with work, and the eldest miss is often abroad. Your father is impatient with the people of the fame and fortune who come by, and I am the only one by his side on a daily basis, which is ultimately a bit too lonely. If the family could have an addition to the population." Long Outyen stayed in the hospital overnight. As the sky outside the window turned light and a new day began, Long Outyen did not leave, causing Lin Yi to postpone all of his work arrangements for the day. Meanwhile, at the villa halfway up the mountain in S City, Yan Yanning welcomed the anticipated Monday morning after a solid night's sleep. This was the day Long Outyen was leaving the manor and going to work. She would be free from Long Outyen's scrutiny and criticism, and her sense of well-being at work would soar. Yan Yanning got up in anticipation, tidied up, and brought the 2 dogs with her to wait on time on the lawn outside the villa. She was ready to see Long Outyen off to work. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Long Outyen did not show up. What appeared was a familiar black business car. The license plate number was A10308, which Yan Yanning remembered very clearly as the one that picked her up from the urban village and brought her to the manor. Yan Yanning was stunned, holding the 2 dogs in her arms. Could it be that Long Outyen had condescended to not take the extended-length Rolls-Royce to work today? Had he finally realized that the extended-length Rolls-Royce was too showy? While she was in a daze, the black business car slowly came to a stop in front of the 1 person and 2 dogs. A strong man in sunglasses got out of the passenger seat and walked up to Yan Yanning. "Miss Yan, on the orders of young master, I am here to take you and the princess to the hospital. Please get in the car." "Hospital? What do you mean?" The strong man in sunglasses leaned slightly forward, and the back seat door slowly opened. "I'm just following orders, you'll know the details when you get to the hospital. Also, the young master instructed you to bring the princess's food and supplies." "Food and supplies? Maybe they're taking the princess to the vet for a checkup?" Yan Yanning went back to pack her things, trying to leave the dogs at home, but the 2 dogs were like superglued together, and they couldn't budge without leaving one behind. In order to prevent Princess from crying in the hospital, Yan Yanning simply took the bears with her. The car drove all the way out of the manor, along the hillside villa area all the way down, and soon drove into the city. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hospital. A delicate and decent skyscraper, with a blue glass curtain wall reflecting the azure sky, almost blending in with the sky. There were groups of patients in patient gowns on the lawn in front of the door. Obviously not the pet hospital as expected. Yan Yanning got out of the car confused, carrying 2 puppies. She followed the strong man in sunglasses into the elevator, and after swiping her card, the elevator reached the top floor. As soon as she got out of the elevator, her vision instantly opened up. Above the glass ceiling, the clouds floated. Outside the full-length floor-to-ceiling windows was a lush top-floor garden. At first glance, it looked like a resort hotel. Before long, Yan Yanning was led to the door of the patient's room. When she pushed open the door, the scene she had imagined of Long Outyen lying in bed did not happen. A white-haired old man was lying in bed, and next to him was a slightly younger little old man. At this moment, the 2 men turned their heads and looked over at each other. Yan Yanning froze for a moment. Then, she took a step back and pulled the door shut. "Sorry, wrong room." Chapter 11 Matchmaking. The patient and his servant in the bed hadn't reacted yet. In the corner of the room, where Yan Yanning's vision had been blocked, Long Outyen was sitting on the sofa, flipping through documents in his hands and speaking to Linny. "Bring her in." "Yes." Linny walked out of the room and led Yan Yanning, who was complaining to her bodyguard about going the wrong way, back into the room. The 2 people and 2 dogs successfully gained the attention of their master and servant. Yan Yanning was very confused. She didn't understand how a job of raising pets could suddenly turn into a new adventure on the second day of work. As soon as the princess on the floor entered the room, she smelled Long Outyen's scent and rushed towards the reception area. As soon as Yan Yanning let go of the leash, the princess rushed out directly, wagging her tail and spinning around Long Outyen's legs. The bear followed closely behind, its furry little short legs pawing at Long Outyen's trouser legs, its little pink tongue puffing out and wagging, making cute faces at Long Outyen, who looked exhausted. Long Outyen picked up Princess and frowned at the bear's cute faces. "Take it away." Yan Yanning came back to her senses and was about to go over and catch the bear when Linny took 1 step ahead of her and leaned down to pick the bear up in his hands. The hospital came, the pet was delivered, and the 2 dogs were taken over. Yan Yanning was hesitating whether to stay or leave when the white-haired old man on the bed suddenly spoke to her. "You are Xiao Yan, right?" "Yes." The white-haired old man waved at her and came over to chat with me. "Chat? Does dog sitting include this service? Who is this old man anyway? Is he Long Outyen's grandfather?" Yan Yanning instinctively turned her head and glanced at Long Outyen. The other party was sitting on the sofa, his handsome eyebrows slightly furrowed, his hand teasing the princess in his arms, not saying a word, as if giving some kind of tacit consent. Yan Yanning was a little puzzled, and she raised her foot and walked over to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man tapped the side of the bed with difficulty, and the little old man on one side dragged over the chair on the side, indicating for Yan Yanning to sit down. Yan Yanning sat down slowly. Her instinct told her that there was something vaguely wrong with the scene in front of her. The white-haired old man turned his head to look at her, and his breathing mask rose and fell with his breathing, the foggy surface appearing and disappearing. Xia Yan, how old are you this year? I just turned 26. 26, 2 years younger than the brat, the age is appropriate. Appropriate for what? What's appropriate? It can't be the two of you, right? Isn't Long Outyan gay? Yan Yanning had a lot of questions. What did he study at university? Programmer. It's not easy for a girl to be a programmer, so it seems that he is very smart. Yan Yanning felt awkward when he was praised for being smart. The strangeness continued. Which university did he graduate from? S-City University of Science and Technology. S-City University of Science and Technology is good, a first-class university, and indeed the young girl is not stupid. Grandpa Long's tone changed. What do you think of Out Yen? Now, Yan Yanning finally knew what was wrong. This scene now looked a bit like the older generation setting up a matchmaking meeting for the younger generation. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Yan Yanning immediately suppressed it, feeling that she had just been thinking too much. No matter how strange and difficult Long Outyan was, after all, his family background was here. Even if his interests were a bit niche, it would be easy for him to find someone if he wanted to. How could he casually pull the red string of a little social animal like himself? I guess it's just a casual question, an employee employment survey, or through his own mouth, caring about his own grandson. At times like this, praise is enough. Yan Yanning's thoughts ran, and her lips curved. Very good, quick-witted. At the police station, the calculator had to be pressed to produce sparks, and he could calculate very well. He is rigorous. A walking protractor and a 24-color palette, no one is more picky than him. Loves life. Raises a manor full of handsome guys, and there's always something going on every night. He sure knows how to enjoy himself. A series of flattering remarks followed, and Long Outyan, who was stroking the princess on the sofa, paused slightly and glanced up at Yan Yanling. Grandpa Long's gaze was smiling, and his satisfaction was visible to the naked eye. Encouraged by Grandpa Long's encouraging gaze, Yan Yanling, in the spirit of if you're going to do it, might as well do it right, decided to ignore her conscience and go all out with the emotional value. And what else? Yan Yanning's mouth opened, her mind went blank, and suddenly she got stuck. She turned her head and glanced at Long Outyan, who was calmly nestled in the sofa, slender in figure, with a precious temperament, and a face that was quite passable. This praise was less hypocritical and more sincere. Exquisite, handsome, and rich, he was the perfect heartthrob of S-City. In the corner where no one was paying attention, Long Outyan's mouth twitched. Through the breathing mask, Grandpa Long couldn't stop smiling, and his illness looked a little bit lighter. I didn't expect that you, little girl, would have such good taste. Yan Yanning. I was just making things up, why do you take it seriously? Regarding Long Outyan's flattery, it obviously struck a chord in Grandpa Long's heart and successfully opened his mouth. For the next 2 hours, Yan Yanning was forced to sit by the bedside and chat with the old man for nearly 2 hours. The topics ranged from Yan Yanning's hobbies, height and weight, to anecdotes from her student days, to the surrounding scenic spots and famous restaurants and snacks in S-City, to the weather. It wasn't until Yan Yanning's throat was dry and Xiong Xiong was whining to go to the bathroom that Yan Yanning finally found an excuse to escape. Yan Yanning snatched the leash from Lin Yi's hands and took the opportunity to take Bear out of the ward and go to the rooftop garden lawn to go to the toilet. In the ward, Grandpa Long looked at Long Outyan and concluded his speech. The little girl is quite smart and lively. Long Outyan lowered his eyelashes and slowly stroked the princess's fur, unable to tell what he was thinking. On the rooftop garden lawn. The bear raised its hind legs and a pattering sound could be heard. Yan Yanning looked at the bear's furry butt and said, "Bear, what do you think is going on? Have I switched from being a dog sitter to a companion for the elderly? If I keep talking like this, will I still have any privacy?" The bear did not reply. The master and servant stared at each other for nearly half an hour on the rooftop. It wasn't until Bear tugged on the leash and insisted on going back to the ward to find his wife that Yan Yanning got up from the bench and slowly walked back. Yan Yanning had a difficult day. Although it is important to respect the elderly and love the young, even if you are a good conversationalist, after spending the whole day chatting, you will eventually feel overwhelmed. In addition, she had lunch in the ward, and for some reason, she was named by the old man and forced to sit at the table with Long Outyen, facing his cold face. Yan Yanning couldn't bring herself to eat a proper lunch. At 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Long Outyen finally took Yan Yanning to say goodbye to the old man and walked out of the hospital. Sitting in the familiar extended-length Rolls-Royce, Yan Yanning let her guard down and began to relax. No matter how Long Outyen picks at his posture, he can't straighten up at this point. Chapter 12 28,800. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the autumn sunset hit the yellowed sycamore trees, and the scenery on both sides retreated all the way, and Yan Yanning had no heart to watch. Yan Yanning hooked the dog's leash to the bear, and the princess was placed in the seat next to her by Long Outyen. The seats on both sides were not far apart. The shaggy, gray bear, smelling of his daughter-in-law, desperately wanted to climb into the seat on the other side. Long Outyen gave the bear a cold stare, then looked at Yan Yanning, expressionless. Although he didn't say a word, his eyes clearly conveyed a reminder. Yan Yanning had a thought in his mind, but instead of withdrawing it, he let his fingers go with the flow, allowing the bear to charge straight across. The bear's short legs scraped against the leather seat, and after several fruitless attempts, it had a brainwave and started climbing the ladder by stepping on Long Outyen's legs. Long Outyen frowned and finally spoke. "Take it away." Yan Yan did not move. Linny in the passenger seat turned his head when he heard the sound, but when he saw the bad atmosphere behind him, he turned his head back, as if nothing had happened. The two of them just stood there in a silent confrontation. After a long day of work, Yan Yanning was tired and had a lot of pent-up anger. Now, her bear was being picked on for no reason by Long Outyen, so she snapped. Instead of responding to Long Outyen's demands, she sat up straight. "Young master, I think it is necessary to have a chat with you." Yan Yanning's expression was quite serious, and when she met Long Outyen's cold gaze, she was not in the least bit inferior. For a moment, the two faced off, and the bear's small, short legs climbed the ladder with swift patters. Long Outyen felt a few quick stomps on his legs. The next second, the bear had already climbed down from his legs, nestled with the princess, and began to huddle together for warmth. Long Outyen withdrew his gaze from Yan Yan and glanced at his suit pants. Although there were no traces left, he still frowned and patted the fabric with his hand. The movement was leisurely, and the disdain was obvious. "What do you want to talk about?" Yan Yanning glanced at Long Outyen's action of patting the leg of his trousers. "Young master, I think we need to clarify the scope of my work. Although we are in an employer-employee relationship, according to the contract, my scope of work is limited to the two pets. Any business outside the scope of the contract is not covered by my salary and is subject to a separate price." Long Outyen raised his eyelid, looked up at her and continued. "In other words, if you arrange for me to do things outside the scope of my business without my consent, I consider this to be an infringement of my rights. Today, for the sake of respecting the elderly and loving the young, I will accompany your elders in their conversation. But I hope you can pay more attention in the future. If there is anything like this again, please pay extra." That being said, Yan Yanning did not mean to make money by accompanying the elderly. Her intention was to remind Long Outyen that although she was an employee, she also had human rights. She had signed a labor contract, not a contract of sale, and she had the right to refuse to do anything outside the contract, and she could not be made to go wherever she was told. Presumably Long Outyen should be able to understand. As soon as the words fell, the car came to a stable stop, as if they had already arrived at the manor. It had only been 10 minutes since they got in the car, and the journey home seemed to be much shorter than the way there. Yan Yanning looked out in puzzlement. It was a completely unfamiliar street. At this moment, the car stopped in front of the entrance to a Chinese-style courtyard. The imposing red lacquered wooden gate, the vividly carved stone lions, and the sweeping glance at the vast area covered by the gate did not look like the manor she had expected. Yan Yanning froze for a moment. Linny had already gotten out of the car, and now he opened the door. Long Outyen got up from the seat, and at the same time, he glanced at Yan Yanning. "Get out." Yan Yanning subconsciously got up. "Where to?" "Dinner." Hearing the word dinner, Yan Yanning immediately sat back down. "Young master, I'm not hungry." That lunch was hard enough, and looking at Long Outyen, she didn't know where he would find the appetite to eat. On the other hand, it's the end of the workday, so logically, Long Outyen and Linny shouldn't be spending time alone together, right? Emotions aside, I should help them. "Young master, you and butler Linny can eat together." Long Outyen glanced at Yan Yanning, but instead of walking in, he asked Linny, "What's the background of this restaurant?" Linny smiled, narrowed his eyes, and cleared his throat. Lin Mansion Banquet, 3 Michelin stars, one of the 4 high-end private kitchens in S City, was founded by the descendants of Lin, the imperial chef of the Qing dynasty court. After 100 years, it provides state banquet-level dishes. That's impressive? Yan Yanning pricked up her ears and subconsciously glanced at the door. Reservations are required, and the restaurant only accepts a limited number of guests each day. The dishes are chosen at random, and all use top-quality seasonal ingredients. According to the restaurant, a yellow-lipped fish had arrived that day, and would probably be the main course of the banquet. Yan Yanning had never heard of a yellow-lipped fish, but if Linny singled it out for mention, it must be something special. She couldn't help but swallow. Lin Yi's introduction continued. Because the yellow-lipped fish is expensive, the price of today's banquet has increased to 28,888 per person. That's a lot. Yan Yanning couldn't sit still anymore. Linny nodded with a smile. 28,888, Miss Yen. Yan Yanning immediately regretted it. It wasn't 88, not 800, not 8,000, but 28,000. What kind of meal is it that costs 28,000 per person, and doesn't even matter if Long Outyen is hungry or not? Seeing that Long Outyen didn't seem to be leaving, Yan Yanning curved the corners of her mouth and softened her tone. Secretary Lin Yi, will this meal be reimbursed by the manor? Of course. Yan Yanning immediately got up and without hesitation rushed out of the car. I'm suddenly hungry again. Young master, count me in. Yan Yanning looked around as she followed Long Outyen into the courtyard. The solemn Chinese-style courtyard had artificial hills and flowing water, with winding corridors. Following the waiter, they walked along, the path twisting and turning, the scenery changing several times. There weren't many specific buildings to see, but there was quite a lot of landscaping. The private room is on a lake, with windows open all around, wooden lanterns hanging from the eaves, and a pleasant atmosphere with artificial mountains and flowing water outside the window. After taking her seat, Yan Yanning suddenly realized something. Why did she go to such an expensive restaurant for no reason? Yan Yanning glanced at Long Outyen and Lin Yi on the table. One was exquisite and luxurious, and the other elegant and introverted. It was quite a good match. Could it be that they were on a date? Using herself as a cover? But this is such a secretive restaurant, there are no people around, so bringing yourself along is purely redundant, isn't it? Or is this just the way the world of the rich is? Going to a restaurant that costs tens of thousands of dollars is just a drop in the bucket? Bringing yourself along is just because they can afford it, and the more people there are, the better the atmosphere and the more enjoyable the meal? It seems to make a bit of sense. Yan Yanning let her heart drop, and decided to refuel and eat after the food was served. She would bring the mood of the meal to a climax. Chapter 13 How about we get married? 20 minutes later. Yan Yanning looked at Long Outyen across the table with resentment. On the carved yellow rosewood dining table, there were blue and white porcelain dinner plates all over the table, with a wide variety of dishes, all of which were delicious. It had only just been served, and the steam from the dishes slowly rose, filling the room with their aroma. Long Outyen was frowning as he looked at the iPad in his hands and slowly flipped through it. 20 minutes ago, the three of them had just sat down when Linny received a sudden call from the company, saying that there was an urgent document that needed to be reviewed and approved by Long Outyen. Subsequently, while waiting for the meal, Long Outyen took the time to read the document, and he has been reading it until now. The dishes, which cost 28,800 yuan per person, were just sitting there, and it was estimated that they would soon get cold. Yan Yanning's eyes scanned back and forth between the dishes on the table, and then she stared directly at Long Outyen. A cold, unappetizing face that wasted food. Perhaps it was because the resentment that had fallen on him was too obvious. Long Outyen's hand kept flipping through the documents as he spoke indifferently. You don't need to wait for me, you can start eating first. Linny, through his gold-rimmed glasses, gave a composed glance at Yan Yanning across the table, and just as Long Outyen had said, he pretended to reach for his chopsticks. Yan Yanning felt a little embarrassed. Long Outyen raised an eyebrow. It was expected to take 20 minutes to finish reading the documents, so if you're willing to wait. Before finishing his sentence, Yan Yanning immediately picked up his chopsticks. I'd better eat first, young master. In the time that followed, Long Outyen concentrated on his work, while Linny moved his chopsticks slowly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Long Outyen. Yan Yan, on the other hand, didn't need to chat or deal with Long Outyen, and her eyes kept wandering over the dishes as she concentrated on her rice. The dishes lived up to their price, each one delicious, and the main course of yellow-lipped fish was especially good, with tender, sweet meat and an exquisite flavor. Yen Yening's appetite soared, and she kept on taking a mouthful after another, taking turns to pick up food from each plate. Before long, she had already eaten most of her rice. 20 minutes later, Long Outyen finally finished reading the documents, while Yen Yening was already finishing her rice. Long Outyen put the iPad he was holding down, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to concentrate on eating. However, when he looked up, he saw that half of the food in front of him had been perfectly emptied. Each plate was half empty, perfectly leaving half of it, as if it had been cut by something. Long Outyen's chopsticks froze in his hand, and he looked across the table. The woman on the other side put down her chopsticks and looked over with a reserved expression. "Young master, I'm full, thank you for the meal." After saying that, she added, "I've tried to keep it symmetrical." Long Outyen's gaze swept over the remaining dishes on the table, and after a moment of silence, he simply put down his chopsticks again. "Miss Yen. HM? I invited you to this meal today because I want to talk to you about something." Yen Yening's heart gave a start. So there was actually a purpose to this meal? Looking at Long Outyen's serious posture, Yen Yening had a gut feeling that it wasn't a good thing, and subconsciously sat up straight. "HM? What is it?" Long Outyen pondered for a moment, lifted his eyelids, and looked straight into Yen Yening's eyes. "I have a proposal. How about we get married?" When the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Yen Yening was stunned for a moment, and then blinked. "Young master, could you repeat that? I'm afraid I didn't hear you." Yen Yening's reaction was within Long Outyen's expectations. His expression did not change as he repeated the words. "How about we get married?" Without waiting for Yen Yening to pursue the matter, Long Outyen continued. "To be precise, it should be called a contractual marriage. As you saw today, the old man is already quite old, and the Long family has always been sparsely populated. My marriage problem has always been a source of worry for the old man. Apart from the elders in the family, as the person at the helm of the Long group, I also need a married status to stabilize the board of directors of the group. Therefore, I need a long-term and stable marriage, and you happen to be suitable." Yen Yening opened her mouth. She was extremely surprised, and her mind was unexpectedly clear. She understood what Long Outyen had said. He was actually looking for a woman to keep as a decoration. Yen Yening had no intention of asking why Long Outyen did not want a normal relationship and marry someone he liked. She knew the answer, because Long Outyen was gay. Her question was why the other person would want her. "Young master, as I understand it, with your qualifications, even if you marry by contract, there are plenty of high-quality women, so there seems to be no reason to choose me. I don't need to be from a good family, I don't need to be high quality, and I don't need to be eye-catching." Long Outyen looked at Yen Yening, being frank and straightforward to the extreme. "I need is an unobtrusive, long-term stable embellishment. The most important point is long-term stability. If I remember correctly, you said before that you like women." Yen Yening instantly understood. It turned out that he liked her for being ordinary and also for her sexual orientation, looking for a woman who didn't like men. The underlying logic is narcissism and vanity. He is afraid of finding someone to marry by agreement, and then the other person falls for him, which will affect his ability to maintain a lover. It is a minor matter, but if it causes trouble and affects his personal image or even the company, that would be a big deal. Yen Yenping sized up Long Outyen. His IQ is passable, he is good-looking, wealthy, and to the outside world, he is undoubtedly a diamond bachelor, so his narcissism is understandable. After sizing him up, Yen Yenping took her eyes off him. "I refuse." Long Outyen's expression did not change. "The agreement is valid for a long time, and if nothing unexpected happens, I will not file for divorce for the rest of my life. Although we will sign a property agreement, I will provide generous compensation. In other words, you can maintain a high standard of living for the rest of your life. Moreover, after marriage, your identity will not be made public, and as long as public opinion is not affected, you can freely associate with women. I will not interfere with your romantic life." Very attractive conditions. The problem is that she likes men. A hot, living man. What she meant by being free to associate with women was that she couldn't be free to associate with men. In other words, after getting married, she would have to remain a widow for the rest of her life. She loves money, but she's not that poor that she would have to remain a widow for the rest of her life for the sake of money. "I refuse." Long Outyen frowned. "Reason?" "This is a lifetime contract, and it's normal to refuse, young master." Before this meal, Long Outyen chose Yen Yening simply because he needed a choice, and Yen Yening happened to be handy, that's all. She is female, of ordinary status, has no conflicts of interest, and is relatively safe. In addition, she has a lively personality, and should be good at entertaining the old man. But at this moment, Yan Yanning's expressed rejection and caution made Long Outyan even more persistent. Long Outyan looked up and took a look at Yan Yanning. There's no need to reject me so quickly. Why don't you hear my specific conditions first, Miss Yan? Chapter 14, I want to pack. Although Yan Yanning was not interested in Long Outyan's proposal, she was still very interested in gossip. Although she did not intend to agree, Yan Yanning was still very curious about how much Long Outyan would pay for this lucky mascot wife. Gossip needs to be accompanied by snacks. Seeing that Long Outyan would not be eating again, Yan Yanning felt no psychological burden and, in the spirit of thrift and the virtue of having come all this way, picked up her chopsticks again. Then, she gave Long Outyan a light, sweeping glance. Tell me. Long Outyan watched Yan Yanning coldly as she picked up a peanuts. 1 million yuan per month for living expenses. With a clatter, Yan Yanning's chopsticks shook and the peanuts fell back into the plate. Take it. Yan Yanning turned to Long Outyan. How much is it? Long Outyan's thin lips curled slightly. 1 million. Yan Yanning's lips trembled, her brain began to calculate at high speed, and gold coin symbols began to appear in her eyes. 1 million, that's 1 million. That's 12 million a year. And in 10 years, that's 120 million. According to the salary of an ordinary person, even if you save 100,000 a year and live to 80, you won't save even a fraction of that. But now all I have to do is get a marriage certificate. Yan Yanning felt an urge to say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Before she went too far, Yan Yanning pinched her thigh and immediately came to her senses. This is not just selling for a year or two, this is selling for a lifetime. What if she gets tired of living in a big house with a fancy car after a while? If you regret it later and want to sleep with a man, or if you fall for some handsome guy, where will you go to cry? Selling your freedom is selling your soul. It's not worth it. Yan Yanning instantly calmed down. She even picked up the chopsticks again, picked up a peanut, and smiled at Long Outyan. 1 million yuan, and then what? Anything else, young master? Long Outyan narrowed his eyes. For the first time since they first met, he carefully examined the woman in front of him. She had fair skin and big eyes, and she was not unattractive. Judging by popular aesthetic standards, her appearance should be considered that of a good girl. However, her eyes were cunning, she had no sense of propriety when sitting or standing, and she spoke and acted frivolously, with an obvious air of the streets. Most likely, she had struggled for a long time to survive and make ends meet. From past experience, she should be the type easily impressed by money. But now it seemed that was not the case. Long Outyan narrowed his eyes and pondered, offering his bargaining chips. Apart from the living expenses I just paid, I will give you a flat in CBD, S-City, as your personal property. As for the car in my name, you will have the right to use it, and you will be provided with your own driver. Yan Yanning munched on the peanuts with gusto. My goodness, a flat in CBD, S-City. I guess Long Outyan didn't buy a cheap property, and it must cost at least 200 million to 300 million yuan. He's so generous, and the deal is worth billions. It's true that there is a wall between the world of the rich and the world of ordinary people. I wonder which of the female guests will get such a big bargain in the end. Yan Yanning has finished eating the melon. She puts down her chopsticks and looks at Long Outyan. It's a very attractive offer, but after careful consideration, I've decided to refuse. As the saying goes, you can't force your way into a circle you can't fit in. What's mine will be mine, and what's not mine I can't keep even if I get it. I'm just an ordinary person. My ideal life is eating at street stalls and small restaurants, saving money to buy a small house. This kind of life of a wealthy wife living in a large flat with a balcony and a swimming pool doesn't suit me. Young master, you should choose someone else. In the end, he didn't forget to flatter her. I believe that with your handsome appearance, intelligence, and unrivaled wealth, there will definitely be many people willing to marry you. It was a perfunctory flattery, with no sign of sincerity. The so-called careful consideration was also obviously perfunctory. However, the reason for the rejection was still quite defensible. Long Outyan instantly withdrew his gaze from Yan Yan. I will consider a new candidate. Yan Yan smiled and replied, I wish you every success, young master. The journey back was smooth. Before checking out, Yan Yan looked at the perfectly leftover half of the dish and sighed with regret. Before Long Outyen noticed, she waved to the waiter standing nearby. "Miss, can I help you? Do you have any takeaway boxes? I'd like to take some food away." Long Outyen was halfway through signing the bill when he heard the sound of a pen being lifted and looked up at her. Yen Yen was looking innocent. "You've spent so much money, it would be a shame to throw it all away, wouldn't it, young master?" Long Outyen's eyelids fluttered, and he withdrew his gaze, handing the bill to the waiter. "Pack it up for her." Yen Yening's smile widened. "Thank you, young master." Back at the manor, it was 9 p.m., just the right time for a late-night snack. The food was reheated and arranged on the small desk, and Yen Yening sat cross-legged in the chair, eating and watching variety shows. The phone was standing upright on the windowsill, and the screen showed a charming, sexy face. Short black hair, bright features, red clothes and red lips, the sun blazing overhead, the reddish-brown exposed landscape behind her, and a jet lag that separated them by an entire night. "Isn't this new place you found a bit too small? I already told you to move in with me. Come on, wouldn't it be nice if we had each other? I know you don't want to live for free, you can cook for me." Yen Yening picked up a piece of beef and sent it to her mouth. "Do you dare to do it if I dare to eat it?" Seeing that the person on the other side did not reply, Yen Yening rolled her eyes. "Besides, I'm not blocking your love life. If you find someone you like, will I be the one going out to a hotel, or will it be the two of you?" Long Weijin threw a flirtatious glance at Yen Yening. "With you around, I don't need any other flowers in the garden. Don't love me, it's not going to work out between us. Although I just got dumped, I still like handsome guys, over 1.8 meters tall, with six-pack abs, hot, and men." Long Weijin across the room made a disgusted sound. After a few more idle chit-chats, Yen Yening started bragging. "Believe it or not, I missed a chance today to fly straight to becoming a rich woman, and I almost became worth 100 million. "What? A rich man wants to support you? Why do you call it a sugar daddy? The man wants to get married, but..." Yen Yening lowered his voice and looked mysterious. "He has a problem in that area. Impotent? More or less. That won't do. Most people who are impotent have psychological problems." Long Weijin's tone changed. "Is he good looking?" Yen Yening thought about it and gave an objective evaluation. "Very handsome." "That's a pity." Long Weijin shook her head. "It would be nice if he were normal. Even if they got divorced after a few years, at least they would have enjoyed it." Yen Yening paused in her chewing. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that? Long Outyen had said that he would not file for divorce, but he hadn't said that the woman could not file for divorce. What if the period could be negotiated? After a few years, if she had earned enough money, even if she didn't want the penthouse in CBD of S City, she would at least have enjoyed it, wouldn't she? A mistake, a mistake. Chapter 15 A Romantic Encounter. In the following days, Long Outyen left early in the morning and returned late at night, and never appeared again. Every morning, Yen Yening got up and was driven to the hospital in a car, accompanied by the two puppies to take care of the old man. The last communication was quite effective, and this time Long Outyen was very self-conscious and took the initiative to pay an additional fee for the care. At first, Yen Yening was going to refuse, but as soon as she heard Lin Yi's suggestion of an additional daily salary of 2,000, she immediately agreed. On the way to the hospital, Yen Yening was mentally prepared to keep the patient company. However, after entering the ward, she found that the elderly Long, who had been weak and bedridden the day before, was now sitting in front of the window full of energy. He was holding an iPad in his hands, seemingly engrossed in playing a game. The lively and dynamic game sounds were constantly ringing in the ward. It sounded like a popular casual competitive game these days, where big balls eat small balls. This game is quite difficult and really tests hand speed. Looking at the elderly gentleman Long, who is absorbed in the game and seems to have become a young teenager overnight, and the helpless German butler standing next to him, Yen Yening is shocked. She doesn't say a word, but quietly walks over and observes the battle from the sidelines. In the game interface, the little ball controlled by the elderly gentleman Long moving slowly in a starry background, avoiding opponents larger than himself along the way and growing stealthily. Yen Yening's strange feeling subsided a little. It wasn't too outrageous, and it was quite healthy. After 20 minutes, the game ended, and Grandpa Long had successfully entered the top 10 thanks to his excellent hiding skills. Grandpa Long clicked to exit and was about to start another game when Butler De reached out and stopped him. "Sir, you've played 2 games in a row, you should take a break." Grandpa Long pursed his lips with regret, looked up at Yen Yening, who was standing nearby, and suddenly perked up. Xiao Yan is here? Yan Yanning nodded. Yes, master asked me to keep you company. Not bad, not bad, the brat is considerate. Xiao Yan, do you know how to play this? Yan Yanning glanced at the game interface, which was a certain game that he had played for a university leveling service. It's okay. Good, then. Grandpa Long is interested. You play a game for me. After saying this, he glanced at Butler De, who was standing nearby. I'm not playing, I'm just watching, is that okay? Butler De. The central business district of CBD in the city of S, a coffee shop not far from the headquarters of the Long Group. Long Outyen waved his hand to dismiss the woman who didn't want to leave, closed his eyes, and pinched his nose. Linny, who was waiting on the side, came forward and offered Long Outyen a glass of water. Young master, this is the last one. If none of them are suitable, should we consider the employees of the group, or? Linny looked at Long Outyen without saying a word, and then tried to persuade Miss Yin again. Long Outyen picked up the glass and slowly swallowed a mouthful of water. How is it going at the hospital? According to Butler De, after Miss Yin came today, Master's mood was very good. He ate half a bowl of rice more at lunch, just went for a walk in the garden, and is now taking a nap. Long Outyen paused for a moment before putting the glass back on the table. What did they do this morning? Play games. Long Outyen frowned. What? Yes, you heard me right, they played games. Linny leaned forward slightly after he finished speaking. It is said that Master praised Miss Yen today, saying that she is the best gamer he has ever seen. In addition, Master gave Miss Yen an extra salary, saying that 1,000 yuan would be awarded for each promotion. So what you're saying is that? Long Outyen looked at Linny expressionlessly. Apart from the salary she gets for adopting the dog and for keeping the old man company, she also gets money from the old man for playing games? Yes, Linny pushed up his glasses with his hand. According to my rough calculations, at the current rate, Miss Yan's monthly salary is at least around 100,000, which is among the ranks of high salaries in S-City. In other words, for Miss Yen at the moment, there seems to be no need to agree to your proposal. She played games all day. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with the old man's reluctant gaze, Yan Yanning got into the car that was taking her back to the manor. Her phone showed that 5,000 yuan had just been deposited. She never imagined that the game power leveling she did in college to earn living expenses would become a new career. At this rate, she might be able to earn back the 180,000 yuan that Long Outyen cheated her out of very soon. She could also earn enough money to support her retirement, and a life of lying around and doing nothing was just around the corner. A day of gaming had made Yan Yanning a little tired. She slumped on the back seat, watching the street view outside the car recede as it gradually drove into a familiar area. 6 p.m. is the usual time for workers to go home from work. The car passes by an office building in the city center. Men and women in business attire walk out of the building, their faces familiar, and the designs on their name tags eye-catching. The two take the takeaway bags from the delivery man and return to the building. The scene flashes past. Yan Yanning freezes for a moment, turns her head and looks back for a while, then gradually withdraws her gaze. 8 p.m. Yan Yanning finished washing up and sat down at her desk. She logged onto the gaming forum as usual and scanned the latest updates. The forum homepage was, as usual, full of posts from Social Animals 007 about their blood and tears. They either complained about their balding or their blurry vision, fearing that they would earn money but not be able to spend it. The gloomy tone of the posts dispelled the sense of forlornness that had arisen in her heart after passing by the company in the afternoon. Yan Yanning answered a few technical questions. After answering, he was about to log out of the forum, but suddenly a post popped up on the screen, which caught Yan Yanning's attention. Some time ago, I looked at my university graduation project. It's not bad, and I'm considering turning it into a complete game. After pausing the mouse slightly, Yan Yanning clicked to enter. Below were a series of comments. It's true that the stuff I did in college was really interesting, unlike now, when I copy from abroad and then copy from China. I'm a game practitioner, but I'm actually forced to work as a translation migrant worker. It hurts to hear that. My friend, going to work every day is like visiting a grave. According to my measurements, this year my hairline has receded another 0.5 centimeters. I regret working in the game industry. Top me up, help me become a 5-diamond king soon. I really want to start my own company and make the games I like, but I'm afraid I'll lose so much money I'll have to go streaking. What should I do? Brothers, if each of you vlogs for me 50 times, when I start my own company, I'll have somewhere else for you to go, right? The reminiscences of the past come to an end, followed by all kinds of popular memes. Yan Yanning logs out. The mouse moves across the desktop and opens a file that has been gathering dust for a long time. A world of enchantment opens up, and the cursor freezes at the bottom of the screen. A small man with wings slowly appears. The last time he opened it was 2 years ago. At that time, he and Jean Jiashu had just decided to start a business. When choosing a project, they decided to be on the safe side and ultimately chose another option. This file has been shelved for 2 years. In the dim light, the little man in the center of the screen flashes with light. It drives Yan Yanning's heart to beat to a certain rhythm. With 2 knocks, the door behind her rings. Yan Yanning comes back to her senses and gets up to open the door. Linny stands outside the door, nodding slightly. Miss Yan, is this a convenient time for you? The young master would like to talk to you again about the previous proposal. Chapter 16 Minimum 5 years. Yan Yanning followed Linny out of the room, along the corridor of the villa, and up the stairs to the second floor. This was the first time Yan Yanning had seen the second floor since moving into the manor. The floor was covered in white marble tiles, and a huge oil painting hung on the wall directly in front of the stairs. She had seen it in books when she was at school, and it was a representative work of a famous foreign painter. The entire painting was framed, and warm spotlights were shining around it. Through the glass on the surface, you could faintly see the texture of the brushstrokes. Yan Yanning couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Linny slowed down his pace, waiting slightly to the side, and didn't raise his hand to indicate to the side until Yan Yanning took her eyes off the painting. This way, Miss Yan. Then, they walked along the corridor to the end and stood in front of the study door. Linny raised his hand to knock on the door, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." Linny pushed open the door and led Yan Yanning inside. The room was filled with the atmosphere of daily life, with bookcases reaching to the ceiling on both sides of the room and ladders on both sides. It seemed to be Long Outyan's usual area. As he looked around, he saw Long Outyan at his desk, and on the other side of the study, there was a sofa, coffee table, and TV. A creamy white fluffy sofa, a creamy white floor lamp, the floor covered in a fluffy grass green carpet, a plush dog doll similar to a princess on the table, and a snack shelf on one side. Yan Yanning glanced at a certain chocolate milk on the shelf and suddenly felt a bit surprised. The atmosphere of life was quite strong, not quite like Long Outyan's style of painting. Yan Yanning suddenly remembered the sound she heard the night before, and her eyes subconsciously lingered on the sofa for a long time. The sound came from the study every time, but on such a small sofa, could it be spread? What are you looking at? Long Outyan's voice was cold, interrupting Yan Yanning's thoughts. Yan Yanning instantly stopped thinking and turned to look at Long Outyan in front of the desk, blinking sheepishly. It's nothing, just looking around. Then, she quickly walked over and slowly sat down in front of Long Outyan. I heard from Secretary Linny that you want to talk to me about the proposal from the other day? Long Outyan raised his eyes and nodded. He sensed a change in the woman's attitude. Without a doubt, this was a good sign. Long Outyan relaxed his body and rested his hands on the table. I admit that, for now, you are the most suitable candidate. You named the terms this time, name your price. Yan Yanning opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Outside the window was undoubtedly the darkness of night, as if perfectly isolating this study. Just because of a post, she had a sudden thought and followed Linny to Long Outyan's study. But, just for the sake of playing a game, do you have to sell yourself? However, once the thought came to mind, it could not be suppressed. From studying to working, she has already invested too much time in game production. For any game industry practitioner, they have all dreamed of making their own game, but very few have achieved it. This is a money-burning business, and personal funds are completely unable to provide for it. And Chiyu's gameplay is unpopular, and investors have no confidence in it. This was the reason why Su Ning was forced to change direction in the first place. But now, there is a chance for the dream to come true. 1 million yuan per month is not exactly generous, but if you save it and use it wisely, it might work. Frankly speaking, the price previously quoted was already astronomical for an ordinary person. The reason I didn't consider it was that my biggest concern with this proposal was not money, but time. Long Outyan frowned. Time? Yes, time. Selling your entire life in one go is too risky. What if one day I regret it? Can I take responsibility for this decision? Long Outyan knew that Yan Yanning's words were not a rejection. So, if, Yan Yanning tentatively said, I don't want the large flat in CBD of a city, just follow the price you initially proposed, 1 million a month. Can this contract have a deadline? Long Out Yen narrowed his eyes. How long is the deadline you were talking about? Yen Yening thought about the game cycle for a moment. 3 years. You are quite good at calculating. Long Out Yen's mouth curved up in an arc. 3 years, 1 million a month, a total of 36 million. Selling 3 years of time, maintaining a high standard of living during that time, and receiving 36 million afterwards is a huge sum of money for an ordinary person. 3 years in exchange for a lifetime of freedom and security, that does sound a lot more attractive than my proposal. He said it was calculation, but his tone was actually mocking. But Yan Yening understood very well. After all, what was originally supposed to be a mascot for a lifetime had now become a 3-year lease, and it was inevitable that there would be a big difference. Business is all about negotiation, isn't it? Young master, I suspect that the main reason you want to buy me, rather than deal with the board of directors, is because you are thinking of the old master. Long Out Yen didn't answer. It seems that I have guessed correctly. Yen Yening felt relieved and began to make his pitch. I suspect that you have contacted other people in the past few days, but as you have said, I am currently the most suitable candidate. This is like buying a large item for your home. Rather than hastily buying something that doesn't fit, it's better to rent me for 3 years first. During that time, you have plenty of time to screen, and you're still worried about not finding the right one? As you've seen these past 2 days, in terms of getting along, the old man and I get along very harmoniously. I will definitely work hard during these 3 years, do my best, and keep the old man company and entertain him. As for what property agreement you want to sign, I will cooperate fully, and I will also be extremely low-key during these 3 years to avoid affecting you. After a long speech, Yan Yening winked at Long Out Yen. What do you think? Long Out Yen pondered for a long time. This must be done as soon as possible, and after analyzing the purchase and lease just now, Long Out Yen actually felt that there was some truth to it. If the choice of people is wrong. Some images flashed through his mind. Long Out Yen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he looked up at Yen Yening. Minimum 5 years. The Long Group is undergoing a strategic transformation, and there is no room for mistakes during this period. After 5 years, the transformation will have initially stabilized, and your contract with me will end. 5 years in exchange for lifelong financial freedom. You are a smart person, and I'm sure you know what choice to make. That's 2 years more than expected. But, to use 5 years to realize a dream that might otherwise never be realized in a lifetime is worth it. Yen Yening's lips curled up, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Deal. Chapter 17 Don't be sad. Party A, Long Out Yen. Party B, Yen Yening. According to the agreement between the two parties, this agreement is signed voluntarily, with a term of 5 years. The effective date is the starting date of the marriage, and Party A will pay Party B 1 million RMB per month as a basic living expense, to be distributed by Party B as they see fit. In the study at night, Linny stood aside, reading the terms of the contract that had been drafted. Party B shall be bound by a lifelong obligation of confidentiality with respect to this agreement and shall not disclose it to any third party other than Party A and Party B. Party B shall be obliged to cooperate with Party A and to attend necessary family gatherings and other social occasions together with Party A if required. Party B shall consciously safeguard the image of the marriage. During the term of the contract, Party B shall not have intimate relationships with any third party other than Party A and Party B, especially with men. The two parties shall lead independent lives and Party B shall not interfere with Party A's life unless Party A makes an additional request. Unless I make an additional request, you should consciously keep your distance from me, at least 1 meter. You should consciously manage your expectations, and you must not have any additional feelings for me or hold any unrealistic expectations. After the contract expires, if I do not propose a renewal, you should leave on your own and not cause any harassment. You may not terminate the agreement prematurely, otherwise you must pay double the previous commission as a penalty, and you must also pay additional expenses for the economic and mental losses caused to me, the amount of which will be calculated separately. Linny looked up from in front of the computer and asked Long Out Yen for his opinion. Does this currently include these contents? Do you think there is anything else that needs to be added? No, you can print it. Wait. Yen Yening raised her hand neatly, attracting the attention of the two men. It's all your obligations, and there are no stipulations on my obligations yet. I have something to add. Linny looked at Long Out Yen, and after confirming, he smiled and spoke to Yen Yening. You go ahead, Miss Yen. Yen Yening cleared her throat. Party A may not terminate the agreement prematurely. Party B's living expenses must be paid on time on the first day of each month. If there is a delay, an additional 5 times the commission shall be paid as compensation for the delay. Starting a business is not like saving money. If you run out of funds halfway through, who do you go to for help? Okay, Long Outyen nodded to Linny and added to her. Linny bowed her head to take notes. Yen Yening continued. In addition to Party B's obligations under the contract, Party A shall respect Party B's normal social and work life and shall have no right to interfere. Long Outyen raised his eyes and added a premise, without affecting the external marital image of Party A and both parties A and B. Yen Yening nodded, okay. In addition, if not necessary for interaction in certain situations, Party A shall maintain a physical distance from Party B and shall have no right to infringe. Although Long Outyen's natural inclination is not to be a woman, it is never a bad thing to be cautious. Long Outyen replied calmly, yes. Also, Party A must not develop feelings for Party B, and must not. At the halfway point, Yen Yening paused, waved her hand, and gave up. This clause is superfluous. Long Outyen raised an eyebrow. Why? Yen Yening paused. You can't say, you're gay, this clause doesn't apply, after all. Yen Yening had a brainstorm and changed the wording. The generation of feelings and maintaining a distance overlapped. Besides, you have high standards, so you wouldn't develop feelings for me, right? Long Outyen's mouth curled slightly, and he was still self-aware. Anything else? Yen Yening frowned and thought. For the time being, there wasn't. Assuming there was in the future, could it be added? Yes, Linny took over the conversation. This is currently considered the first version of the agreement. In the future, the two parties can negotiate and add to it according to actual needs. Good, then I have no questions. After a squeaking and buzzing sound, Linny took the printed contract and placed it in front of the two of them. Long Outyen held the pen and quickly signed his name, passing it to Yen Yening. The signature fields for both parties had already been signed, and the field belonging to Yen Yening was left blank, waiting for her to sign. Yen Yening took the pen and, 1 second before signing, subconsciously looked up at Long Outyen. Proud, arrogant, distant. This was her boss, her benefactor, her partner, and the source of her dreams for the next 5 years. Yen Yening curved her lips, bowed her head, and signed her name. The contract was now complete, in duplicate. Yen Yening kept her copy and got up from her seat, extending her hand to Long Outyen, as if to shake hands. As soon as her hand reached Long Outyen, she remembered the terms of the contract and automatically retreated. She measured out a distance of about 1 meter. Amidst Long Outyen's calm appraisal, she gave him a small, air-gapped handshake. I remember the terms, it's 1 meter. Young master, no, boss, from today onwards, you are my boss, and we will have a pleasant cooperation for the next 5 years. Long Outyen looked at the hand a meter away from him, his mouth curling up in a satisfied smile as he nodded. This woman is even more self-aware than I thought. As expected, I made the right choice. Happy cooperation. Holding the contract, he walked out of the study and Yen Yening was escorted back to the door of her room by Linny. The two of them were quiet the whole way and did not speak. When they reached the door and he held it open, Yen Yening finally turned back. Secretary Linny. Linny responded gently, yes, Miss Yen. Yen carefully examined Linny's face. As usual, he was elegant and reserved, with a gentle countenance that did not reveal any emotions. Yen clenched the contract in her hand, and a sudden feeling of awkwardness arose within her, especially since she had inserted it herself. Linny's secretary, don't worry. My relationship with the young master is just that of superior and subordinate. I will maintain a distance from him and will not approach him casually. Linny has always been a smooth operator, and although he didn't understand what Yen was saying, he still smiled and nodded. Okay. Seeing Linny's flawless smile, Yen's heart grew sadder and sadder. So? Linny picked up the conversation, so? So, don't be sad. Linny? At first glance, this seems to be self-justification, and logically, this kind of thing is usually used as an explanation between lovers. But Linny is a sensitive person, and he can be 100% sure that Miss Yen does not have any romantic feelings for him, nor does she have any romantic feelings for the young master. She is a good person with a pure heart, and she does not have any improper thoughts, which is also the reason why the young master chose her. So, if it is not a self-justifying statement, what exactly does Miss Yen mean by this? On the way back, Linny pondered the whole way, but he could not figure out the logic behind Yen Yening's words. Could it be that she just wanted him to convey her loyalty to the young master? Knocking on the door, he entered the study. The TV was on, and the screen was showing the drama that Master had been watching recently. Linny walked over. Master. Long Outyan was curled up on the sofa, putting down the chocolate milk in his hand. Yes, Linny said, slightly hesitating, Miss Yen told me to tell you that she will definitely abide by the contract and keep her distance from you. Chapter 18 Fluorescent Frog. After returning to her room, Yen Yening washed up and lay on the bed. She felt a surge of emotions. For a moment, she was excited about the start of her dream, and for a moment, she was confused after signing the 5-year contract. After a long time of deliberation, she still couldn't fall asleep, so Yen Yening simply began to imagine her next game plan. The initial graduation project was only a prototype. After 2 years, new technologies and gameplay have emerged endlessly. To make a mature product, the gameplay must be iterated and expanded. It was early autumn and the night was quiet. The sound of the wind blowing the leaves occasionally sounded. Yen Yening was daydreaming about the future, and gradually felt drowsy. Unconsciously, her consciousness sank. I don't know how long it took. In her sleep, a faint male voice sounded again after a few days. Don't you just want my money? Yen Yening frowned and instinctively rolled over. 5 million. After tomorrow, take the 5 million and get out of my sight, and don't show up again. What the hell? 5 million? Who is this person breaking up with? 5 million in severance pay? Could it be that Lin Yi's secretary is breaking up with him? Could it be that Lin Yi's secretary is leaving because of Long Outyan's marriage? Then isn't one's own sin great? Obviously, at night, one already said that one would keep one's distance. The man's voice sounded faintly, indistinguishable between reality and a dream. If it was there or not, the intermittent sound made Yen Yening's consciousness grow more and more heavy, and she fell asleep in the gossip. In the center of the city, in an office building. The large office was brightly lit, with dozens of employees sitting at their own workstations. Each one had dark circles under their eyes, staring fixedly at the computer, tapping the code on their hands. In the glass-partitioned office, Tang Dali shut his laptop and looked at Jean Jiaxu with a worried expression. Boss, we've been working overtime and staying up late for several days. We finally fixed most of the bugs, but everyone is exhausted. Next, we need to map the connections, but that's a tough one. Without Ning sitting in on it, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up the pace. Jean Jiaxu looked up from the screen and wiped his face with his hand. That's it for today. You guys go home and get some rest, and come back to work at noon tomorrow. As for the map connection, Ken Jiaxu was silent for a while. You guys do it first, and I'll figure out the rest. Okay, I'll go out first then. Ken Jiaxu nodded and continued to work. Tang Dali walked to the door with his laptop, pushed the glass door open a crack, slowed his pace, turned his head to look at Ken Jiaxu in the light, and hesitantly spoke. Boss, you've been working hard for a few days now. Go home early and get some rest, don't stay up too late. Jean Jiaxu didn't say a word. He just focused on the screen, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly engrossed in what he was looking at. Tang Dali shook his head, sighed, and walked back to his workstation with the computer. Before he could even sit down, the people around him came over to him. What's the news? Any word from Ning? Tang Dali shook his head. I don't know. The boss said he'll figure it out. I don't know if he'll hire new people or find Ning. It's not our concern anyway, so just get down to work. The guy in the plaid shirt next to him rolled his eyes and slumped back in his chair. Since Ning left, I've been spending half my life fixing bugs. If I have to work on the big map, I don't know if I'll survive. No one said anything after that. Tang Dali was silent for a while, then patted his check shirt. Putting the big map aside for now, the boss had spoken. Everyone would go home for the night and get some rest, and come back at noon tomorrow. Before long, everyone dispersed, packing up their things and leaving work. Tang Dali got up from his workstation and turned off the lights in the hall before leaving. The office darkened, only one corner lit up. The pale light shone through the glass and reflected on the corridor outside. Jean Jiaxu's figure was clearly visible, as he was curled up in a sofa chair, with his hands folded over his forehead. After staying up for several days, even a strong person could not hold out. Tang Dali watched for a while, and shook his head helplessly. How could two people who were obviously doing well just break up like that? The next morning, Yen Yening officially started her new job. Based on the principle of doing things for money, she deliberately got up early and spent an entire hour getting dressed and made up. On the bus to the registration office, Yen Yening's eyes kept darting back and forth between Lin Yi and Long Outyen. Long Outyen, as usual, had an expressionless face, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was smiling with downcast eyes, his expression subtle. Sensing Yen Yening's gaze, he lifted his eyes and locked eyes with her, smiling and nodding. There didn't seem to be any signs of a fight between the two of them. Could it be that last night's 5 million was a dream? Did I go crazy thinking about money? Yen Yening was at a loss for words, and looked at Long Outyen again, trying to find out something from him. The next second, Long Outyen met Yen Yening's gaze. What are you looking at? Yen Yening shook her head, nothing. Long Outyen didn't pursue the matter, his gaze falling on Yen Yening's face. His eyebrows furrowed, and he spoke with disgust. What's that on your eye? Yen Yening blinked. You mean my eyeshadow? I got up early in the morning to learn how to apply it. It's the innocent makeup that's going viral online, and it's said to be especially suitable for meeting parents. After all, today is considered an important occasion, so I can't dress too casually. After collecting the certificate, I still have to meet your grandfather, so I have to tidy up a bit. After saying that, she gave Long Outyen a wink. Very bright, isn't it? Long Outyen looked at Yen Yening expressionlessly. The woman's eyes blinked, with large silver patches above her big eyes, mixed with yellow and green around them, looking like a frog painted with fluorescent paint. The fluorescent frog spoke. After all, today is considered my first day at work, so this makeup is a free service, but we need to agree that if I need to accompany you to a banquet in the future, you, Party A, will have to reimburse me for the money spent on this look and outfit. Otherwise, if I have to pay for it myself, I can't say for sure if it will be cheap or expensive, can I? Long Outyen's eyelids twitched slightly. He held back, but in the end, he couldn't hold back anymore. Erase it. It happened to coincide with the car turning a corner, and Yen Yening was distracted and didn't hear it clearly. What? Long Outyen repeated, erase it. Yen Yening's smile that had been hanging on her face since she left home in the morning finally stiffened. I spent an hour drawing it. No matter how long it took, erase it. I can't allow this to appear in my wedding photo. Long Outyen's eyes were cold and serious, and it was obvious that there was no negotiation. Recently, life has been relatively peaceful, and Long Outyen has been very picky, so Yen Yening almost forgot that this is an extremely picky person. The rich are the masters, who let them be the boss. Just erase it. Yen Yening muttered while removing it. Putting on makeup is not for your face, I don't know how to appreciate it, what kind of person are you? Long Outyen heard clearly and looked at the fluorescent frog that was still half left in front of him. He gave a cold glance, which caused Yen Yening to instinctively shrink a little. Then he withdrew his gaze. Chapter 19 How do you think I behaved? After the incident of removing her makeup on the bus, Yen Yening learned a painful lesson and decided to abide by the terms of the contract in the future and never do anything superfluous. Lin Yi had made arrangements in advance, so when they arrived, they didn't have to wait for a seat and went straight to the process of obtaining the certificate. In the photo-taking hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the photographer in charge of taking the photos looked helplessly at the screen of his camera. The two people on the left and right fit perfectly into the left and right borders of the frame, and there was even room in the middle for another couple. Not far away, in front of the red curtain, a man and a woman stood separately, at least 1 meter apart, not sure what they were doing. The photographer impatiently took off his camera. Are you two not familiar with each other? Can you stand a little closer? Yen Yening silently thought to herself, how would you know? Then she glanced at Long Outyen, who, as the photographer had requested, moved a few centimeters towards him. As for Long Outyen, he had no intention of moving at all. The photographer gave a huff and spoke again. Buddy, are we going to take this photo or not? If not, should we make room for someone else? There are a lot of people waiting to get married. Not that I'm saying anything, but young couples should choose their fights carefully. Look at the state you've got your wife in. Wife? Long Outyen turned his head coldly and glanced at Yen Yening. At some unknown time, that woman had put on a little wife expression, crossing her arms in front of her body, putting one foot forward and kicking the air for no reason, bowing her head and pouting, looking utterly sad. Long Outyen. After a moment of silence, Yen Yening lifted her eyes and looked at Long Outyen, pleading with a pout. Young master, for the sake of the photo shoot for the marriage certificate today, can you allow me to stay within 1 meter of you? The photographer on the other side pricked up his ears. Young master? What young master? Could it be a child bride? Does this kind of thing still exist in this day and age? The photographer's smile did not change, and he said to Yen Yen with concern, "Little girl, this is a society ruled by law. If you need any help, just let me know. The police station is right next door." As he spoke, he began to send cold vibes Long Out Yen's way, his eyes full of warning. It was as if Yen Yen had given the order, and the photographer was about to call the police to take him in. Yen Yen nodded lightly in gratitude. "Thank you, brother, but no, I am sincere with young master. I truly want to marry him and become his wife." Afterwards, she looked at Long Out Yen with a sincere expression on her face. "Master, so can you allow me to be within 1 meter of you?" Yen Yening on the opposite side looked aggrieved. The photographer's gaze fell on her guardedly. Long Out Yen watched Yen Yening's poor acting, and his eyelids twitched again and again, finally cracking out a sentence. "Okay." He spoke each word slowly, with a cold tone. Yen Yening's face of grievance instantly disappeared, and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes as she took a big step and rushed over to Long Out Yen. When she reached Long Out Yen's side, their shoulders were touching. Feeling the person next to her stiffen instantly, Yen Yening's smile became even brighter, and with a strong arm, she took Long Out Yen's arm. Long Out Yen looked over with warning in his eyes. Ignoring the warning in Long Out Yen's eyes, Yen Yening used her eyelids, which no longer glowed, to wink at Long Out Yen again. "Young master, after all, you are a young couple, so you have to be intimate, don't you?" Then she turned her head to look at the camera, while reminding Long Out Yen at the same time. Turn your head, the photographer is going to take the picture, there are people waiting in line behind you." Long Out Yen stared at Yen Yening's profile, vaguely feeling as if he had been tricked. But he couldn't find any evidence. The photographer on the other side was urging again, and Long Out Yen turned his head to look at the camera, his eyes cold. With a click, the picture was taken. The moment he heard the word "okay," Yen Yening instantly bounced away from Long Out Yen's side, visually measuring a distance of 1 meter. This made Long Out Yen's dissatisfaction successfully stuck in his throat. The process of getting the permit was quite smooth. A small photo, red background, a man and a woman standing side by side, the woman holding the man's arm, smiling brightly at the camera. The man's posture was stiff, his expression cold, as if he was being held there by the woman beside him. Yen Yening looked at the photo and smiled so widely that her teeth were not visible, feeling very satisfied. The slight dissatisfaction of removing her makeup in the car finally dispersed. Yen Yening walked in front of Lin Yi, who was waiting outside, and winked at him as they exited the permit area, suppressing her smile. "Lin Yi's secretary, I have finished using you, and now I am returning you to you in perfect condition." She then added with a serious tone. "After all is said and done, I am just a bought decoration, not worth mentioning. The true feelings are the ones that will last with you. No matter what happens, you have to believe that everything is just an act. So, don't be sad." Lin Yi's eyebrows shot up after hearing this, and he felt that the more he heard it, the more it sounded wrong. While pondering in secret, Yen Yening had already stepped aside to make way for a passage. Long Out Yen strode over, exuding cold air, as if he had suffered some kind of humiliation inside. Lin Yi's heart trembled, and he cast a surprised glance at Yen Yening before immediately lowering his eyes and withdrawing his gaze. "Young master. Let's go to the hospital." The atmosphere in the car on the way to the hospital was very tense. Yen Yening glanced at Long Out Yen, and almost as soon as she looked away, she was caught by Long Out Yen's gaze. The other party spoke expressionlessly. "What are you looking at?" Obviously, the suffocation she felt during the photoshoot had not dissipated yet. Yen Yening was secretly pleased while pondering Long Out Yen's temperament. She couldn't offend Party A on the first day of work, could she? Although she is in high demand and there is no one else to replace her, and she is now certified to work, she cannot return the goods even if she wants to. But after all, there must be some leeway, right? Yen Yening's gaze shifted, and she instantly thought of a topic, and put on a sincere expression. "Young master, I'll see you later." "Master, how are you going to communicate? Do you need me to act?" Long Out Yen looked at Yen Yening, who looked cunning, and gave a light smile. "How are you going to behave?" "Of course I'll express my admiration for you." Yen Yening was not at all stressed in the face of Long Out Yen's cold scrutiny. "Apart from announcing our marriage to master, there may be certain situations in the next few years that require us to explain our relationship. For example, if someone asks how we met, who fell in love first, who pursued whom, and so on." Yen Yening winked at Long Out Yen. I believe that with your noble status, you certainly cannot play the role of the pursuer. But the most basic part of the play still needs to be done properly, so it will be my turn. When others ask about the details of our relationship, I can be the main narrator and embellish our relationship. Young master, what do you think? Long Outyen felt that there was some truth in it. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was as eloquent as a silver tongue, Long Outyen withdrew the coldness that had lasted the whole way and lowered his eyes to think. After a while, he looked at Yen Yening. Okay, you can embellish it a bit later. Yen Yening's face revealed a trace of a smile. Okay, young master, you can see how I perform. Chapter 20 The Excellent Me. In the hospital room, Grandpa Long leaned against the bed and looked at the 2 red passports in his hands. He flipped through them many times, and lingered for a long time on the photos, looking at Long Outyen, who had a sour face in them. After contemplating for a long time, he finally looked up from the red booklet and spoke with a heavy tone. Aotian, you know that the crime of forging an ID card is very serious, right? Long Aotian lifted his eyes at the sound of his grandfather's voice. Your grandson's IQ is as you like, and your question is invalid. So it's true? You and Xiao Yan got married? Yes. Grandpa Long handed the red booklet to the butler, who was peeking around, and then glanced at the 2 people on the sofa. The 3-seater long sofa had 2 people sitting at each end. Grandpa Long glanced at Yen Yen, who had gone from being a lively and clever girl to a demure young lady sitting with her legs together, looking like a different person. He then glanced at his grandson, who had obviously already married the girl, and hadn't even looked at her once. After looking at them, Grandpa Long blew his mustache. Since they got married, how come you never mentioned that Yen spent so many days with me before that? Long Outyen tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, and Yen Yening, who had been looking submissive, instantly straightened up. It was time to perform. Grandpa. Yen? Yen Yening rested her hands on her knees. The reason Outyen didn't mention it before was because I didn't agree. Outyen chased after me for a long time before. But I never agreed to it, wanting to maintain the hierarchical relationship between the 2 of us. Yen Yen felt a chill on her side. But this did not affect Yen Yan's passion. I remember mentioning to you last time that Aotian is witty, meticulous, loves life, and is also refined, handsome and rich. He is the heartthrob of S-City. Such an outstanding person as Aotian, I am just a humble civilian, and being with him is really stressful. The chill eased a little. Grandpa Long's eyes sparkled with interest. So why have you changed your mind again? Yen Yening didn't say a word, but instead moved from the sofa, inch by inch, to the side of Long Outyen. Because he is witty, meticulous, loves life, and is refined, handsome, rich, and the heartthrob of the city. Under his persistent pursuit, I finally discovered the truth that I had ignored for a long time. The reason why an outstanding man like him is pursuing me is because I am beautiful, intelligent, quick-witted, and although poor, my life is still going strong, and I am a colorful part of the city. Yen Yening's tone became more and more impassioned as she spoke. As you can see, I love the city. The city is our common home. For the sustainable development of S-City, I have decided to agree with Aotian and let him break away from his love life and devote himself to the construction of S-City. Yen Yening turned her head to the side as she spoke, meeting Long Aotian's ice-cold gaze with a deep look. Therefore, for the sake of S-City and Aotian's outstanding qualities, we have decided to speed up our relationship and go straight to the altar. Outyen, Yen Yening winked at Long Outyen. Do you think I'm right? Long Outyen was speechless. This was the wave of emotion she had just vowed to paint in the car, the wave she had said she would create for the 2 of them? She had said that he, Long Outyen, could not possibly play the role of the pursuer in a relationship. But after this conversation, she was still the pursuer. He is so outstanding, so arrogant, and so well dressed, and he is going to chase after her? Long Outyen felt that this was insulting the intelligence of everyone in the room, and the old man was definitely not going to believe it. Thinking about this, Long Outyen closed his eyes, took his eyes off Yen Yening, and after a little thought, prepared to say something. Grandpa, I had just opened my mouth when a sob sounded in the room. Long Outyen stiffly looked up and met the old man's red, tearful eyes. What a high level of awareness! At such a young age, he knows how to repay kindness and values S-City so highly, which is exactly the same as what I think. S-City belongs to everyone. It belongs to all the citizens. Aotian, the old man took the tissue handed to him by Butler D and wiped away his tears, solemnly giving his instructions. After your wedding is over, remember to devote yourself to the construction of S City as soon as possible, just as Cheyenne said, understand? Long Ao Tian. That's it? How can this pass? Grandpa, don't you think this is outrageous? Long Ao Tian was immersed in the absurdity of his own descent into the role of the pursuer when Yin Yanning, who was standing next to him, secretly tugged at his sleeve. Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian snapped back to reality in an instant, reflexively tugging back on his sleeve. What's going on? Grandpa just mentioned our wedding. Yin Yanning quickly blinked her eyes regarding what we had previously agreed upon regarding the wedding. Long Ao Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke. We are not having a wedding. The old man's sobbing and wiping of tears stopped instantly. No wedding? What kind of marriage is it without a wedding? Why not have a wedding? There is no time. You have time to eat and sleep, but no time for a wedding? Wedding affairs are complicated, and now the operation of the group is in a critical stage, and there is no time to spare. The old man was so angry that he leaned straight down from the hospital bed and picked up a slipper and threw it at Long Ao Tian. The heir to the Long family, getting married without a wedding, what will people say? Do you know what people in the circle say about you? The slipper flew straight, and Long Ao Tian was about to move to the side, but he heard a decisive sentence ring in his ear. Leave it to me. Long Ao Tian's body stopped for a moment, and at the same time, a hand reached over from the side and precisely grabbed the slipper. In an instant, the confidence on Yin Yanning's face was dazzling. She held the slipper in her hand, slowly got up from the sofa, and put the slipper back in front of the old man's hospital bed. Then, she sat down by the bed. Grandpa, it was also my idea not to have a wedding. After all, the Long Group has a huge industry, and it is now in a critical period of strategic transformation. Compared to the form of our wedding, of course, the livelihood of hundreds of thousands of people is much more important. Don't you agree? Grandpa Long paused, but this wedding cannot be called off. I didn't say it couldn't be called off. It's just that Ao Tian and I haven't known each other for long, and our relationship isn't very stable yet. How about we wait until we get to know each other better, and when our relationship stabilizes and Ao Tian's busy schedule ends, we can have the wedding then. Grandpa Long frowned and thought for a moment before hesitantly speaking up. But in that case, aren't you being too hard on yourself? Yin Yanning slowly shook her head. Then, she turned her head to look at Long Ao Tian on the sofa, her gaze deep and her eyes slightly red. No, I'm not being wronged. After all, it's 1 million a month. I'm already satisfied with having such an outstanding person as Ao Tian as my partner. As for the so-called title, it's all irrelevant, Grandpa. Chapter 21 a fine of 5,000. In the car on the way home from the hospital, Yin Yanning opened the jewelry box in her hands and admired the jewelry in the box as the sunlight shone in through the window. After a long speech in the hospital room, reasoning with emotion, she finally convinced Grandpa Long to agree to postpone the wedding. But as compensation for the postponement, Grandpa Long arranged for Uncle Di to take a box from the safe and give it to Yin Yanning immediately as a betrothal gift. The heavy black velvet jewelry box contained an intricately designed ruby necklace. 2 rows of rubies were laid out side by side as the main stones, with white diamonds in between, stacked in a crisscross pattern. The whole thing was radiant with light, sparkling in the sunlight with extraordinary richness and extravagance. Yin Yanning counted the rubies laid out side by side twice, and there were exactly 48 of them. Any ruby that is not small in carat weight and is definitely expensive, but there are 48 of them in this necklace. The most eye-catching one is the largest ruby center stone in the center of the necklace. The color is so red that it looks like it is dripping blood. Yin Yanning secretly compared it with her thumb and found that it is about 1 circle larger than her thumb. Yin Yanning let out a few exclamations, and after admiring it for a long time, she closed the jewelry box and handed it to Long Ao Tian. Here you go, young master. Long Ao Tian, who had been closing his eyes to rest since getting in the car, finally opened them and looked at Yin Yanning and the jewelry box in her hands. It was early morning, and the sunlight outside the car window shone on the woman in front of him. After removing the fluorescent paint, the fluorescent frog returned to normal, revealing a plain face, glowing with a pale, soft light in the sunlight. Her dark eyes stared obstinately, and in her hand was a black velvet jewelry box. The black was darker, the white was whiter, and it made her complexion look even cleaner. Although they had only known each other for a short time, at this moment, Long Ao Tian had to admit that when God created this woman, he had put a bit of thought into it. Just like himself. After surveying and examining for only a moment, after a moment, Long Ao Tian withdrew his gaze. You can put it on first. With a light sentence, Yen Yening's hand immediately trembled. Why? Long Outyen closed his eyes again. This set of jewelry was left by my grandmother when she was alive. At the time, she said that it would be passed down to her granddaughter-in-law as a betrothal gift. Since we have received our marriage certificate, it is temporarily yours. Yen Yening stayed in Bengbu. You also said that it is temporary, and temporary means not permanent. Our marriage is fake, so what does the engagement gift have to do with it? You better take it back, hurry. Long Outyen was forced to open his eyes and look at Yen Yening's hurried appearance. Didn't you just look at it quite attentively? Is it not okay for you to look at it every day? I've never seen it before, and it's human instinct to take the opportunity to look at it a few more times. But even if you lose such a precious thing, I'll have wasted the past 5 years, and I'll have to pay you back. Yen Yening became instantly alert. I see, this jewelry isn't a trap you've set, is it? A trap to lure me in, so you can extend the contract? Long Outyen glanced up, not saying yes or no. Yen Yening felt like she'd guessed correctly. Don't tell me I guessed right. You want to trap me? Long Outyen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and gave a faint smile. After a while, Lin Yi, who was by his side, raised his chin. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, reached out and took it, and Yen Yening finally had nothing in her hands. Although Long Outyen's expression just now inexplicably made her feel uncomfortable, as if she had been despised, she was still relieved that the hot potato had been taken away. But who knew that halfway through letting out her breath, Long Outyen spoke again from across the room. At the hospital just now, you violated the terms of our contract, and now you will pay a fine of 5,000. Yen Yening's released breath got stuck halfway out. What contract violation? I don't remember any of that. The terms of the contract state that unless Party A makes an additional request, Party B should consciously maintain a distance of at least 1 meter from Party A. Just now, on the hospital sofa, you entered the 1 meter distance without my consent. Yen Yening was stunned. But just now I was doing it for the sake of the plot. How could a newlywed couple sit that far apart? If I don't sit closer, how can I convince your grandfather? Long Outyen glanced at her. If it's for the sake of the plot, you should have asked me in front of the hospital bed, not decided on your own. Ask? Yen Yening remembered something. Didn't I already ask when we got the certificate this morning? Applying for a marriage certificate is one thing, but applying in the morning is for the wedding photo shoot, and the purpose in the hospital is different, so you should reapply. The silence did not stop Long Outyen, and he added something else. Since there are contract terms, they should be strictly enforced according to the contract terms. Otherwise, if you approach me at will afterwards, how can I, as Party A, determine whether you are doing it for the needs of the show or if you have other intentions towards me? You're gay, don't you think you're a bit too dramatic? Yen Yening swallowed her inner thoughts, afraid to speak, for fear that she might accidentally lose her job. Long Outyen, however, did not let her off, and fixedly looked at Yen Yening. Do you think I'm right? Yen Yening was unable to breathe. After a while, she gritted her teeth and replied, You're absolutely right. Long Outyen nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, he turned to Lin Yi and gave instructions. A fine of 5,000 yuan will be deducted from today's payment. In addition, if there are any violations of the terms in the future, they will be noted down and deducted from next month's salary. The rest of the ride was silent. 10 minutes later, Yen Yening was dropped off at the manor and returned to taking care of the manor's 2 puppies. The black car did not stop inside the manor, making a smooth 180-degree turn, leaving Yen Yening behind, and drove out of the manor gate again. Yen Yening led the princess and the bear out of the dog room and let the 2 puppies run around on the lawn. The gray bear, dressed in a suit, was having so much fun playing with the pure white and noble princess on the lawn that in no time, the pigtail on its head was tilted upwards. Yen Yening looked at the 2 dogs inside, exclaiming that the fate of her and the bear's master was indeed the same. Once the bear married into the family, he soared to the top and became a phoenix. Although I haven't become a phoenix, I have certainly soared from being a cheap worker to becoming a sky-high-priced worker overnight. Speaking of which, my salary should arrive today, and it's time to think about what to do next. Game planning and direction adjustment, company establishment, team formation, development and production are all busy. Halfway through my thoughts, my phone buzzed twice, as if a message had come in. Yen Yening can't wait to pick up the phone, and sure enough, it's a message about her salary being credited. November 11th, 11:08 a.m. Reminder of recent transactions on your savings card with the last digit 1111. Income from other people's transfers, 995,000 yuan. Latest balance, 1,051,234.95 yuan. The good news is that your salary has been deposited. The bad news is that you were fined 5,000 for pulling Long Outyan's sleeve this morning. There are only 205,000 in 1 million. Yan Yanning has learned her lesson and decided that she must stay away from Long Outyan in the future. Chapter 22, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Soon after Long Outyan and Yan Yanning left, they were in the SVLP ward on the top floor of the sanatorium. Grandpa Long threw the tissue that had wiped away his tears into the rubbish bin nearby. The tissue that had wiped away the ginger tea was good, it really worked. Butler De handed over eye drops from the side. Master, wash your eyes with the eye drops. Grandpa Long, with red eyes, pushed the eye drops aside. What do you mean wash my eyes? Hurry up and pack my things, I want to be discharged. The butler paused for a moment. Discharged? Master, what are you doing? Grandpa Long sat up in bed and started to put on his shoes. You checked last time, and they've only known each other for less than a month, so how could they become engaged so quickly? So you're saying that young master and Miss Yan are lying? Grandpa Long glanced at the butler. You're a smart guy, don't tell me you haven't noticed. Butler De smiled and leaned over. You are indeed a clever man, and you can't hide anything from these eyes. Humph, what's this nonsense about building a city? There's no time to hold a wedding. It's all an excuse. Most likely, the two of them are just playing at marriage. They're putting on a show for me. But, as you saw today, when Xiaoyan pulled the brat's sleeve, you didn't see him react. You've been with me for decades, when have you ever seen him get this close to a girl? Since the marriage certificate has already been obtained, all that's left is to make their relationship real. Grandpa Long straightened up with the help of Butler De. The manor is so large, if they are left to their own devices, I don't think they will be able to live together even after a year. This cannot continue, I must move in there. If I keep a close eye on them, and they spend time together every day, their feelings for each other will naturally grow. Butler De hesitated, but your health has been taken care of in the hospital, the equipment has been moved to your home, and the doctor will come to check on you every day. What could possibly go wrong? Butler De opened his mouth. Grandpa Long glanced at Butler De. I know what you're thinking. If I remember correctly, the nearest hospital to the villa is at the foot of the mountain, right? Tell one to send a copy of my file there. In case of a sudden emergency, I'll be sent there for treatment. It's a 5-minute drive if you hurry, so there's nothing more to say, right? Butler De smiled and bent down. You really are very considerate. At 1 p.m., Long Outyan had just finished a wave of remote meetings and was lying in a sofa chair, closing his eyes to recover. Linny was standing in front of the desk, quietly spreading his lunch on the table. Halfway through, his phone vibrated in his pocket, and Linny paused, putting down what he was doing and quietly walking to the door. 1 minute later, the office door was pushed open again. Young master. Long Outyan opened his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. What is it? It's Miss Yan on the phone. It seems like it's urgent. Long Outyan raised his head at the sound and took the phone from Lin Yi's hands. What's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Yan Yanning was standing under the porch of the villa, looking at the car being carried back and forth in front of her. She exchanged glances with Long Outyan, who was being supported by Butler De, and forced a smile in the other person's warm gaze. Immediately, she covered the phone with her hand and turned her back, speaking hastily. Something big. Your grandfather is moving back to the manor, and he's already here, moving things around. Long Outyan frowned. I see, I'll handle it now. He hung up the phone. Long Outyan dialed directly to Butler De, and in a moment, the phone was transferred to the hands of the old master Long. Grandpa, you're moving back to the manor? The old master Long's voice was very peaceful and gentle in the receiver. Yanning told you, didn't he? The young couple really have a good relationship and keep each other informed. Long Outyan paused. Aren't you still in the hospital? Why did you suddenly move back? The old man answered slowly. Before, the house was quiet, and you had to go to work, so there was no point in living there. It was more convenient to stay in the hospital. Now that there is someone else in the house, there is some noise in the morning when we eat, so of course I have to go home. Long Outyan closed his eyes and pinched his nose. Your body has just stabilized, and you can't afford to be tossed back and forth. It's best to stay in the hospital for constant observation. It's not safe to move back now. With such a big deal, didn't Uncle Da stop you? It's none of your Uncle Da's business. Grandpa Long's voice was very steady. Xiaowan, I've already instructed him to send someone over every day to check on you. As for the medical records, a backup has already been made at the hospital at the foot of the mountain. In case of an emergency, go there for treatment. Grandpa Long has blocked the road. Long Outyen was silent for a long time, and a sigh could be heard faintly in the receiver. Outyen, your grandfather is getting old, and I don't have much time left. I want to spend time with the family while I still can. You understand, don't you? Yan Yanning held the phone and peeked out from under the porch for a long time. Seeing that Grandpa Long had put away the phone, she couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that Long Outyen had finished communicating. Yan Yanning's heart leaped as she saw the old man waving at her from afar. She took a few steps and prepared to say goodbye to the old man. When she got close, the old man smiled and patted Yan Yanning's arm. Yan Yanning, let's go, come in and sit with me for a while. Yan Yanning? Long Outyen, you promised you would take care of it, didn't you? With a confused head, she accompanied the old master Long into the villa, and watched as the luggage and messy medical equipment were transported into the house and placed one by one in the large south-facing room on the first floor. Yan Yanning's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died. With difficulty maintaining a smile on her face, Yan Yanning finally took the opportunity to slip out of the house when the old master lay down on the bed and prepared to take a nap. Just as she was about to sneak into her room, she was stopped by Butler De. Miss Yan, where are you going? Back to her room. Yan Yan suddenly stopped and swallowed the words her room. To the kitchen, I'm hungry, thinking of finding something to eat. Butler De leaned slightly, gestured to the other side, and flashed a perfect smile at Yan Yan. Miss Yan, the kitchen is that way. Ah, that way. Yan Yanning turned her feet and, under the warm gaze of Butler De, walked towards the direction of the kitchen. Halfway there, she turned around and saw that Butler De was still standing in the same place, his smile unchanged, watching her motionlessly. Yan Yanning. Why does it feel like something is a little bit off? Long Outyen, this doesn't seem to be the same as what was agreed upon in the beginning. Chapter 23 No Separation. Yan Yanning was forced to sneak into the dog room and, under the watchful eyes of Bear and Princess, try to call Long Outyen. The phone rang a few times and was answered by Lin Yi. Long Outyen had an urgent meeting in the afternoon, and the matter of Master Long could only be resolved after the meeting was over when he returned to the villa. After the phone hung up, Yan Yanning hid in the dog room all afternoon, and surprisingly, she was not named by Master Long. Through the French doors of the dog room, Yan Yanning looked longingly in the direction of the main gate of the manor. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun set in the west, and the sun shone obliquely on the man and the two dogs on the cushions. The main gate of the manor slowly opened to the sides. Long Outyen had returned. The car came to a stop, and Yan Yanning hurriedly rushed out of the dog room, walked quickly to the car, and watched Long Outyen slowly get out of the car. The two locked eyes, and Yan Yanning was about to speak to Long Outyen about Master Long. But Long Outyen's gaze hardened, and he glanced behind her before speaking indifferently. Uncle Day. Yan Yanning's body froze, and the words she had been holding back all afternoon were once again trapped in her mouth. Butler De walked down the steps and leaned slightly towards Long Outyen. Young master, you've returned just in time. Dinner is ready in the dining room, and master is waiting for you. Young master, Miss Yan Ning, let's go in and eat together. Yan Yanning followed Long Outyen all the way into the dining room. Grandpa Long was already sitting at the head of the table. The large dining table was full of delicious food, and Yan Yanning swallowed as she looked at the table. When she reacted, Long Outyen had already taken his seat. Grandpa Long looked over. Yan Yanning, don't just stand there, sit down. Yan Yanning instinctively stepped forward and pulled the chair next to Long Outyen's side to prepare to sit down. Halfway through the pull, suddenly, the movement in her hand paused. This was a mistake. This chair was within 1 meter of Long Outyen. Once she sat down, she would be fined another 5,000. Yan Yanning stole a glance at Long Outyen's profile and, taking advantage of the fact that the other party was not paying attention, gently pushed the chair back into place. She looked up at the scrutinizing gaze of the elderly Long Outyen and smiled sheepishly. This position is not good, I can't see Outyen's face. She said this while walking around the table and sitting opposite Long Outyen. We haven't seen each other since this morning, and I really miss you, Outyen. Opposite the table, Long Outyen looked at the woman opposite him as she blinked rapidly, and his eyelids twitched. After sitting down, under the kind gaze of the elderly Long, Yening tried to interact with Long Outyen despite the pressure. She picked up the pair of chopsticks next to her and picked up a chicken wing, about to put it in Long Outyen's bowl. Suddenly, she met Long Outyen's gaze. It was calm and unruffled, cold and noble, and the 4 digits 5,000 were faintly written on his face. Yening's heart suddenly went into alarm, and she remembered the fine she had inexplicably been charged with this morning. Halfway through delivering the chicken wing in her hand, she suddenly stopped, causing it to circle in mid-air before falling back into her own bowl. That was close, really close. She almost paid another 5,000. Yening raised her guard and simply gave up interacting with Long Outyen. By occasionally serving dishes to the elderly Long, she tried to hide the fact that she was on pins and needles. The rest of the time, she could only bury her head in her rice bowl. Fortunately, after a while, the elderly Long broke the silence. How is the company doing recently? What have you been busy with today? The feasibility report on the gaming industry has just been approved at the meeting. The next step is to form a team, and some resources will be tilted towards the gaming industry in the future. Gaming industry? The Long Group, which started out in real estate, is now entering the gaming industry? Yening pricked up her ears and her hand holding the dish stopped moving slightly. The next second, she was called on by Long's grandfather. Yening, didn't you study the game industry in college? Should you take this opportunity to gain some experience at Long's? Experience? Yening looked up and her eyes passed over Long Outyen's face. Unlike the fake marriage and dog sitting, the first two involved no performance, and at best, she would just be fined by Long Outyen. But if you work in the game industry under Long Outyen, it's generally a mess, and with such a picky boss. Yening instantly got the chills, feeling that she might not last until the end of the 5-year contract. Thinking about this, Yening smiled at Grandpa Long. Grandpa, I'd rather not. I quit my last job not long ago, and I want to take a break. Grandpa Long nodded with a smile. You can take a break, but even if you do, you can still go to the company to see Outyen when you have time. After all, you also come from the gaming industry, so don't fall behind on the professional stuff. Go learn, and incidentally help Outyen with the technical aspects. Yen didn't know how to respond, so she took the opportunity to glance at Long Outyen. Long Outyen across the table calmly picked up some food, his movements neither fast nor slow. His long fingers matched the dark brown sandalwood chopsticks, and it was not clear whether he was eating or just putting on an exhibition. It was as if the topic at hand had nothing to do with him. Yening's smile at the corner of her mouth froze. She simply stopped dwelling on it, withdrew her gaze from Long Outyen, and without saying a word, agreed. Okay, Grandpa, she said. If he didn't say anything, she would take it as a default. As for how to deal with Grandpa Long afterwards, let Long Outyen solve it himself. An hour had passed since the end of the meal. It was just past 6 o'clock, and Grandpa Long, with the help of Butler De, went out to stroll in the backyard, deliberately leaving Yening and Long Outyen behind, only saying that he wanted to give the young people some time alone. After seeing off Grandpa Long, Yening finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at Long Outyen. What now? Long Outyen rose from the table without haste and glanced at Yening. Let's chat in the study. Yening was in Long Outyen's study for the second time. The furnishings were the same as last time. On one side were the cold bookshelves and desk office area, and on the other side was the completely cut-off, furry home scene. Yening glanced into the furry area as she entered the door, and it seemed that the snack rack was fuller than last time. Judging from the details in the study, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about Long Outyen's love line. But the night of the last signing, she distinctly heard a dispute over 5 million. Speaking of which, these past 2 days, she has been busy with the agreement and the license, and she forgot to ask Linny about the two's relationship. Don't let yourself be careless, Linny is already counting down the days until he quits, then isn't my sin great? Yening calculated in her heart, and sat carelessly opposite Long Outyen. She suddenly reacted when she heard the sound of knuckles tapping on the table. Wait. Isn't the most urgent matter dealing with the matter of Grandpa Long moving into the manor? Yening gave a start and looked at Long Outyen. Grandpa Long is moving back to the manor, which is different from what was agreed at the beginning. How are you going to solve this? Long Outyen's brows furrowed slightly, and his knuckles tapped the table for a long time. A second before Yening was about to speak impatiently, he finally spoke. I'll have Linny help you pack later. Yening paused. What does he mean? We can't live apart. Chapter 24, Sleeping on the Floor. As soon as the words came out, Yan Yanning instantly became alert. What you mean is, I'm going to move into your bedroom and we'll live in the same room? Long Outyan raised his eyelids and responded indifferently, yes. I disagree. Living in the same room as Long Outyan is no different from sleeping in the same room as a weird boss on a business trip. Although Long Outyan is gay and I can take on 3 people myself, I don't think there will be any problems with personal safety. But just acting together during the day at work is fine, but at night we need some personal space to catch our breath. When we signed the agreement, that's not what you said. That was before, but now is now. Yan Yanning shook her head. Changes in Party A's situation should be handled by Party A itself. As Party B, I have no obligation to cooperate. You should understand this after signing so many contracts. Upon hearing this, Long Outyan's brows furrowed slightly. What are you worried about? Are you worried about your personal safety? Yan Yanning didn't answer. Long Outyan thought he had guessed correctly. I said before that I'm not interested in you, so you don't have to think too much about it. What's more, we are only partners in this collaboration, and you like women, so there is no possibility of feelings blossoming. Yan Yanning couldn't help but give Long Outyan a cold stare. Even if neither of us is interested in the other, men and women are inherently different physiologically, and if 2 unfamiliar people of the opposite sex live in the same room, if they accidentally see each other naked. Even if you, young master, don't care about privacy and like to expose yourself, I really can't accept it. What's more? Yan Yanning glanced at Lin Yi and swallowed the words she was about to say. Accused of not caring about privacy and being exhibitionist, Long Outyan couldn't help but frown. Unwilling to engage in a discussion about privacy and exhibitionism, Long Outyan spoke with patience. First, according to the layout of my bedroom, most of your concerns are unnecessary. Second, except for the bathroom area, we can agree to maintain basic clothing in public areas, and the problem of nudity is unlikely to occur. This did not convince Yan Yanning. You mean I have to sleep wrapped up in a blanket? If I have to wear clothes everywhere except the bathroom, doesn't that mean I have to work almost 24 hours a day? Even a donkey needs a rest. But clothes aside, sleeping is the biggest problem, isn't it? Don't forget, the contract stipulates a 1-meter distance. If we lie in the same bed, won't my salary be deducted by the end of the night? No way. Seeing that Yan Yanning was determined and unyielding, Long Outyan finally stopped the conversation, closed his eyes, and rubbed his forehead. After a while, he reopened his eyes and got up directly from his desk. There is no point in idle talk in the study, get up. Yan Yanning didn't move, where'd it go? Long Outyan turned back and said, my room. Room? Yan Yanning blinked. What do you mean? I can't force myself on you, after all, in Long Outyan's situation, most men can't get it up with women. Yan Yanning pondered for a moment, and a guess came to her mind, so she tentatively asked. You want to show me your room? Yes, Long Outyan glanced at her, and discussed that it should be based on the actual situation, as empty talk is meaningless. Yan Yanning glanced at Lin Yi, who was standing on the side, a bit embarrassed, but also unable to resist a little heart. Let's put aside the discussion. She was more or less curious about where Long Outyan, the gold-digging jerk, lived. Was it minimalist, like an exhibition hall, or was it rich and gold-plated everywhere? After all, Long Outyan was so rich, and this was the room of the richest man in the city. It was a rare opportunity to take a look around, and there was no second chance. In this way, Yan Yanning couldn't help but get up from her chair. Then, accompanied by Lin Yi's smile, she followed Long Outyan out of the study and walked towards the other end of the corridor. All the way through the corridor, past the huge oil painting, Long Outyan did not stop and continued on. Finally, the 3 stopped in front of a door. The moment the door opened, Yan Yanning looked inside, and her first impression was one of transparency. The whole floor-to-ceiling window came into view. Outside was the evening sky, a dark blue mixed with patches of orange and pink. The manor was already lit up with twinkling lights, and in the distance, the scene of S-City was faintly discernible. Following Long Outyan inside, the room was decorated in a French style with an overall cream color, occasionally interspersed with colorful embellishments. It was not as cold as imagined, nor as rich as imagined. Unexpectedly, it is quite popular. Yan Yanning touched his chin and looked back and forth, surveying the room, looking a bit like a customer following an agent to look at a room. Apart from the lifeless decor, what was even more surprising was the size of the room. One room took up the space of an entire suite, and it was at least 100 square meters by eye. The central area of the room is similar to a living room, with a cream-colored sofa and coffee table, covered in a cream-colored carpet. It faces the floor-to-ceiling windows, with red and blue art sculptures placed in the corners, creating an overall elegant and comfortable atmosphere. On the right-hand side, two doors closed together, pushed open by Ling Yi's hands, and the light shone down from all around the ceiling. The walls were covered in suits and shirts, with the sofa and table in the middle, creating an air of wealth and spaciousness. As for the left side of the living room, two doors opened to the sides. Visually, it was the place where Long Outyan slept. A 2-meter-long bed, floor lamp and bedside table, nothing else. A single door opened on one side, most likely the bathroom area. Yan Yanning wandered around with her chin in her hands, her eyes opened. Finally, she stopped in the center of the room. "Young master, I'm done looking around." Long Outyan looked at her with a cold and collected voice. "You've already seen the layout of the room. First of all, one thing is certain, we can't sleep in the same bed. After you move in, you can use the walk-in closet." Yan Yanning was taken in by these words, and instinctively cast her gaze towards the walk-in closet. The walk-in closet area? Where is there room to sleep in the walk-in closet? There is a sofa in the middle. After thinking about it, Long Outyan frowned and then slightly conceded, "You can also sleep on the floor. But you have to clean up the floor during the day." Yan Yanning's gaze fell on the central sofa. It was a cream-colored sofa with meticulous workmanship and a soft feel, so it should be quite comfortable to lie on. But no matter how good it was just a sofa, and it was so narrow that if he rolled over, he would fall to the ground. While he was sizing it up, Long Outyan's words continued. "The cloakroom has a door, which you can close at night, so there is no need to worry about the 1-meter contractual clause and the nudity issue you just mentioned." Yan Yanning looked at the sofa and, for some reason, felt a little angry. "What if I need to go to the bathroom at night? There is another bathroom on the second floor, you can go out." At this point, Yan Yanning was finally completely speechless. "Okay, young master, I've heard what you have to say, and I've decided to reject your proposal. I won't agree." Chapter 25 Trade places with me. Yan Yanning's reaction was within Long Outyan's expectations. "Don't worry, I'm not done yet. As you said, I should be responsible for the changes caused by the external environment, so correspondingly, I will compensate you." Yan Yanning smiled. "What compensation?" "In any case, living in the cloakroom reduces your own living experience. As compensation, your monthly salary will be increased by 50%. The condition is not a temptation to sleep on the floor and get an extra 500,000 yuan a month." If she told anyone, I believe there would be a long line of people waiting to sleep on the floor in this villa, and it would even be able to squeeze this villa. But Yan Yanning didn't want to. She had 5 good years of her life to sleep on the floor for 5 years, and she was not that poor. The original intention of the game had been solved, and this extra 500,000 yuan meant very little to her. Under Long Outyan's gaze, Yan Yanning learned to cock her mouth in the same arrogant way as him. "Sorry, I refuse." Long Outyan examined her expression, narrowed his eyes, and made another offer. "Recently, Christie's Hong Kong exhibited a sapphire necklace, similar in style to my grandmother's, from the collection of a well-known foreign movie star from the last century." As he spoke, Long Outyan tilted his chin at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, show her." Lin Yi took out his iPad, quickly operated it, and in no time, a photo of the necklace appeared in Yan Yanning's eyes. The white diamonds were juxtaposed and intertwined like a net, with large sapphires embedded in the center. It was extremely beautiful, extremely simple, and extremely dazzling. After just one glance, Yan Yanning's eyes immediately went straight. Needless to say, she was a little shaken. No woman could remain unmoved by this. It was like a dragon's love of treasure, it was the seductive pull of blood instinct. It was no wonder that Long Outyan had been in the business world for so many years and knew what would impress her. After a moment of silence, Yan Yanning pulled herself away from the photo with difficulty and looked at Long Outyan. "I can agree, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Yan Yanning glanced at the cloakroom and, with a hint of embarrassment on her face, spoke seriously. "To be honest with you, the reason I just rejected you is because I have been a bit sick since I was young, with a curved spine and a herniated disc in my lumbar spine. I can only sleep in a bed, I can't sleep anywhere else." Long Outyan looked at the cunning in her eyes and spoke expressionlessly. So, you may have to trouble yourself to switch with me." With Long Outyan's chilling gaze, Yan Yanning calmly narrowed her eyes. "In other words, I sleep in the bed, and you sleep in the walk-in closet. You can sleep on the sofa or make a floor bed. Of course, if you choose to make a floor bed, you are free to choose whether or not to make the bed during the day. In addition, you can also use the bathroom in the bedroom. Yan Yanning left himself some room. After all, if you go out to the bathroom in the middle of the night, you can't explain it if you are caught by Uncle De, can you? Long Outyen looked at Yan Yanning, narrowed his eyes, and spoke to Linny beside him. Linny, explain to the hospital and arrange for a chest x-ray, and also make an appointment with an orthopedic doctor. Linny, who was quietly standing nearby, pushed his glasses at the sound and nodded. Then, he pretended to take out his phone. Yan Yanning was a little confused. Chest x-ray? Why arrange a chest x-ray? And an orthopedist? Does he want to send her to the hospital to have her spine checked for curvature and herniated discs? She does have a bit of curvature and herniated discs, but they were caused by working 2 years ago, and the symptoms are very mild, so they don't affect her daily life. If she goes to the hospital, won't it all be revealed? Rolling her eyes, Yan Yanning immediately let out a cry of pain. Young master, I just forgot to mention, apart from the spinal curvature and lumbar disc herniation, the biggest reason I need a bed is psychological. I have a condition where I can't sleep without a bed. Yan Yanning looked at Long Outyen sincerely. The average person can go without sleeping for a maximum of 7 days and nights, but this is going to be 5 years. I don't think I'll last until the end of the contract. I really want to agree to your request, but my body just won't allow it. Young master, I think I'd better go back to my own little bedroom to live. As soon as the words fell, Yan Yanning turned directly and was about to walk out, preparing to go downstairs to her own little bedroom. The coldness behind her was obvious, and the atmosphere was frozen, but Yan Yanning seemed to be oblivious. She lifted her foot without hesitation, walked to the door of the room, and a second before she was about to pull the door open, the voice of Long Outyen finally came from behind her. It was colder than ever before. Wait. Yan Yanning's mouth curled up in a secret smile as she faced the door, before she pursed her lips tightly and turned back with a serious expression. Young master, what are your further instructions? Long Outyen lifted his eyes and gave her a fixed look. After a long while, he finally spoke. I agree to your conditions. After leaving the room, on the way downstairs to pack her luggage with Linny, Yan Yanning glanced at Linny several times. As usual, he was smiling calmly, and you couldn't tell what he was feeling. After a long hesitation, Yan Yanning finally spoke. I'm sorry, Linny's secretary. Sorry for what? For making your master Outyen sleep on the floor. Linny pushed his glasses up, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. You don't need to be sorry, Miss Yan. After all, this was master's own choice, and as his secretary, I should respect that. Yan Yanning's heart was overflowing with tears as she listened. What a sweet thing to say, what a comforting sincerity, what a sincere secretary Linny. Why did he fancy Long Outyen? Yan Yanning glanced at Linny again, his profile elegant, his figure upright, he could be considered a golden youth if placed outside. With a silent sigh, Yan Yanning changed the subject. Secretary Linny, how long have you been at the manor? No, by the young master's side. 15 years. 15 years? So you've been together since junior high and high school? That's a long time. If you ever left, you'd be very reluctant to do so, wouldn't you? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Maybe. Maybe? What kind of answer is that? It sounds like he really is leaving. Could it be that the 5 million yuan thing is true? Yan Yanning ventured to ask. Linny's secretary, the relationship between my young master and I is only contractual, and I like women, you know that, right? Yes. Yan Yanning nodded with satisfaction. As the young master's employee, according to my observations of him these days, although he is a bit picky, a bit arrogant, and a bit busy, he is still generous and his character is relatively passable, you know that too, right? Upon hearing this, Linny finally couldn't help but turn his face to the side and glance at Yan Yanning. What do you mean? Yan Yanning raised her hand and patted Linny on the shoulder. What I mean is that there aren't many bosses who are so generous, not to mention that he has no major flaws in character. It would be a pity to resign. After listening for a long time, Linny finally understood. It seems that, as with the last time, he has to show his loyalty himself. Thinking about this, Linny smiled and lowered his eyes. Understood. Chapter 26 Launcher Technology. Fortunately, Yan Yanning didn't have much luggage. She had brought a suitcase full of things, and she had packed them back up just as they were. Before leaving, Yin Yanning looked around her small apartment of 8 square meters, and looked fondly at her small window and desk. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by Lin Yi, she took the suitcase upstairs without anyone noticing, to Long Outyen's room. The moment he carried it in the door, Long Outyen, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up and glanced at Yin Yanning. Wipe the wheels clean before coming in. Yin Yanning. Okay, I'll bear with it. After all, you've been sleeping on the floor for 5 years, so it's just a matter of a wheel, so just wipe it. Yin Yanning bent down to wipe the wheels clean and dragged them to the bedside in the bedroom. Then, slowly and leisurely, she walked to the door, leaned against the bedroom frame, and looked at Long Outyen before speaking. Young master, I don't think you need me to help you make your bed tonight, do you? Long Outyen raised his eyes indifferently and gave her a cold glance. No. Yin Yanning instantly broke into a smile. Yes, young master. It's getting late, so I'll go to bed first. Oh, right. Yin Yanning left a one-person wide crack in the bedroom door. Young master, the door is open for you. If you can't sleep at night and need to get up, don't wake me, and try to be as quiet as possible. After saying this, she left Long Outyen behind her, picked up the toiletries, and went into the bathroom to wash up. She hadn't visited the bathroom during the negotiations, and when she opened the door, she realized that it was really luxurious. It was much larger than her own small bedroom, at least 100 or 200 square meters according to her estimation. It is covered in white marble and decorated in the same style as the outside, with a white French-style body and colorful art sculptures as embellishments. The soft cream-colored bowl-shaped bathtub has white carvings on the outside wall. Outside the window is the east side of the villa halfway up the mountain, with dense trees outside and the lights of the city of S flashing in the distance. Yin Yanning looked at the bathtub with its lines and design that was definitely not cheap, and an untimely thought suddenly popped into her head. Compared to the walk-in closet, this bathtub seems more suitable for a floor bed. Immediately, the image of Long Outyen sleeping in the bathtub popped into her head. It's quite pitiful, let alone. Shaking her head, Yin Yanning put the strange image behind her and started her luxurious bathing experience. In the middle hall outside the bathroom, Lin Yi walked up to Long Outyen's side. Young master, the bed has been prepared and placed in the corner of the cloakroom. However, Lin Yi glanced at Long Outyen and thought that it might be necessary to fold it up and put it away every day, otherwise the cleaning staff would probably find out. Why don't you set a time every morning and I'll come and help you? Long Outyen looked out of the window at the scenery and didn't say anything. After a long time, the air conditioning around him had finished releasing its cold and he finally got up from the sofa. Where is the old master? According to the maid, he just finished walking around the garden 10 minutes ago and is now back in his room, seemingly playing a game. Lin Yi paused slightly. Speaking of which, since the old master moved back home today, he hasn't asked Miss Yen to accompany him anymore. Do you think the cost of Miss Yen's companionship should continue to be calculated? As he finished speaking, through a crack in the door, the sound of water came from the bathroom, mixed with Yin Yanning's singing voice. The melody rose and fell, a little out of tune, and it was hard to tell what song it was, but she was clearly in a good mood. The cold air that Long Outyen had just released instantly condensed again. He stopped the air conditioning for her. Later, Yin Yanning came out after washing up. She carried her computer and sat on the sofa in the middle hall, looking at the night view outside the window and organizing her thoughts about game planning. The door to the cloakroom was wide open, and Long Outyen was nowhere to be seen. Yin Yanning peeked over and saw in the corner of the cloakroom a small bed barely over a meter wide. It had 2 layers of cushions and a lonely pillow at one end. Although it was a bit narrow, it seemed to be barely comfortable. However, when paired with the high-end suits hanging all around the walls, the bright lighting and floor that could be compared to a showroom, and the watch cabinet with a dozen famous watches spinning around, the bed looked out of place and a bit miserable. Yin Yanning looked at it for a long time before leaving satisfied. Returning to the sofa to continue working, the funds for the game were in place, the initial planning was being adjusted and sorted out, and it was time to prepare to create the team. Yin Yanning casually logged onto the game forum to check out the latest developments in the gaming industry. Incidentally, she also searched for suitable candidates to recruit. At around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, it was time for the night shift of workers to arrive and mix in the game forum. The homepage was as lively as ever, with all kinds of posts jumping into view, giving Yin Yanning the illusion of being in the midst of a fireworks display. After 5 consecutive all-nighters, my hairline has receded another 2 millimeters. Do you have any recommendations for a reliable hair transplant clinic? I don't want to go bald. I'm preparing to work all night. Does anyone live near CBD? Recommend a treasure late night snack shop? Urgent. Life saving. Senior numerical planning sharing. How to achieve a good numerical balance in the game to ensure its playability. Help, last time I drew a busty boss and she said her breasts were too big, and this time I drew a flat chested one and she says it's too conservative? How can I please her? Do I have to draw her as a permanent resident? Yen Yenning swiped her mouse all the way across the homepage, scanning the densely packed posts from the hearts of the community, and casually answered 2 technical questions. After she finished answering, the private messages and updates in the background started to jump around. Yen Yenning simply ignored them and continued to browse the posts. Then, when she saw a certain post, she paused. On a whim, she discussed the possibilities and obstacles of creating an open map. The poster, LD, sat back and waited for the goose to be cooked in a clay pot. He had a level 1 diamond account, the lowest account level in the forum. Yen Yenning's fingertips twitched as she clicked in. A few hundred words, with clear logic and substance, obviously written with care and based on sufficient theoretical evidence. More importantly, unlike the current gaming industry, which generally refers to and learns from each other, repeats itself, and is formulaic, this post has a very novel perspective. It shows an imagination that has not been whipped by work. Yen Yenning's heart skipped a few beats, and she clicked on the big goose's avatar to send a private message. Xiong da xiong ba tianxia, hello, I am currently forming a game team and am interested in developing an open-world exploration game. Are you interested in joining? After waiting for a long time, it showed as unread, so I guess he's probably not online. After thinking for a moment, Yen Yenning left her phone number for the other person, indicating her intention to contact him by phone. She exited the private message interface, preparing to return to the homepage of the forum to search for other candidates for the position. 1 second before clicking the cross, she was attracted by a private message. Longshore Technology. Longshore Technology? Her life has been full of dragons lately, and Yen Yenning paused with her mouse, subconsciously clicking in. It was a very brief message. Long Technology, hello Mr. Xiong, this is Long Technology, under the Long Group. We plan to develop a gaming business line and are looking for a technical lead. Money is not a problem, I hope to talk to you. Yen Yenning. Is Long Outyin trying to poach her? Chapter 27. You have a history of mental illness? Until bedtime, Yen Yenning did not wait for a reply from the iron pot stewed goose. Long Outyin also never returned, and she didn't know where he went. Yen Yenning lay in bed, sinking into the spacious and soft mattress, listening to the sound of the wind blowing the leaves outside the window, and turned comfortably. I don't know if it's because I moved to the 2nd floor and can't hear the movements in the study, or if Long Outyin had to rein himself in because of the sudden arrival of the old Long. Tonight is very quiet, without the sounds I heard the other days. The wall clock on the wall passed 10 o'clock, and Yen Yenning closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep. Unconsciously, her consciousness grew drowsy. Half asleep, she seemed to vaguely hear the sound of the door opening, followed by footsteps. Yen Yenning's mind instantly cleared, and she opened her eyes. Is Long Outyin finally back? Has he finally made up his mind to sleep on the floor? In the dim light, a small patch of light from the hall's lamp shone into the room through the crack in the door. Yen Yenning pricked up her ears and listened carefully for any noise outside. She heard the sound of fabric rustling and indistinct footsteps. Then the hall's lamp suddenly dimmed and the patch of light in the room disappeared. Then, the sound of a sliding door was heard. The whole room fell silent again. In the darkness, Yen Yenning opened her eyes, her heart pounding. The richest man in the city, Long Outyin, would never stoop so low as to sleep on the floor. No one would believe it if she told them. How could she miss it? Unable to contain her excitement, Yen Yenning fumbled in the dark for her phone by the bed, switched on the flashlight quietly, and then crept out of bed. With the flashlight shining on the floor, Yen Yenning moved barefoot step by step, squeezing through the one-person wide crack in the bedroom door and through the middle hall. Then, she turned off the flashlight, leaned against the door of the cloakroom, and began to eavesdrop on the movements inside. There was complete silence. No snoring or turning over? Fell asleep so quickly? Usually so busy like Princess P, but has she adapted so quickly to sleeping on the floor? Yen Yenning didn't believe it, so she changed her position again and began to peer through the crack in the door. On the sofa not far away, Long Outyin slowly sat up from the sofa. Looking in the dim light, he saw the woman crouching like a gecko on the door. At first, she was just lying on her side in a strange position, but after a while, the woman began to peek inside through the crack in the door. Her actions were very suspicious. Long Outyen narrowed his eyes. Yan Yanning peeped for a long time, but she couldn't see anything through the crack in the door because it was dark inside the cloakroom. She wanted to open the door and take a closer look, but she was afraid of waking Long Outyen up. Pulled back and forth by her curiosity and her desire to survive, Yan Yanning was struggling at the door when she glanced casually to her left. She caught sight of the half-body on the sofa, with its back to the moonlight outside, and could only see a dark outline. Yan Yanning's body stiffened, and staring at the outline, she went straight into meditation. What the hell? Half-mountain villas are the top wealthy district in S-City, shouldn't they be a gathering of S-City's geomantic energy? And it's haunted? Yan Yanning's brain slowly worked for a while, took out her phone, opened the search app, and started typing. When encountering something unclean, an effective way to deal with it is to click search, and the answer will pop up. Yan Yanning went back and forth in her memory twice, but her brain was unable to remember, so she was forced to switch her phone to her left hand. Holding the phone in her left hand, she recited mantras, formed hand seals with her right hand, and performed a series of actions in the air while reciting mantras. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Taishan Lao Jun, gather the light energy within me. Evil spirits, back, back, back. As the words fell, the hand signs were formed, and they blasted in the direction of the dark shadow. 1 minute passed. The dark shadow was still there, and the room was quiet. Long Outyen. Yan Yanning. The incantations didn't work. It seems that I've encountered someone with high spiritual attainments. Yan Yanning calmly turned around, and this time, without hesitation, placed her hand on the door of the cloakroom, ready to pry it open. With her left hand, she operated her mobile phone, opened the camera, and prepared to take the opportunity to capture Long Outyen's embarrassing situation of sleeping on the floor later. Then, with a strong push of her right hand, she opened the door with one hand, and frantically pressed the button with her left hand inside the room. Amidst the flashing of the flashlight, Yan Yanning shouted frantically, "Long Outyen, get up quickly!" There was no response in the room. Yan Yanning blinked, trying to make out the outline of the floor bed in the corner, when a faint, chilling voice suddenly came from behind her. Yan Yanning. Yan Yanning slowly turned her head. In the dim light, Long Outyen stood up from the sofa and walked towards Yan Yanning, taking one step after the other. Then, in the daze of Yan Yanning, he raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. The lights came on. Long Outyen stood in the light, lean and straight, dressed in black satin pajamas. He looked at Yan Yanning with full of vigilance in his eyes. "I forgot to ask you to provide a medical report before." After saying that, Long Outyen slowly picked up the red dog sculpture in the corner and took a step back. "You have a history of mental illness?" Yan Yanning held the phone in his left hand, while his right hand was still in the shape of a jump-up spirit. He really didn't look innocent. There's nothing else that he doesn't know at this point. He definitely started when he left the room, and all of his actions in the dark were seen by Long Outyen. The desire to gossip and the fear of dirty things instantly faded, and a guilty conscience instantly flooded his mind. Yan Yanning's knees gave way. He shamefully knelt on the ground. "Young master, I'm innocent." 5 minutes later. Yan Yanning was kneeling on the ground, holding a pillow, her eyes on the hem of Long Outyen's trousers. She looked obedient, as if she was confessing her love. Long Outyen sat in the middle of the sofa, staring coldly at Yan Yanning. "Go on, what were you doing just now?" Yan Yanning's legs felt a little numb, so she shifted her buttocks slightly. "I was worried that you wouldn't be used to sleeping in pajamas on the first night, so I got up to check." Long Outyen's eyebrows twitched, and he coldly raised the corners of his mouth. "If you're so worried about me, then switch with me?" "That's not necessary. Young master, I must sleep in a bed. I'm still not well. If something goes wrong later, how can I serve you to the best of my ability?" The woman's eyes kept rolling under the lights, obviously not saying the truth. Long Outyen lost interest in arguing and glanced at Yan Yanning. "What were you just taking pictures of on your phone?" Yan Yanning shifted her butt uncomfortably. "I didn't take any pictures. I'm just afraid of the dark, so I turned on the flashlight to illuminate the way." "What kind of flashlight flashes? A short circuit?" Long Outyen withdrew his gaze from Yan Yanning. "Secretly photographing your employer is a serious offense. You'll be fined 10,000 yuan. Yan Yanning sat up straight in an instant. "I really didn't take any pictures, young master. I'm being wronged. The contract stipulates that Party B has a lifelong obligation to keep this agreement confidential and may not disclose it to any third party other than parties A and B. Although you didn't take any pictures and there was no direct act of disclosure, taking pictures in itself is highly suspicious. 10,000 yuan is a warning, and if there is a next time. Long Outyen narrowed his eyes. The fine is multiplied by 10. Chapter 28. The mattress is quite good. As soon as the words fell, Yan Yenning's body, which had just sat up straight, instantly slumped to the ground again. A commission of 1 million a month, and now it's only the first day, and already 15,000 has been deducted. If this trend continues, will I get paid next month? Young master, I won't do it again next time. Can we discuss the penalty? Long Outyen spoke indifferently, it can be discussed, 20,000. Yan Yenning bit her lip sadly and said, Young master, why don't we just not discuss it? I'll pay the fine. The fine is over. Long Outyen glanced at Yan Yenning and said, You can go back to sleep. Yan Yenning nodded with a heavy heart, got up from the ground, and turned to go back to her room. As she lifted her foot, she glanced at the thin quilt on the sofa and the indistinct dents on the sofa armrest. Her foot instinctively stopped. Young master, aren't you in your pajamas and hat room? Why are you sleeping on the sofa? The moment the question came out, Long Outyen gave her a cold glance. I, Long Outyen, will never sleep on the ground in my life. Finished asking? Seeing that Long Outyen was about to fine her in the next second, Yan Yenning hurriedly nodded. Finished asking. It's cool in the autumn, and although there is heating, the thin quilt is not necessarily warm, so you should cover up more. Otherwise, if you get sick, as your legal wife and subordinate, I will be sad. Long Outyen blinked rapidly and threw several flirtatious glances. Yan Yenning expressed her heartfelt gratitude. With a carefree gait, she slipped into the bedroom, Long Outyen's expressionless face. Behind Yan Yenning, Long Outyen stared at her back. He didn't get up from the sofa until her back disappeared through the door, and then he slowly got up and walked over to the switch to turn off the lights. Then he walked over towards the sofa. He slowly lifted the quilt and shamefully lay down on the sofa. The sofa was slightly narrow and he felt very cramped. After lying down for less than 5 minutes, Long Outyen frowned and slowly rolled over. 5 minutes later, he rolled over again. In the bedroom, on the big bed, Yan Yenning gradually fell asleep in the pain of a 10,000 yuan fine. In her sleep, as if in an illusion, she heard a thud, the sound of something falling to the ground. Yan Yenning was sound asleep and muttered a complaint when she heard the sound. After a while, the sound of the sliding door resounded again. The sound lasted for a moment, and then there was silence again. Yan Yenning fell asleep completely. It was not a solid night. In her sleep, Yan Yenning dreamed that she was kneeling in front of the sofa, reciting the contract terms over and over again to Long Outyen. Long Outyen was sitting on the sofa, cross-legged, tapping a wooden fish. Yan Yenning's heart was bleeding. Long Outyen tapped the wooden fish all night, and Yan Yenning's heartache continued all night. When the morning light came up, before the alarm clock went off, Yan Yenning opened her eyes. After a night of nightmares, Yan Yenning felt as if she hadn't slept at all. The sound of the wooden fish in her dream seemed to continue in her brain. Yan Yenning got up from the bed, and after a while of feeling dizzy, when her brain became slightly clearer, her heart of revenge began to rush out of the gates. There was no movement outside, so she thought that Long Outyen hadn't got up yet. If she went out now, she could capture Long Outyen's embarrassing appearance sleeping on the sofa. Although I can't take a picture, it's still satisfying to get a look, isn't it? She did as she said, immediately lifting the quilt, slipping on her slippers and slipping out the door, unable to wait to head towards the sofa. She already had an excuse ready. If Long Outyen caught her in the act later, she would say she wanted to come over and tease him about his sleeping habits. Yan Yenning's footsteps slowed. No. The corner of the quilt is within 1 meter. With Long Outyen's temperament, he will definitely deduct another 5,000 points. Then I'll say I came to draw the curtains, afraid that there are light leaks, so I want to help. With an excuse, Yan Yenning's heart is set, and the pace of her feet becomes faster and faster. In no time, she has walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows. 1 meter from the sofa. While pulling the curtains with one hand, she peeks at the sofa with the other. It's empty, not the scene she was expecting. Yan Yenning let go of the curtain. What? Long Outyen was already up? But she had just looked at the clock, and it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Staring blankly at the sofa, Yan Yenning was in the midst of feeling lost and depressed when the sliding door not far away was slowly opened. Long Outyen rubbed his neck with his hand, and with a cold expression on his face, he walked out of the cloakroom. His hair was slightly messy, and the black satin pajamas he was wearing were slightly wrinkled, as if he had just gotten up not long ago. Yan Yanning stared at the curly hair on Long Outyen's head and asked without thinking. "Young master, didn't you say that you would never sleep on the ground in this life?" As soon as the words fell, Long Outyen's body stiffened. His gaze swept over, and the two locked eyes. Yan Yanning instantly shuddered at the coldness in Long Outyen's eyes. A penalty alarm sounded in her head. In the twinkling of an eye, she had a brainstorm and put on an overly enthusiastic smile. "Oops, look at my brain, you've already said it, how can it be a dressing room?" Dressing room, why is it called a dressing room? It's the place where you have to change clothes." With those two words out, Yan Yanning swept the goofy hair on Long Outyen's head and the pajamas on his body. Oh no. The logic doesn't hold up. Yan Yanning hurriedly tried to make amends. "Seeing you like this, have you not found any clothes you like, or shall I help you choose some?" While saying this, she raised her foot and rushed towards the cloakroom, rolled up her sleeves and was about to get down to work, vowing not to let Long Outyen lose face. Yan Yanning had already arrived within a few steps, before Long Outyen could respond. Within her field of vision, in the corner of the closet against the wall, the floor mat was spread out, the top layer already crumpled, obviously having been slept on. Yan Yanning's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. She tore her gaze away from the floor mat and slowly made eye contact with Long Outyen. In Long Outyen's ice-cold eyes, Yan Yanning raised her hand and clenched her fist. "I said last night it felt like I was dreaming. The bed was so hard. It turns out that I have been sleepwalking for a long time, and I even messed up the floor." Ha ha. Long Outyen. The morning dining table. Grandpa Long swept the two sides with a kind face, and his gaze slid from his grandson to his granddaughter-in-law. "Outyen and Yanning, did you sleep well last night?" The spring roll that Yan Yanning had picked up fell back onto the plate with a clang. She stole a glance at Long Outyen across the table. The morning chill was still there, and she could see that she had offended him badly. Yan Yanning was determined to make amends and decided to take on the important role of socializing with the elderly Long. "Not very good, Grandpa." "Oh? Is the mattress uncomfortable?" "No. It's good to let the servants at home change." "The mattress." Yan Yanning gave a shy smile, rubbed her waist, and then rubbed her neck. "It's just that last night Aotian insisted that I rest my head on his arm, so I have a little neck pain, hee." After these words, the old master Long stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Long Outyen's eyes across the room were even colder. Yan Yanning looked at Long Outyen, confused. "Didn't you say you were acting like a couple? Don't couples sleep in each other's arms? Why is he dissatisfied again?" Chapter 29 Lawn Worker Position. After experiencing last night and this morning, Yan Yanning had every intention of avoiding Long Outyen. He waited until the other person's fur had calmed down a little before returning to normal with Long Outyen. Who knew that the words casually agreed to at the dinner table yesterday were actually taken seriously by Grandpa Long? Before the breakfast was even finished, Grandpa Long named and ordered Yan Yanning to visit the company and observe Long Outyen at work. He even asked Lin Yi to arrange a workstation for her, obviously with the intention of Yan Yanning being stationed there for a long time. Yan Yanning was determined to refuse, saying repeatedly that she wanted to stay at home to accompany Grandpa Long, but she was rejected by Grandpa Long. At the beginning, Grandpa Long, who had clearly said that he wanted to spend more time with the younger generation, moved back to the manor. Now the mood had changed, and he began to complain about the crowds. So, in the cold embrace of Long Outyen, Yan Yanning was forced to take the car to the company with the two dogs. The car drove all the way down the hillside villa area, and after a while it entered the city and headed towards the CBD. Yan Yanning, hugging the bear, sat face to face with Long Outyen, who was holding the princess. The bear's tail was flying around, and its little butt was squirming and arching, desperate to get down and go over to its daughter-in-law. Yan Yanning tightened her grip on the bear, holding it firmly in her arms. Seeing that Long Outyen was in a bad temper, she couldn't let the bear go over and provoke him at this moment. Yan Yanning secretly wrestled with the bear while peeking at Long Outyen across the compartment. It was unnaturally quiet in the carriage, with only the grunting of the bear. The princess began to fidget, and Long Outyen's cold gaze swept over her. Yan Yanning coughed hastily to cover the bear's noise. Then, she found a topic of conversation. "Young master, just now, the boss said to let me go to the company to keep you company, but with my qualifications, I'm sure I'd just be a burden to you there. Why did you agree?" Long Outyen raised his hand to comfort the princess, and his clean, slender fingers slowly brushed her head. If I don't let you go to the company, do you want me to keep you at home, talking nonsense to the old man? Yan Yenning. Okay, why are you even attacking my character? It's really unnecessary to talk to you. Yan Yenning lost her mood to chat, and she gave the bear a hard slap on the butt, then shut her mouth and simply began to be as quiet as a chicken. The Long Group office building. The black extended length Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance to the building, and the little security guard at the door came over on his own initiative and opened the back door. Long Outyen stepped down with long legs and got off the car with the princess in his arms. Then Linny walked out of the car and followed on one side. The security guard habitually went up to the car to close the door. Just as he grasped the handle, he met a strange little greyhound. Has the boss got a new dog? The security guard's hand instinctively paused. The little greyhound leaped from the car on its short little legs, with a leash tied around its neck. The leash was taut, pulling all the way forward, and along the leash, it brought out a strange, beautiful woman from the car. The security guard froze for a moment. The other person seemed to be aware of his gaze, turned his head and looked over, revealing a pair of watery eyes. Then, he nodded slightly and winked. The security guard recovered, blushed, and lowered his head instantly. The car door closed, and Long Outyen and Linny had already walked into the building. Yan Yenning, holding the bear, felt that she was following the two men. As they walked, they looked around. The two-story atrium in the middle is covered in marble, and the sunlight shining through the glass curtain wall illuminates the entire space. The magnificent and luxurious decoration subtly shows off the wealth. Opposite the entrance, the entire marble wall is inlaid with the 4 Chinese characters for Long's group. Yan Yenning sighed as she walked. This is really impressive. It was the time when the workers were going to work, and the employees in formal attire kept coming and going. When they saw Long Outyen, they all stopped, nodded slightly, and leaned forward. The large hall was surprisingly quiet. Long Outyen kept walking without stopping, having already gotten used to it. As for Yan Yenning behind him, she followed Long Outyen, braving the prying glances from all directions, all the way into the elevator. The elevator doors closed from both sides, shutting out all prying eyes. The elevator went up, and in a minute, it quickly rose to the top, almost reaching the clouds. Yan Yenning followed and got out of the elevator, walking all the way through the corridor. In no time, they reached the door to Long Outyen's office. Long Zhongzhao was greeted by 4 male secretaries who all stood up from their workstations at once and nodded and bowed to Long Outyen. They were all good-looking, which once again reinforced Yan Yenning's image of Long Outyen as a womanizing scumbag. The two followed them into the office. Long Outyen sat down in his office chair, and Linny stood by his side, starting to go over the day's schedule. Yan Yenning, carrying the dog, awkwardly stopped in the middle of the large office. Then, amidst Linyi's report, Yan Yenning finally took the opportunity to speak, calling out to Long Outyen. "Young master, where is my workstation?" Long Outyen raised his eyes from his desk, raised the corners of his mouth at Yan Yenning, and tilted his chin slightly. Linny then raised his hand to adjust the frame of his glasses, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He slightly raised his hand towards the corner of Long Outyen's office. "Miss Yan, your position is over there." Yan Yenning looked around. "Where?" "Over there." Following Linyi's hand, Yan Yenning fixed her eyes on it. Half an hour later, in Long Outyen's office. The spacious office has a light blue glass curtain wall, offering a great view. The view of the city outside the window is unobstructed, as if you were on top of the clouds. In one corner of the office, Yan Yenning petted the bear and stared out the window for a long time. Then, expressionlessly, she turned her head. Behind a white fence, Long Outyen's dignified face, buried in work, came into view. Who can tell her why her workstation is a lawn surrounded by a fence, and it's right under Long Outyen's nose? It's a green lawn, soft to the touch, quite large, with a desk in the corner and dog toys scattered around. There's also a doggy dining table. What kind of workstation is this? It's a dog kennel. This is outrageous, really outrageous. Working in here is no different from a monkey in a zoo. Yan Yenning wanted to rebel, but Long Outyen kept saying that the 2 dogs needed to be taken care of. As the dog sitter, she should of course stay close to the dogs. The bear and the princess were rolling around on the lawn nearby, and every now and then they would come and rub against Yan Yenning's pant leg. Yan Yenning sat inside the fence, glaring at Long Outyen with deep resentment in her eyes. Long Outyen must have done it on purpose. This is his revenge on me, for letting him sleep on the floor. The wealthy Long family, the head of the Long group, has a heart as small as a needle's eye. Humiliation, what a great humiliation. I have never been so humiliated in my life. From today onwards, you and I are enemies, Long Outyen. Chapter 30 The Mysterious Master. Yen Yening crouched in the green grass surrounded by white fences, pulling her pant leg out of the bear's mouth. Not far away, a young man in a suit was having a meeting with Long Outyen. How are the Long's technology people looking? Long's technology? Isn't it the same Long's technology that sent me an invitation yesterday? Yen Yening's ears pricked up as she turned her back on Long Outyen. Administration and finance are in place, and the heads of the project, planning, art, and testing departments have all entered the negotiation and salary negotiation stages. Only. The young man's voice slowed down. Long Outyen's brows furrowed slightly. Only what? The head of the programming department is currently behind schedule. Experienced technical experts are currently holding core positions in major factories, and there are not many interested parties. We tried to invite a mysterious master from a gaming forum, but when it came to this, the man's expression became a little subtle. After a pause, he continued. We were rejected by the other party. The moment of subtlety was successfully captured. The reason? What did the other party say? Yen Yening's back moved, and she silently moved behind her desk. The young man rubbed his hands together awkwardly, and after a while, he hesitantly spoke. The other party said. I, Xiongdi, swear that I will not become Long Outyen's lackey. Mr. Long, does this ID, Xiong de Xiong Batianxia, ring a bell? It sounded like the other party had some sort of connection with you. Long Outyen narrowed his eyes. He tried to search his mind for the word Xiong de Xiong Batianxia, but to no avail. The only thing in his life that had anything to do with the word Xiong was Long Outyen's glance over to the silly gray dog on the lawn not far away. A bear, just looking at the names, the similarity is very limited. A silly dog, a technical expert, the identities of the two are also worlds apart. Long Outyen's gaze moved up and settled on Yen Yening's back. If he remembered correctly, the old man had mentioned yesterday that this woman majored in games in college. It's a bit coincidental. But the youngest of the technical experts from various major manufacturers is already in his 30s. A woman who has just graduated for a year or two, would she be the technical leader that Long Technology wants to recruit? Long Outyen withdrew his gaze and smirked at his own speculation. Since the other party has no intention, then find another option. Long's capital is abundant, the budget is not a problem, and with a generous reward, it will not be long before the right person is found. The young man agreed and soon exited the office. Long Outyen resumed work, and the sound of the signature pen rubbing against the paper could be faintly heard in the large office. Yen Yening secretly stretched her cramped legs, slowly got up from the lawn, and sat down at her desk. She opened her laptop, flipped through the homepage of the forum, and glanced at Long Outyen, who was not far away. Long Outyen. You would never have guessed that it was your great-aunt who dominated the world, right? When I raise the Ning flag and make a splash in the game industry, I will definitely push your Long Technology to the ground one day. Just wait and see who's going to be calling who daddy. Yen Yening was happily thinking about this when suddenly Long Outyen looked up, and the two of them locked eyes. What are you smiling at? Huh? Yen Yening's mouth twitched, and she hurriedly lifted her hand to touch the corner of her mouth. Did I smile? Did I smile? What do you think? Long Outyen frowned and looked at the woman not far away, who looked like she was in a Chinese opera. Thinking about the woman's act of peeping in the dark last night, and bumping into her this morning as she came out of the cloakroom. Long Outyen's eyes hardened. He raised his hand and dialed the intercom. Linny, come in. A moment later, the office door was knocked on, and Linny pushed open the door and came in. What is it, young master? Add an article to the contract. Party B shall maintain basic respect for Party A, and shall not engage in obvious acts of ridicule or mockery. Ridicule? Mockery? When did I obviously ridicule or mock? I always did it secretly, didn't I? And when it comes to mockery, aren't I the one being mocked? Yen Yening's good mood from just imagining rubbing Long's technology disappeared in an instant when a cauldron fell from the sky. Young master, respect is mutual. Since you say that Party B maintains basic respect for Party A, I demand that an additional clause be added to the contract, stating that Party A shall also maintain basic respect for Party B and shall not engage in obvious acts of mockery or cold violence, or else Party A shall provide compensation for mental damages. Otherwise, I will definitely not sign this supplementary agreement. Long Out Yin coldly looked at Yan Yanning for a long time before finally speaking. Add it to her. Yes. 5 minutes later, 2 supplementary agreements were placed in front of the two of them. Yan Yanning looked at the contract terms on it and signed it while secretly smiling. Given Long Out Yin's usual habit of looking at people askance, it was only a matter of time before there was sarcasm and cold violence. It won't be long before I earn back the fine that was deducted from me, will it? Yan Yanning's eyes curved, and she pushed the signed contract in front of Long Out Yin. The supplementary agreement has been reached, so in the future we must pay attention, young master. Speaking of which, yesterday I checked into your bedroom as promised. When will you give me the necklace from Christie's Hong Kong as promised? Long Out Yin looked sideways at Lin Yi. What's the progress on that necklace? It was just auctioned last night, and the other party sent a private jet this morning to deliver the necklace to S City. According to the schedule, it should have landed by now. If there are no unexpected circumstances, Miss Yen, you will be able to get the necklace in half an hour. Yan Yanning nodded expectantly. Sure enough, half an hour later, 3 staff members came to the door. The middle-aged man in the center took out the safe, entered the password on the spot, and handed the black velvet jewelry box to Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin's chin tilted slightly. Give it to her. The middle-aged man turned around and saw a person and 2 dogs sitting in the lawn, and smiled as he handed the jewelry box to Yan Yanning. Your jewelry, miss. Yan Yanning reached out and took it. The jewelry box was opened in front of her face, and in the center of the black velvet fabric, a sapphire necklace lay quietly. In the daytime light, this diamond-studded necklace radiated a brilliance that the camera lens could not capture. The design was like a lace collar, with white diamonds strung together like threads, interwoven like a fishing net, and descending in a cascade. Large sapphires were set at the focal point, so beautiful that they took one's breath away. Yan Yanning looked at it in fascination for a long time, until her hands began to tremble a little. Even after the middle-aged man left with his staff, Yan Yanning was still caught up in the impact of the necklace. It's so beautiful, really so beautiful. Yan Yanning exclaimed as she admired it, holding the black velvet jewelry box and adjusting the angle to watch the light from the diamonds spread from different angles. After indulging for a long time, the shock gradually faded, and Yan Yanning belatedly sensed the familiar gaze falling on her. Her smile stopped. Yan Yanning looked across the room in an instant. Not far away, Long Out Yin was sitting at his desk, expressionless as he looked at her. Yan Yanning. You're disgusted with me, aren't you? I'm not. Yes, you are. As the head of the prestigious Long Group, lying is unbecoming of you. Yan Yanning put the necklace aside and took out the supplementary agreement she had just signed. The contract stipulated that Party A should also maintain basic respect for Party B and refrain from obvious acts of mockery and violence, otherwise Party A should provide compensation for mental damage. Young master, in view of your recent actions. Yan Yanning shook the supplementary agreement in her hand. Please compensate me for my mental distress, 5,000. Chapter 31 Chapter 31A250. After successfully recovering 5,000 from Long Out Yin, Yan Yanning's morale was greatly boosted. If this trend continues, it may not only recover the fine previously deducted by Long Out Yin, but even earn extra money in the future. Becoming rich is just around the corner. After admiring her necklace, Yan Yanning closed the jewelry box, put it in her bag, and began to concentrate on her work. After all, she still had to rub Long technology into the ground in the future to generate heat, so she could not neglect her serious work. Yan Yanning connected to the Wi-Fi network at Long Technology headquarters and secretly logged into her forum account. Under Long Out Yin's watchful eye, she boldly began recruiting members under her ID, which was the domineering Bear King. The message she sent last night, waiting for someone to cook a goose in a clay pot, was still unread. Yan Yanning browsed the homepage. There were a lot of people just fishing for attention and posting complaints, but very few were serious enough to share their thoughts. After browsing for a morning, there was never a second suitable person like the one who would cook a goose in a clay pot. At 12 noon, Yan Yanning angrily got up from the table. After arranging lunch for the 2 dogs, Lin Yi happened to knock on the office door. It was lunchtime. The table was full of various dishes, and Yan Yanning felt that she should sit on the sofa, and she couldn't wait to start unwrapping the wet wipes to wipe her hands. After wiping her hands, the sofa next to her was still empty. Yan Yanning looked at Long Out Yin, who was still frowning and signing at his desk, clearly immersed in his work. After waiting for 5 minutes with chopsticks in hand, the food was slowly cooling down, and Long Out Yin showed no sign of getting up. After two cooing sounds, Yin Yanning felt a little hungry. Young master. Young master. Long Outyin finished approving a document, reached out to pick up the next one, and suddenly heard a voice calling from not far away. The voice sounded like it was summoning a spirit. Long Outyin paused, looked up, and saw Yin Yanning sitting on the sofa, holding a pair of chopsticks in each hand, raising them above her head, the tips pointing straight up towards the ceiling. What are you doing? I'm strengthening the signal. Yin Yanning kept the chopsticks in her hands upright and continued with the action she had just performed. You didn't hear me calling you just now, so I think the signal between us might be weak. You see, I've set up an antenna, and you've replied, haven't you? After saying this, Yin Yanning threw a flirtatious glance at Long Outyin. Long Outyin stared at the two chopsticks on Yin Yanning's head, expressionless, and remained silent for a while. So, shouldn't you put down your antenna? No, I'm afraid if I do, the signal between us will be cut off. What do you want to say? I want to say that it's lunchtime. Do you want to eat first, and work after you eat? I won't eat first. Long Outyin subconsciously wanted to say that he wouldn't eat first, and talk about it later. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he met Yin Yanning's eyes, and Long Outyin suddenly remembered the previous negotiation with this woman at the Lin Mansion banquet. The table was full, clean as if it had been cleaned by something, with half the plate still on it. At the moment, the woman's eyes were glowing with a mysterious light. It was as if she was waiting for him to say the next part of the sentence. Long Outyin immediately changed the subject. Fine, I'll finish eating and then work. Then, slowly, he got up from his desk. In the other person's obviously dimming gaze, the corner of his mouth raised imperceptibly, and he walked over to the coffee table and sat down. For Yin Yanning, a good meal was directly reduced in deliciousness by more than half because of Long Outyin. Based on the 1-meter contractual provision between the two, she was forced to pay attention to Long Outyin's chopstick movements the whole time. When the other person went to pick up the beef in the upper right corner of the coffee table, Yin Yanning changed her course midway and went to pick up the chicken fillet in the lower left corner. When the other person went to pick up the shrimp in the middle of the coffee table, Yin Yanning withdrew her hand and stirred the rice in her bowl. The distance of 1 meter is still under control. However, the next second, Long Outyin's hand that was picking up the food reached out towards the chicken fillet that was closest to her. The distance of 1 meter became precarious in an instant. Yin Yanning, in a reflex, bounced up from the sofa and walked halfway around the coffee table to the other side of the corner. Long Outyin was halfway through picking up food when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yin Yanning suddenly lift her rice bowl and jump up from the sofa, in a movement that looked like she was possessed. His hand paused in mid-air. What are you doing? Yin Yanning picked up a broad bean with a resentful expression. The contract stipulates that we must maintain a distance of 1 meter. A violation of this rule is punishable by 5,000 yuan, so of course I have to avoid it. Long Outyin looked at the position of the chicken fillet with a delayed reaction. Then, she silently withdrew her hand that was holding the chicken fillet. Yin Yanning did not return to the sofa, but stood directly opposite Long Outyin and started picking food. By the way, young master, does our Long's group have an employee cafeteria? Yes, it does. Why? Yin Yanning's resentful expression disappeared, and her eyes lit up. Why don't you ask Lin Yi to give me an employee meal card? I'll go to the employee cafeteria for lunch from now on. You are a noble person, and after all, I am just an employee you pay to do your work. Lin Yi, as your trusted secretary, cannot even eat at the same table as you, and I am just a newcomer who has only been working here for a short time, so how can I possibly eat with you? A torrent of sweet nothings. Unfortunately, Long Outyin was unmoved. The canteen is a benefit provided to Long staff. You are not a Long staff member, so you are not eligible for a meal allowance. At this, Long Outyin suddenly remembered something. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Yanning. That said, if I remember correctly, the contract you and I signed does not stipulate that party A needs party B to provide meals. Now that this is not a necessary social occasion, shouldn't you pay for your own meals? Why are you sitting here? Yin Yanning had calculated everything, but never expected the gun to turn on her. In this office, apart from the young master, there is only me, and there are 2 sets of tableware on the table. Isn't the extra set prepared for me? Besides, young master, I was brought into the company by you. Theoretically, shouldn't you be responsible for my meals? Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. Is your theory supported by the terms of the contract? No. Since it is not, your theory is invalid. The extra cutlery does not mean that you have the right to use the meal. It may just be spare cutlery provided by the restaurant when preparing the meal. After saying this, Long Outyen leisurely picked up the broccoli. Later, Linny will pay half the cost of the meal, and your share will be deducted from your salary next month. Yen Yening. Recently, I have been negotiating agreements with Long Outyen, and the amounts involved are often tens of thousands of dollars, so I almost forgot. At the police station, the compensation was nearly 200,000 yuan, but this person said that the zero should be rounded off, and as a result, 50 cents was rounded off. Now, as the richest man in S City, it seems unsurprising that he even has to pay for a work meal himself. After the meal was over, Linny was called into Long Outyen's office. For a work meal of 500 yuan, Yen Yening was forced to pay 250 yuan. Yen Yening looked to the side and rolled her eyes silently. Stingy, really stingy, but too stingy. He really is annoying. Chapter 32 Unyielding Silver. After lunch, Long Outyen continued to devote himself to the mountain-like pile of folders, concentrating on his work. Yen Yening had eaten the meal on tenterhooks, and what's more, he had spent a huge sum of money. At this moment, he looked at Long Outyen with disgust and didn't want to stay in the office any longer. He got up the idea of going out for a walk and a meal. It was still the lunch break for employees. As she pushed open the office door, she saw 4 handsome male secretaries gathered together, each with a mobile phone in their hands, busily engaged in some activity. Linny, who was not far away, was sitting at his desk, smiling as he watched. The sound of footsteps and gunshots echoed through the small office, sounding somewhat familiar to Yen Yening. The 4 male secretaries buried their heads in their mobile phones, talking to each other. Be careful, someone's coming. Where? Report your position. It's inside the red house in the northeast. A burst of loud footsteps and gunshots. Hey, I'm falling, help me. Try to climb over here, I can't help you from there. Yen Yening was curious and quietly walked behind one of the young secretaries, peering over. A familiar interface. A competitive game that has been popular in recent years, King of the Kill. The secretary is controlling the joystick, peering out of the window of the house with a gun raised. Amidst the sounds of footsteps and gunshots in the background, there is a faint movement. Yen Yening blinks, lowers her voice and says in a hushed tone. Be careful behind you, someone's coming up the stairs. The secretary jolts and his hands shake as an unexpected sound rings in his ears. His phone drops onto the carpet with a thud. The game cannot be delayed for even a moment, especially as there is already gunfire. The secretary boy hastily picks up his phone. The health bar in the interface is already decreasing, and the secretary boy quickly rotates his perspective, moving while shooting in the direction of the door. Unfortunately, it's too late. In a moment, the character in the camera falls to the ground. The secretaries on the side are still in the midst of an intense gunfight. The secretary boy angrily put away his phone, looked behind him somewhat helplessly, and prepared to see the culprit who had just interrupted him. As soon as he turned around, he came face to face with Yen Yening. The secretary boy froze slightly and immediately got up from his chair. Old boss lady? Yen Yening arched her eyes. What old boss lady, we're about the same age, you can just call me Sister Ning in the future. The secretary boy hesitated and glanced at Linny, and when he saw Linny nod, he weakly called out, Sister Ning. Well, what are you doing here? The secretary boy didn't say anything and glanced at Linny again. Linny smiled and took over the conversation. Because the company's business will be adjusted later, they need to spend their free time learning about the types of games that are currently popular on the market. Having a basic understanding of the game market will be helpful for their subsequent work with the business line. Yen Yening nodded, I see, I understand. Sister Ning, the secretary's little brother spoke up again, how did you know someone was there just now? Footsteps. Yen Yening pointed at her phone. The gunshots were so loud just now that I guess you didn't hear them. There are footsteps underneath. Oh, I really wasn't paying attention just now. The secretary's little brother seemed to understand but didn't. So, Sister Ning also plays this? MMHM. Yen Yening took out her phone and waved it around. I came over to ask if you guys can let me join in while you play. The secretary was a bit embarrassed. Ning, the highest level we can reach is gold, so I'm afraid we can't let you join. King of the Roost uses a single round point system to determine rank based on points, divided into 8 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, star diamond, crown, ace, and god of war. Gold is just 1 rank above silver, and at most it can be considered an introductory rank for this game. The secretary really wasn't being modest. Gold was not a level that could lead anyone. But Yan Yanning didn't mind. Gold was a good level. You, Ning, happen to be unyielding at the silver level. Is that okay? The lunch break was 2 hours long, and it was just past 1 o'clock, so there was more than enough time. The 4 secretaries and Yan Yanning successfully formed a team of 5 and began the countdown to the game. A gold game is not comparable to a high-end game. The players are generally of limited ability, and the hit rate is largely dependent on luck. In this kind of game, it is more likely to win if you try to hide as much as possible. Ning, later on, try to hide as much as possible and just concentrate on picking up equipment. If you encounter danger, just yell, and we 4 will handle it. Yan Yanning nodded with a smile. Okay. Not long after, the secretary fell to the roof of a 3-story building in City A. Seeing that Yan Yanning was not far away, the young man let out a sigh of relief. He quickly picked up his equipment and headed downstairs, ready to protect Yan Yanning once he was done. He had just picked up his equipment on the 2nd floor when a system alert suddenly appeared on the screen. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, has used an assault rifle to take down Im Nyonyo. The young man paused in his equipment picking. Ha! You can lose your life, but you can't stop picking up your equipment. The young man kept on picking up his equipment as he headed downstairs. Ning, have you encountered the enemy? You hide in a place first, I'll come to you now. The next second, a system reminder appeared on the screen again. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, used the assault rifle to knock out Im Yang. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, used the assault rifle to knock out Im Yang. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, used the assault rifle to knock out Im Yang. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, used the assault rifle to knock out Im Yang. 2 consecutive notifications of headshots prompted the remaining 4 to look up from the screen and all turned to Yan Yanning. Yan Yanning looked up and said helplessly. Face is too dark, just happened to jump into the same house as these 2. The remaining 4. Is this a matter of face being too dark? The king of chicken eating matches opponents based on the average strength of the team. In other words, the opponents in this round are most likely all gold level. Although gold is not a high-end rank, it is ultimately a whole level higher than silver. So Sister Ning, you are an unyielding silver, how did you win against these 2 people? The game had just started, and the other 3 people had not yet cleared the building. In competitive games, time cannot be delayed. Without having time to ask in detail, the young man told Yan Yanning to be careful and to meet up later, and then continued to pick up equipment. In a moment, the building was cleared, and the young man was about to call out to his teammates to gather. But then he saw another elimination reminder on the screen. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, has used a sniper rifle to hit the head and knock down Peanuts. Your teammate, Ning Xiaoxiong, has used a sniper rifle to eliminate Peanuts. At the same time, Yan Yanning said lightly from the side. Young man, pack up and go downstairs. I have a car. Is this the level of combat these days? Disclaimer. The game in this article will refer to some games on the market, but the specific settings will be adjusted as needed by the plot. Please don't over-identify with reality, and if there are any differences, please feel free to comment. Chapter 33, The Secretary's Quartet. The game continued, and Yan Yanning mercilessly harvested all the way, with precise sniping, keen awareness, and both skill and strategy. There is no need for her to be protected by 4 secretaries, but rather the other way around. The 4 followed Yan Yanning on her robbery spree, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. They were well equipped and never felt richer. Of course, they also survived to the end without any suspense. At the end of the game, in front of Yan Yanning's LP, there hung a bright MVP sign. Yan Yanning's face showed no sign of triumph, and she exited the settlement interface, looking at the other 4 with a calm expression. There was exactly half an hour left until the end of the break. Another game? The 4 good-looking male secretaries responded in unison with a dull yes. Oh. Half an hour later. Another game was over, and this time the whole process went even more smoothly than the last game. The 4 of them easily survived until the end, while Yan Yanning, with 20 harvested heads, once again took the championship MVP player. It was almost 2 o'clock, time to get to work. Yan Yanning jumped off her desk, put her phone back in her pocket, and looked at the other 4 people, who were still in a daze. Secretaries, it's time to work. Will you take me with you again sometime? Yan Yanning's 4 colleagues spoke at the same time. Yan Yening is just too strong. It's not us who are taking you with us, it's you who should be taking us with you. The young secretary in the middle was filled with tears. Sister Ning, from now on, you are the only sister for the four of us. Yan Yening waved her hand. She added the four to her WeChat, created a small game group, and made an appointment to continue tomorrow at lunch. Immediately, in the adoring gaze of the four, Yan Yening strode towards Long Outyan's office. Once the door behind her closed, Yan Yening, who had looked calm, finally couldn't help but shake her hand. It's been 2 years since I last played this game, and my wrists are really a bit stiff. To be honest, since graduating and getting a salary as a social animal, I no longer have to work hard to earn tuition and living expenses, and the life of a power leveler has gradually been put on hold. Fortunately, although it's been a long time, the skills are still there, and it seems more than enough to play an amateur ranked match? Yan Yening pondered as she walked. Maybe I can even broadcast the entire account and spend an hour or two playing games every day? If the account becomes popular, when Chiyu goes online, I can still use the account to evaluate and promote it, saving a lot of promotional costs? Unconsciously, the sun outside the window was setting, gradually disappearing into the skyline of S-City. The office door was knocked gently, and after a while, Linny pushed the door open and walked over to Long Outyan's side. Young master, it's 6 o'clock, time to go back. Long Outyan looked up from his documents. The whole day of intense work had given him a headache. He rubbed his temples with his hands and then his gaze swept over the lawn not far away where there were one person and two dogs. The woman at the desk was lying on her stomach in front of the computer, her eyes shining, staring intently at the computer screen, her hands tapping away on the keyboard at high speed, busy with something. She had obviously forgotten about taking care of the dogs. The princess was rolling around on the side, her bow tie had fallen off at some point, the drawing was sloppy, and she was vaguely approaching the silly dog. The greyhound's bow tie was crooked, and its mouth was chewing on a stuffed toy, which it was tearing apart on the lawn. Long Outyan's eyes hardened. Yan Yening. HM? Yan Yening was so focused on her work that she casually answered, "What's up?" "You have 5 minutes to tidy up the two dogs. We're going back to the manor." "Oh." Yan Yening glanced at the bottom right corner of the computer, 6:05. She had spent the whole afternoon fixing up the encounter, and she hadn't even noticed the time. Yan Yening immediately clicked save, shut down the computer, got up, and walked over to groom the two puppies. The little suit-on bear was askew, and the princess's ponytail was halfway done, when a voice came from above. 1/3 of this month's dog sitter's salary will be deducted. 1/3, that's 5,000? Yan Yening paused in her grooming. Why? The grooming of the two dogs is also part of the maintenance, and 5,000 is just a warning. If they are messy again next time, I will consider replacing you with someone more professional. Replace me? Yan Yening's eyes immediately lit up when she thought about replacing the bear because it had lost the SVLP client's kindergarten. She hadn't yet explained to Jinjin about SVLP, so this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Should she send the bear and the princess back to kindergarten? Isn't a pet kindergarten very professional? Long Outyan's eyes swept over her in an instant, like ice. By professional, do you mean letting the SVLP client be molested by the ugly dog? Yan Yening instantly felt discouraged. Reckless, aren't you poking Long Outyan in the lawn? Don't help the kindergarten recover, but instead be counted by Long Outyan. Forget it, if you don't like the kindergarten, just don't go. I will definitely change in the future, pay attention to the appearance of the two babies, okay? A fine of 5,000, remember? I remember. The fine is over, and Long Outyan, with one person and two dogs behind him, got up and walked out. Linny pushed open the office door, and Long Outyan walked out of the office. The four secretaries outside the door got up from their desks as usual, looked over here, and were ready to see him off from work. However, Long Outyan keenly sensed that the atmosphere of the four seemed a bit restless today. His pace slowed, and his eyes moved imperceptibly from one to the other. The four of them were usually so formal, but now, for some reason, their looks seemed a little impatient and hot. Long Outyan narrowed his eyes and took a closer look, but the feeling he had just had seemed to have disappeared again. The four secretaries leaned forward slightly and spoke in unison as usual. Have a nice day, Mr. Long. Long Outyan kept silent, lowered his eyes, lifted his foot and continued to walk out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard the movements of the four secretaries behind him. The atmosphere was completely different from before. Goodbye, Sister Ning. See you tomorrow, Sister Ning. Thank you for your hard work today, Sister Ning. Have a good rest tonight. See you tomorrow, my only sister Ning. Long Outyen paused, turned around and looked behind him. His 4 former strict secretaries were now waving enthusiastically at him, their faces full of smiles. Following the direction of the secretaries' gazes, Yen Yening, holding the 2 dogs, walked past them with a smile, waving slightly to both sides. Anyone who didn't know would think she was the boss. You're right. You've all worked hard too. Everyone go home and get some rest tonight. Keep up the good work tomorrow. See you at the office tomorrow. Long Outyen. The 4 secretaries have been at the Longs for several years, and I've never seen anything like this before. They're all smarmy and servile, and there's no trace of the elite demeanor I carefully selected in the first place. Long Outyen coldly scrutinized Yen Yening. When did the group of secretaries he hired at a high salary get harvested by this woman? Chapter 34 Little Sister. The car pulled into the manor at the exact moment the sun set on the skyline of S City. The distant sky was a bluish pink, and the moon was already looming in the sky. Yen Ning got out of the car behind Long Aotian, handed the 2 dogs to the servant by the side, and was greeted by Uncle De, who walked with them all the way to the dining room. Grandpa Long was already seated. The 2 sat across the table from each other as they had yesterday, and took the towels handed to them by the maid to wipe their hands. The old man glanced casually at his grandson, and then looked lovingly at Yen Yening. Yening, how was your day at the company? Did Outyen bully you? If he does, just tell me and I'll teach him a lesson. Long Outyen, who was wiping his hands slowly, glanced over at Yen Yening at the sound of his voice. The 2 of them silently locked eyes. Yes, how come there isn't? Long Outyen not only arranged her workstation in the dog kennel, but also deducted 255 yuan from her lunch allowance and 5,000 yuan from her appearance allowance. But if she said that, she was afraid that Long Outyen would take the opportunity to fine her again. After all, 5,000 yuan was more important. Yen Yening gave Long Outyen a wry smile. Of course not. Grandpa, I'm so smart and pretty, Aotian can't love me enough, he'd rather have gold-plated workstations than hurt me. Afternoon, he was afraid I wouldn't have enough to eat, so he specially told Lin Yi to order a work lunch. Right? Aotian? The old man nodded contentedly and started checking his homework again. So, what did you get out of the day at the office? Yen Yening stopped drying her hands. What did I gain? How could I gain anything when I was ignored by Long Outyen? I did gain something by taking the opportunity to have an affair with someone else, but I can't tell anyone about that. Yen Yening rolled her eyes. Yes, of course I did. Outyen's office has 4 male secretaries, and they are all very nice. I got to know them today. Huh? Grandpa Long suspected that he hadn't heard it clearly. 4 male secretaries? Yen Yening nodded shyly and gave Long Outyen a flirtatious wink. I never expected that Outyen's secretaries at the company were also men. I feel very secure after seeing this. Outyen is truly a man of exceptional integrity. It's really great to be able to marry him. Long Outyen. What familiarity. I'm afraid it's not about bribery. When it comes to telling lies, no one can beat this woman. Most likely, the 4 in the secretary's office were fooled in this way. Yen Yening's words made the old man very happy to hear. Not bad, not bad. Although Aotian has many problems, when it comes to relationships between men and women, there is really nothing to say. In that case, today is an early opportunity to get acquainted with the environment. After you have adapted to it, let Aotian arrange some work for you, but don't feel pressured. If you have any questions, just ask, and let Aotian answer them for you. After all, the Long Group will be yours in the future, and it's not a bad thing to learn more about the company's business. As the conversation progressed, Long Outyen and the old Long unconsciously slowed down the motion of rubbing their hands together. Yen Yening took a towel and was forced to wipe their hands again and again. Seeing that all the dishes on the table were ready, the aroma was spreading, especially the Sichuan-style fried mandarin fish in the center, with a crispy crust and a bright red color. Seeing that it had just been taken out of the pan, it couldn't bear any delay. Yen Yening nodded impatiently, ready to muddle through and get the meal started. However, Long Outyen spoke up again. The rhythm of the meal was once again interrupted. Grandpa, speaking of company business. My younger sister has been wandering around after graduation for a few years, isn't it time for her to come back and help take over the company? Younger sister? What younger sister? Long Outyen is not an only child, he has a younger sister? But why had Long Outyen never mentioned her to anyone at the manor? Yen Yenning stared at the squirrel-basted mandarin fish in the middle of the table, her eyes fixed, gossiping while feeling resentful. Suddenly, she felt that the atmosphere around her had changed. As soon as Long Outyen's words came out, the smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he looked full of worry, as if he had suddenly aged. Uncle D, on the other side, also had a gloomy look on his face, and his figure was much more stooped. Just what kind of person is this younger sister of his? Why did everyone suddenly look so miserable when Long Outyen mentioned her? Yen Yenning stared at the Szechuan-style fish with pine nuts and continued to listen intently, trying to pick up on any more information. The old man coughed, covering his chest with his hands. You're right, your sister really should go back to the company and take care of the family's responsibilities. Since you brought this up, Outyen, the old man reached out and patted Long Outyen's shoulder. Grandpa, I'm old and really can't control her. You're young and strong, so I'll leave it to you to contact your younger sister. Long Outyen raised his eyelid. Grandpa, I can't control her either. I'm only 2 years older than her, and you're 2 whole generations older than her, so logically, your influence on her should be much greater than mine. The business of the Long Group is secondary, and getting older doesn't prevent her from shining, but... Long Outyen's mouth curled slightly, and he folded the towel he used to dry his hands slowly and handed it to the maid. She is already of marriageable age, and I'm afraid that if she delays for a few more years, in our circles, we will only be able to find second-generation idle rich people. As he spoke, the steam from the food on the table gradually dissipated. Yen Yenning stared at the steam on the food and couldn't help but swallow quietly. Suddenly, the old man coughed violently twice. Oh dear, Outyen and Yenning, I'm afraid I have a headache, I can't eat today, you two eat by yourselves. He said, groaning, while waving to Butler De, who was standing nearby. Butler De hurriedly came up hunched over, supporting Mr. Long as he walked out. Before leaving the dining room, Mr. Long turned back and said, Outyen, your grandfather is old and wants to live a few more years. I really can't worry about anything. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. Your father is no longer here, so I'll leave your younger sister in your hands. With that, the old man hurriedly disappeared through the dining room door. There was silence in the dining room, and Long Outyen still hadn't shown any sign of wanting to eat. Yen Yenning glanced at the dishes on the table and couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. Ignoring Long Outyen, who was rubbing his temples, she started to eat the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Fortunately, although most of the heat had dissipated, the taste was still there. Crunch! Crunch! Slurp! Long Outyen rubbed his temples and then looked up when he heard the sound. He saw that at some point, most of the dishes on the table had been moved. The woman sitting opposite him was now stretching her chopsticks, picking up a shrimp and bringing it to her mouth. Then, with a smacking sound, she looked at him sincerely. Are you hungry, young master? Are you going to start eating? Chapter 35 Crying. Yen Yenning had a very happy meal. The words that Long Outyen's grandfather had just left before leaving seemed to have caused Long Outyen a lot of trouble. He obviously hadn't eaten all afternoon, and in theory, he should be hungry. However, after drying his hands, Long Outyen only glanced at her, and then the chopsticks on the table didn't even move, and he got up and left. Yen Yenning was left alone in the dining room. Considering Long Outyen's character, she probably wouldn't be able to face the shame of asking the kitchen to prepare a second meal, so she figured she would probably go to bed hungry tonight. Yen Yenning's appetite grew even stronger, and she found herself facing a large table of food, eating her fill. The food was delicious, and with Long Outyen feeling so down, after the meal, Yen Yenning's pent-up grievances from the day at the company were also gone. After leaving the dining room, Yen Yenning felt a little full. First, she went to visit the elderly Long, who was said to be suffering from a headache. As soon as the door opened, the elderly Long was engrossed in playing a game, and greeted her with a casual sit-down, showing no signs of a headache. Her heart sank. She said goodbye to Butler D and then set off to walk the grounds. It was completely dark outside, and the lights of the villas and manor were on. Yen Yenning followed the lit corridors, all the way to the doghouse, where she planned to take care of the 2 dogs. However, when she turned the corner and passed by the window of the room she had once lived in, Yen Yenning suddenly heard a faint cry. The voice seemed a little familiar, obviously that of a man. But on second listen, it seemed to have disappeared. Yen Yenning paused, looking around and into her former room, but there was no one there. In her confusion, a thought occurred to her, and she looked up towards the second floor. Directly above her, the light in Long Outyen's study on the second floor was on, and from a distance, a slit opened in the window. Yen Yening stared at the window intently, and the next second, sure enough, a cry came from the direction above her head. It obviously came from Long Outyen's study. Yen Yening. Long Outyen is crying? It's just that he was given a task by the old master regarding his younger sister, and he didn't even eat dinner, let alone cry. Is this little sister so terrifying? With the faint sound of crying, Yen Yening's mind automatically filled in the scene of Long Outyen curled up on the sofa crying. And she involuntarily shivered. Ha! What kind of blow would make that Long Outyen cry like that? Until she finished feeding the two dogs dinner and returned to the bedroom, Yen Yening was still pondering the sound of crying just now. To be fair, Long Outyen doesn't treat her very well. He's busy, fussy, and always finding her. But although they're not exactly friends, they have a cooperative relationship. Now that Long Outyen is so frustrated, should she show some humanitarian spirit and comfort him a little? Not far away, in Long Outyen's study. The furnishings are the same as when Yen Yening was here before. The large study was dark at the time of work, in contrast to the opposite side of the sofa, where the cream-colored floor lamp was on, emitting a hazy, warm light. Long Outyen was curled up on the sofa, his eyes red from watching the screen. A man was soaked to the skin, crouching by the roadside in the pouring rain, howling and crying, his expression of immense sadness. Not far from the camera, a woman was walking further and further away with an umbrella. Long Outyen's emotions ran high, so he paused the screen, reached out and pulled out a tissue, and wiped the corner of his eye. Then, he pressed the play button and the plot continued. Sensational music played, the plot reached its climax, and Long Outyen, who had not held back, was about to raise his hand to wipe away his tears again, when the door to the study was knocked on. 2 knocks. Long Outyen's hand wiping away his tears stopped instantly. His eyes were alert, and he pressed his throat. Who is it? Young master, it's me, Yen Yening. Gentle as water, hard to hide the contrivance. Long Outyen immediately frowned. What are you doing here? I have something very, very important that I want to tell you, young master. Long Outyen's hand tightened around the tissue. Seeing that he had already missed several scenes on the screen, he raised his hand and paused, before speaking coldly. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yen Yening, I'm warning you, in the future, when I'm in the study at night, don't disturb me. It was quiet outside for a while. Long Outyen thought Yen Yening had left, suppressed his annoyance, and was about to continue watching the show when, unexpectedly, the door rang again. This time, it was being tapped. The sound of the door being tapped, accompanied by Yen Yening's voice. I'm not leaving. I really have something really important to tell you, and if I don't say it today, it'll be too late. After being interrupted several times, the mood for watching the show was completely disrupted. Long Outyen impatiently threw the tissue into the trash can, raised his hand to turn off the TV, and put the chocolate beans on the table away. Then, he turned off the floor lamp and walked to the office area on the other side. He casually took out a file, spread it on the table, and then spoke coldly. Come in. The next second, the doorknob rotated and the door opened. Yen Yening walked into the study, holding a cup of brown liquid in her hand. She walked to Long Outyen's desk with a shuffling sound, and couldn't wait to put it down. Ouch, it's hot. Long Outyen glanced at the cup. What is it? Yen Yening didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked Long Outyen over carefully against the light, and saw the red bloodshot in his eyes. Sure enough, that was his crying voice just now. Yen Yening got her answer, and for a moment, her chest was filled with righteous indignation, and she was bursting with patience for Long Outyen. Chocolate milk. I asked Chef Chow for the ingredients and made it myself. Chef Chow is the chef at the manor, and Long Outyen hired him from a restaurant at a high salary. But that's not the point. Long Outyen looked at the cup and said, What do you mean? Isn't it said on the internet that when you're in a bad mood, eating something sweet will make you feel better? I can see that you haven't eaten anything tonight, and you don't have an appetite. It's okay, you can always drink something, right? Without waiting for Long Outyen to speak, Yen Yening gave a shy smile. Don't thank me too much. Although we are not friends, we can still be considered revolutionary friends. It's nothing more than a favor. Long Outyen frowned slightly and looked at Yen Yening impatiently. Is this what you meant by something extremely important and urgent that must be discussed tonight? Yen Yening nodded. Yes, chocolate milk must be drunk while it's still hot, because it tastes fishy when it cools down. No matter what happens, just try to look on the bright side. Apart from the 3 meals a day, nothing is too difficult to overcome. Long Outyen raised his hand and ran it along his forehead. Go out. Ha! Go out. Yan Yening got the message. I heard crying outside the door just now. It's probably affected him and made him vent his emotions, and now he's taking it out on me. Fine, I'll go. Here's the chocolate. You must drink it while it's still hot. Yan Yening turned around several times, giving Long Outyen a look of encouragement, and then walked towards the door. However, when she reached the door, Long Outyen's voice sounded behind her again. Yan Yening. Ha! Yan Yening turned around. The two parties live independently of each other. Unless Party A makes an additional request, Party B may not interfere with Party A's life. Contract terms, she remembered, but what did it mean? Long Outyen looked at her. If next time you come and disturb my life again, I will deduct 5,000. Yan Yenling? If you can't coax me, just coax me, why are you biting? Chapter 36 Xiongda Technology. After returning to her room, Yan Yening reflected on the pain. Long Outyen is a person who doesn't know how to be grateful, and her kindness was really superfluous. In the future, even if he, Long Outyen, cries himself to death on the side of the road, she will never again hand him a tissue. With her dwindling sympathy gone, her ambition to rub Longshore Technology under her feet soared once again. Yan Yening immediately went to her room, turned on the computer, and prepared to spend the whole night angrily swiping through the forum, riffling through the posts to speed up the recruitment process. The moment she logged into the forum, the private message in the upper right corner jumped like a red dot as usual. She clicked on several netizen confessions from top to bottom, and the cursor on the screen suddenly stopped. You have a private message from the user LD, waiting for the goose in a iron pot stew. Yan Yening's heart skipped a beat, and she clicked to read the message. In the dialog box, there was a new message following her last message. Waiting for the goose to be stewed in a casserole, what company? These 4 simple words, translated, mean: I'm a little interested, but it depends on the company's background. I'm not considering a poor company. Yan Yening, who is still single, has not yet gathered enough people to register a company. This question is a bit difficult, but Yan Yening is not discouraged. She immediately started thinking, and came up with a temporary name for her future company. Then, she sent it out with confidence. Xiongda is a dominant force in the world. Xiongda Technology, a dark horse in the gaming industry, is about to rise as a new star. The other party's reply was 20 minutes ago, and they are not necessarily online at this time. Yan Yening continued to pound on the keyboard, preparing to leave a message, using her true feelings to attract the other party and become the second person in Xiongda Technology. Yan Yening is carefully choosing her words when she notices that the status at the top of the dialog box has changed. The message she just sent has already been read. The other party is typing. Yan Yening is a little surprised, and her hand slows down for a moment. The next second, a message comes from the other party. Waiting for a goose to stew in a pan, never heard of it. Waiting for a goose to stew in a pan, which big tech? Why can't I find it online? Waiting for a goose to stew in a pan, how big is the company exactly? Good question. Yan Yening was forced to delete the half-finished big pie she had just drawn and reply honestly. Xiong 1. Waiting in a hot iron pot for a goose, what one? Xiong, the size of the company, 1, which is me. To ease the awkwardness, Yan Yening added a blushing emoticon. Xiong, just waiting for you to come, and when you come, you'll be the second one. After a few words, there was silence for a long time. After a while, a message finally arrived. Waiting for the goose in a casserole. If I remember correctly, at least 2 people are needed to set up a company. In other words, your Xiongda Technology has not even been set up yet? The other person sent another message right after. Waiting for the goose in a casserole, thanks for the invitation, but forget it. Yan Yening immediately responded. Xiong ba tianxia, wait. Xiong ba tianxia, we've met by chance, so just hear me out for a few moments. Waiting for the goose to be stewed in a wok, then you can argue first. It's promising. Yan Yening quickly replied. Xiong ba tianxia, I just left a game company and am preparing to start my own business. The funds are ready, and the specific game project has also taken shape. It is currently in the planning stage. It is an open-world free exploration game, and the direction coincides with your previous posts. This is also the reason why I am looking for you. Xiong Batianxia, although it is a startup company, I can guarantee a stable financial chain, and your salary is definitely not a problem. Xiong Batianxia, if you have been on the forum for a long time, you should not be unfamiliar with my account. Xiong Batianxia, your LP is located in City S, and I happen to be in City S as well. Why don't we set up a time to talk face to face? Opposite, Taigua Dongdich has not responded for a long time. He is struggling. On the one hand, he has a pretty good job with a stable salary at one of the major domestic game companies. On the other hand, there is a startup company that has not yet been officially established and is in a precarious situation. According to common sense, he would never consider it. But, as the other party said, there are not many people in the game forum who do not know the ID Xiong de Xiong Batianxia. The legendary great god level figure is throwing him an olive branch at this moment. Even if the risk is huge, but there is a chance to meet the real person, it is not a bad idea to meet him. Even if he doesn't jump ship, it wouldn't be a bad idea to add a contact method and exchange technical problems in his spare time. At this point, Taigua Stewed Goose tapped the keyboard and sent a message. Taigua Stewed Goose, we can meet, but I need to work from Monday to Saturday, so I'm only free on Sunday. Yan Yanning understood at a glance. Well, another 996 player in dire straits, waiting for her to save the day. Xiong Batianxia, okay, then this Sunday. Xiong Batianxia, you choose the location. After setting a time and place to meet with this Iron Pan Stewed Goose, Yan Yanning finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling that she had solved a major problem. Although a mere startup company may not be attractive to the other party, being able to meet means there is room for negotiation. With her powerful personality, she is not afraid of being unable to handle a mere technical player. Yan Yanning followed up that night, taking advantage of the morale to go through the forum posts. After a night of fighting, she identified several artists, sent the other party an invitation to view the portfolio, and prepared it for later use. Then, she turned off the computer, finished washing up, and lay on the bed holding the necklace, taking advantage of the light from the bedside lamp in the bedroom to start admiring the charm of the necklace. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Yan Yanning had turned off most of the lights in the middle hall, and only the faint light from the bedroom shone through the door and onto the floor of the middle hall. Long Outyan had been watching a drama in the study all night, and he returned to his room with heavy footsteps. The whole room was dark, and the pale moonlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the floor of the middle hall. This scene made Long Outyan, who had returned in the dark to sleep on the floor, feel even more desolate. He walked into the cloakroom, switched on the light, and took out the bedding that had been hidden in the morning from the cupboard. Then, layer by layer, he spread it on the floor of the cloakroom. Long Outyan's heart was completely cold. Suddenly, from the next room came the pleasant and happy singing voice of Yan Yanning. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. You and L, you and L. We're like diamonds in the sky. The melody was twisted, the rhythm chaotic, and the melody was very unfamiliar. Long Outyan. For a moment, Long Outyan's heart grew even colder as he made the bed. Chapter 37. Are you awake? Yan Yanning pressed the sapphire necklace under her pillow and had a good dream. In her dream, she became a great dragon, resting her head on the dazzling jewelry, and Long Outyan became the servant she trampled underfoot. In the corner of the cloakroom next door, Long Outyan lay on the floor with his eyes closed. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead, and his abdomen was in pain from rolling. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep peacefully. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the bright moon hung high in the sky outside the window and all was quiet, Long Outyan was awakened by the pain. A sharp pain came from his abdomen. In a hurry, he got up, but there was no time to go out and find the bathroom. He directly pushed open the bedroom door in the dark. In the dark, his toes kicked the corner of the wall. Long Outyan endured the severe pain and bent over to rush into the bathroom. The flushing sound lasted for an hour. In her sleep, Yan Yanning's dream suddenly changed from a cave full of gems to a flooded Jinshan. A bald monk who looked exactly like Long Outyan imprisoned himself on the island. The waves were lapping against the shore, the sound of water was endless. A big wave came crashing in, and the sapphire necklace around her neck was swept away by the waves. Yan Yanning frowned as she fought the bald version of Long Outyan, reaching out to retrieve the sapphire necklace. Unfortunately, the waves were too fast, and the surrounding wind was surging. The sapphire necklace disappeared without a trace. Yan Yanning was furious, and punched and kicked the bald Long Outyan. Long Outyan hadn't eaten anything last night, and at this hour in the middle of the night, he woke up with a stomachache. He spent an hour in the bathroom, and when he came out, his feet felt a little unsteady. The bathroom light was on, illuminating the familiar bedroom, the familiar 2-meter wide bed, and the familiar green beddings. The bed was his own, as were the beddings, which were even his favorite set. Above the bed, the outline of another person was supported. The woman in the center had her eyes closed, her mouth curled up, hugging the quilt and soundly asleep. Long Outyen walked unsteadily to the side of the bed, ready to wake the person up and question them about what was in the glass of milk they had drunk earlier that night. However, before he could reach out, the woman on the bed suddenly stirred. There was a roll, the quilt was violently thrown back, and a white foot flashed past. Before Long Outyen could react, he was kicked in the stomach. Immediately, the woman lashed out, punching and kicking. The woman struggled in place while mumbling, "Damn Baldy." Long Outyen covered his stomach, a cold sweat broke out on his head, his temper flared, and he pounced directly onto the bed, pinning the other person's hands and feet in place. In the dim light, the two people's breaths were close at hand. The smooth touch of her hand brushed past Long Outyen's heart. The strange feeling was too late for him to capture, and the next second, it was diluted by the tremendous force of breaking free. Long Outyen felt the world spinning, his vision went dark, his arm ached, and his joints felt as if they had been twisted. The sound of bones snapping accompanied the pain. When the pain passed, he was already lying on the bed, being pressed down by Yin Yanning, who had her hair disheveled. His hands were folded and pressed against the headboard, his wrists aching, and the woman who was on top of him was as strong as an ox. This scene, this beautiful atmosphere, had not yet blossomed, but it was gone in an instant. Yin Yanning! Yin Yanning! Yin Yanning! Yin Yanning was in the middle of a dream, fighting a fierce battle with a bald version of Long Outyen. For some reason, the bald version of Long Outyen suddenly stopped, his eyes red, his eyes teary as he called out his name. Yin Yanning could not bear to see tears, and her heart softened, and she woke up abruptly. Her senses returned. In the dim light, she was lying on top of a man. He had handsome features, pale skin, red eyes, and a messy dressing gown that revealed a delicate collarbone. And looked exactly like Long Outyen's illegitimate son. But he seemed much more delicate. Yin Yanning was still in a daze when the man beneath her looked up at her, 2 tears rolling down the corners of his reddened eyes, and called her name in a single word. Yin Yanning! Yin Yanning? A dream within a dream? The man beneath her looked at her, his eyes moist, and another tear rolled down the corner of his eye. Are you awake? Yin Yanning thought carefully and shook her head at him. Long Outyen drew in a breath, endured the sharp pain in his wrists, and said with difficulty, "Can you let go of me first?" Yin Yanning looked at her hands, which were pinching the other person's wrists and touching his skin. What kind of position is this? Yin Yanning subconsciously squeezed her hands together, releasing Long Outyen. The weak version of Long Outyen underneath her body turned her body sideways, gasping for air while moving her wrists. A crunching sound could be heard. Yin Yanning, who was standing nearby, had a vacant expression on her face as she fell into thought, subconsciously chewing her hand. What was going on? After being tied up with Long Outyen for so long, could she even dream about it? But I can understand the dream I just had. What's going on with this version in bed? Or am I the one on top of him? Could it be that I've been listening to Long Outyen's conversations too much? Yin Yanning anxiously nibbled on her fingernails. As she nibbled, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait. Why does the touch of these fingers feel so real? Yin Yanning paused, took a moment to react, and then nibbled again. She nibbled again. While she hesitated, the voice of Long Outyen came from beneath her. Are you awake? Yin Yanning's gaze slowly slid down, meeting the person beneath her in a long gaze. The coldness in the other person's eyes was steady. Yin Yanning looked at it for a long time, and suddenly she shivered, rolling instantly on the spot and rolling off Long Outyen. Why are you in my bed? Long Outyen slowly sat up and slowly rubbed his wrist. Get this straight, you only have temporary use of this bed. It's my bed. Your bed, but we both agreed that I would sleep in the bed. Why are you here? Long Outyen, even if you are what, you shouldn't be so casual. We are 2 different sexes, and your behavior is inappropriate. If it weren't for you, Long Outyen paused. I'm asking you, what did you put in the glass of milk you brought me at night? What does this have to do with you sneaking into bed? I didn't sneak in, Long Outyen suppressed his anger. What did you put in the milk anyway? Why did I get diarrhea in the middle of the night? It's called chocolate milk, of course it has chocolate in it. Oh, yes, Yin Yanning thought for a moment, to add texture and sweetness, I added a small piece of banana. But the chocolate milk and banana were both taken from the kitchen fridge, there is absolutely no problem. Drinking banana milk on an empty stomach can help with bowel movements, so it's no wonder you got diarrhea. 5,000 yuan will be deducted. What? Yan Yanning instantly exploded. Why deduct 5,000 yuan? It affected Party A's health. Is this in the contract? Isn't it too much for you to deduct money without evidence? I have reason to suspect that you are maliciously looking for a reason to deduct my salary. The two of them faced off in silence, and Long Outyan lost. Forget it. Long Outyan got up and got out of bed, but Yan Yanning on the side refused to give up. Wait, unless it is necessary for interaction in an occasion, Party A should maintain a physical distance from Party B. You climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, so you can't just let it go like that. What do you want? It was the middle of the night, the plot was bad, double, no, quadruple. A fine of 20,000. Long Outyan. Chapter 38 Happy Lunch. After the evening's farce, work continued as usual the next day. Long Outyan was very busy today, with a pale face and 2 dark circles under his eyes. He arrived at the office early in the morning, went out for a meeting, and disappeared for the whole morning. Without Long Outyan's supervision, Yan Yanning rightfully occupied the entire office. Activities included but were not limited to bringing her 2 dogs with her, rolling around in the spacious office, gnawing on the legs of Long Outyan's desk, hogging Long Outyan's executive chair, spinning in place until she gets dizzy, exhaling on Long Outyan's office glass and writing the 6 characters thing expert Long Outyan on it. After a round of fun, both dogs were tired, so Yan Yanling coaxed the 2 puppies to sleep and started thinking about her lunch. So, yesterday's group of 4 secretaries came in handy. Yan Yanning opened the group chat she had added yesterday and sent a message. Yan Yanning, guys, what are you having for lunch? Lin Xiao, sometimes we go to the cafeteria, sometimes we order takeaway, depending on the situation. Why? Yan Yanning, bring me along. Fong, Ning, aren't you eating with the boss? Yan Yanning, your boss said that he's busy today and won't be back for a while, so he told me not to wait for him. Yan Yanning, I don't know the area well, so I might as well eat with you. Lin, no problem. Zhang, there's a long queue in the cafeteria, let's order takeaway together, Ning. Yan Yanning, okay. Then there was a lively discussion about ordering food. Long Outyan got up at 3 a.m. last night with diarrhea, and was violently suppressed by Yan Yanning, plus a fine of 20,000. Subsequently, he returned to the cloakroom and was unable to sleep all night. This morning, he held back his sleepiness and attended a morning meeting, listening to a group of conservative old men arguing. It was not until after 12:05 noon that he was finally able to catch his breath. After the others left, Long Outyan curled up in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. 5 minutes later, Long Outyan opened his eyes, and Lin Yifeng, who had been quiet, spoke up. Young master, you've been busy all morning, do you want to go back to the office for lunch first? Long Outyan rubbed his forehead and handed me my phone. Lin Yifeng handed it over when he heard the sound. Long Outyan took the phone, looked through the contacts, found a certain name, and dialed it. The dial tone sounded, ringing several times. Long Outyan waited patiently. The next second, the dial tone was interrupted, and a flat female voice came from the other end. The number you have dialed is currently in use. Please try again later. Long Outyan narrowed his eyes, hung up the phone, and redialed. This time, the female voice sounded directly. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Long Outyan let out a cold breath, put away the phone, and Lin Yi frowned and spoke up. Young master. Speak. Miss just sent me a message, asking me to tell you. I really don't have the ability to work like a horse for the long group, so I won't go back and make a fool of myself. You are capable, so work hard, and I, your younger sister, will wait for you to share the gold coins at the end of the year. Long Outyan returned to the office with Lin Yi. The elevator reached the top floor, and the two walked through the corridor towards the office. As they approached the office door, they heard the enthusiastic voice of Secretary Lin Xiaolin encouraging them to eat. Sister Ning, try this claypot rice, it's from the best food stall near our office. Then came Secretary Fong. Usually a quiet person, she spoke up, sounding quite shy. Sister Ning, these steamed shrimp dumplings are delicious too, would you like one? Then there was Secretary Xiao Zhang. Hey, don't eat the claypot rice yet, otherwise you'll be full in one bite. Sister Ning, you must try these steamed chicken feet first, this restaurant is exceptional. Long Outyen paused, and the next second, a happy and contented response came from Yan Yanning in front of him. Don't just persuade me to eat, you guys eat too. Long Outyen lifted his foot and walked around the corner. In the secretary area in front of his office, his 4 male secretaries were gathered around a table. Yan Yanning was beaming with joy, sitting in the center surrounded by everyone else. The 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing tailored suits and passable looking, were attentively gathered around Yan Yanning. The scene looked like that of a certain women's club. Long Outyen's gaze settled on Yan Yanning's face. Then, he looked at Yan Yanning's hand, which was just about to help her secretary Fong pick up some food, and his eyes hardened. What are you 5 doing? The 4 secretaries looked up at the sound, and the moment they saw Long Outyen, the enthusiasm on their faces disappeared. They immediately put down the lunchboxes in their hands and stood up together. Mr. Long. Mr. Long is back. Has Mr. Long eaten yet? Mr. Long, you must have had a hard time at the meeting. Long Outyen was choked by the 4 secretaries, and his gaze returned to Yan Yanning. He saw that the woman had finally reluctantly got up. Let's eat. You said I should solve it myself, but it's kind of lonely to eat alone, and I don't know anyone around here, so I might as well eat with Xiaolin and the others. Saying this, Yan Yanning waved at Long Outyen. It's already 12:30, and you've been in meetings all morning. Hurry up and go in and eat, don't let yourself get hungry. She said not to let yourself get hungry, but her expression clearly meant to hurry people along. Secretary Zhang, who was always quick-witted, asked Yan Yanning in a low voice once the office door had closed. Sister Yan, is Mr. Long angry? It feels like the air pressure is a bit low. Yan Yanning picked up a steamed shrimp dumpling and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. Your boss usually has this expression. I think he was angry at the morning meeting, but don't worry. Since the boss lady said so, it seems that everything is fine? Lin Yi immediately put his concerns behind him. Great. Long Outyen walked into the office with a cold face. Lin Yi set the table nearby. After a while, the meal was set and Lin Yi retreated. Without Yan Yanning, who had been cunningly grabbing food, the office returned to the familiar one-person environment. Long Outyen picked up his chopsticks, looked at the dishes on the table, and lifted his hand to pick up some food. From the other side of the wall, a voice suddenly came through the door. Lin Yi, secretary, isn't it a bit late to order food at this hour? Do you want to eat with us? It was the woman's voice. Long Outyen frowned instantly, and his chopsticks paused in his hand. The next second, the door was greeted by the invitations of the 4-person secretary group, each one more enthusiastic than the last. In a moment, Lin Yi's voice came faintly. Okay, I'll join you then. Afterwards, there were intermittent sounds of chatting outside, as well as the woman's giggling. Long Outyen listened to the sounds, unable to taste his food as he picked at his food. He had never felt that the office was empty before. But now, listening to the sounds outside, Long Outyen vaguely felt that he seemed a bit lonely. Chapter 39 The Know-It-All Long Outyen. Yan Yanning finished lunch, brought his secretary and the other 3 to play 2 more games successfully, and stepped on the afternoon work time, returning to the office happily. As he casually scanned the distance, Long Outyen was already sitting at his desk, buried in something. Sure enough, he was a work machine with no interest. Luckily, Long Outyen doesn't pay for the meals, so it's much more interesting to share meals with the secretaries, isn't it? Yan Yanning withdrew her gaze, crossed the white fence, and walked towards her workstation. Halfway there, she suddenly heard Long Outyen's movements from the side. Yan Yanning. Ha! Yan Yanning turned her head to look at Long Outyen. The other party was frowning at her, wondering what had gone wrong. Why does it smell so bad? What did you eat at lunch? I didn't eat anything, just some ordinary Hong Kong food. Yan Yan thought for a moment, and then said, Oh, Secretary Lin gave me a bite of durian cake, which was quite sweet. Long Outyen's gaze hardened. Go rinse your mouth, and don't eat anything with a durian smell in the future. Rinse my mouth? Yan Yan froze for a moment. I only had 1 bite, and we're so far apart, can you even smell it? Yes. Okay, you have a good nose. I'm afraid you're not a dog person. Yan Yanning turned and walked out the door. Long Outyen withdrew his gaze, and his distracted thoughts finally settled down a bit. He focused on the documents. The next second, through the office door, came the faint sound of the woman's voice. Fawn, do you still have any of those mints? Share one with me. And then, an intermittent sound came on. Sister Ning, what do you think? Sweet, but too sweet. Long out Yen. Yen Yening finished eating the mince outside, and after blowing into her palms several times to make sure there was no stink, she pushed open the office door again. Young master, as you requested, the stink has been solved, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? However, Long Outyen looked up and gave her a cool glance. Then, ignoring her, he looked at the documents in his hands again. What was wrong with Long Outyen today? Had he come down with the uncle flu? Yen Yening returned to her desk and racked her brains, when suddenly a light bulb went off. Could it be that he was jealous because she had just invited Lin Yi to dinner? After all, apart from her, there were 4 other young and handsome guys there, and he must have felt a bit threatened. Feeling that she had solved the mystery, Yen Yening glanced at Long Outyen surreptitiously and rolled her eyes at him. Every day, his eyes grow on the top of his head, leaving people hanging, and he's not allowed to eat with other people? What kind of person is this? Halfway through rolling her eyes, Yen Yening met Long Outyen's gaze. What are you unhappy about? Embarrassed. Yen Yening hurriedly lowered her eyelids, not unhappy at all. Then why are you rolling your eyes at me? Yen Yening rolled her eyes. My eyes are a little sore, hee hee. Halfway through the sentence, her gaze fell on the glass curtain wall not far away, and Yen Yening suddenly froze. The bright glass curtain wall was bathed in the afternoon sun, faintly revealing several large transparent characters. Long Outyen, the know-it-all. She had written it there this morning with her breath. What was going on? Had the breath disappeared, and so had the characters? Thinking that Long Outyen was still across the street, Yen Yening hurriedly averted her gaze to look at Long Outyen in order to avoid attracting attention. I really just have a little sore eye. Young master, you are so handsome and outstanding, how could I possibly roll my eyes at you? Even though he knew that the woman was full of nonsense, for some reason, Long Outyen inexplicably felt appeased. His expression eased slightly. It had better be as you say. After saying this, Long Outyen no longer engaged with Yen Yening and resumed reading the documents. In the time that followed, Yen Yening was distracted, and kept pondering the problem with the window. How could he erase those words without Long Outyen noticing? Taking a quick peek at Long Outyen, Yen Yening got up from her seat and silently moved towards the glass. Step by step, she was about to reach the writing position. What are you doing? Yen Yening's body stiffened, and she took a big step, spinning around and rushing to Long Outyen's desk. I'm tired of sitting, so I want to get up and move around. Long Outyen looked at Yen Yening, who was wiping the corner of her desk with her clothes, and his brows furrowed. If you want to move, go out and do it, and don't disturb me while I work. And I'm warning you, you're about to cross the 1-meter line. Yen Yening's hand instantly retracted. Oops, I almost forgot. Seeing Long Outyen's gaze fall on her, Yen Yening circled the office against the wall to prevent alerting the enemy, before taking her seat at her workstation. You wanted to move around? Why didn't you go outside? The office is so big, I'm tired after just one lap, so I'm not moving around anymore. Long Outyen looked at Yen Yening suspiciously, but said nothing more and continued working. Nearly an hour had passed. Long Outyen finished reading a few documents, looked up from his desk, and rubbed his brow with his hand. He opened his eyes, prepared to turn his office chair and look out the window to relax. Yen Yening suddenly got up from his desk, picked up the dog that was still sleeping in the grass, and took a few big steps to Long Outyen. He threw the dog into Long Outyen's arms. Young master, you must be tired after working for so long. It so happens that the princess has missed you too. Would you like to connect with her and strengthen your father-daughter bond? Long Outyen paused for a moment and nodded. That's fine. After he finished speaking, Long Outyen raised his hand to stroke the dog in his arms. At the same time, he looked down into his arms. There was a fluffy, gray lump. The ugly dog yawned with teary eyes, sticking out its pink tongue and licking his finger. A wet sensation remained on his fingertip. Long Outyen froze instantly. Yen Yening, are you color-blind? Yen Yening was peeking through the glass, and when she heard the sound, she looked back. Maybe I just picked the wrong one by mistake. Long Outyen's heart skipped a beat. Hurry up and give me the princess instead. Yen Yening looked at the bear on Long Outyen's lap and spoke with difficulty. Young master, at a distance of 1 meter, I can only exchange it for you if you put it on the table. Long Outyen frowned. This time doesn't count, get it away quickly. Oh. Yen Yening reached out and took the bear, and the heavy, warm touch on Long Outyen's lap disappeared. Long Outyen let out a sigh of relief, took a tissue from the side, and wiped his hands while watching Yin Yaning's back as she went over to change the dog. He watched as the ugly dog was put into the white fence, and the clean, white princess was picked up. Yin Yaning was about to turn around, and Long Outyen took his eyes off her and glanced casually out the window. On the glass next to him, faintly printed were a few words. What's going on? The cleaning staff didn't clean it properly? Long Outyen narrowed his eyes and tried to make out the words. Round brushstrokes, handwritten. Long Outyen, the busybody. The next second, Yin Yaning, who was carrying the princess, took a few big steps and rushed in front of him, covering the words exactly. This place is full of silver, and the case was solved instantly. Handsome and charming, outstanding and excellent, impossible to roll your eyes at me? Yin Yaning, such an outstanding me, in your eyes, is just a busybody? Chapter 40 My heart is true. Because of the incident with the busybody, Yin Yaning was fined another 5,000 yuan by Long Outyen for disrespecting Party A. The fine, which had been turned around with difficulty, had become negative again. And the narrow-minded Long Outyen seemed to care a lot about the name busybody. He didn't give her a good face until the end of the day's work. Yin Yaning didn't take it seriously at first, but then she began to feel that it was getting a bit tricky. The day after tomorrow is Sunday, and she still needs to ask Long Outyen for leave. Now that she has offended him, how is she going to recruit more people for her own army? On the way back to the manor, Yin Yaning secretly surveyed Long Outyen, who was frowning across the street, and decided to try to repair the relationship between the two. In any case, she would smooth things over with this person first. The black extended Rolls-Royce drove all the way into the manor gates and slowly came to a stop in front of the villa. Linny was about to get up from his seat and open the door for Long Outyen when a voice suddenly sounded next to him. Leave it to me. Halfway up, Linny stopped and looked up. Yin Yaning hurriedly got up from her seat, rushed over, opened the door, and jumped out of the car. Immediately, with a flattering expression, she raised her hand to the top frame of the door, made a gesture to prevent a head-on collision, and spoke in a squeaky voice. Dear young master, please get out of the car. Long Outyen lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. Without saying a word, he got up from his seat and got out of the car. Getting out of the car is getting out of the car, but there is no sign of gratitude. Yin Yaning was undaunted, and at dinner, in front of the old man, she praised Long Outyen again and again, flattering Long Outyen greatly. After dinner, Long Outyen got up from the table. Yin Yaning immediately followed, walking behind Long Outyen and maintaining a perfect 1 meter distance, all the way to the second floor. Long Outyen walked all the way into the cloakroom, lifted his hand and unbuttoned a few buttons, preparing to change his clothes. Halfway through taking off his clothes, Long Outyen paused and turned his head to look. Yin Yaning was standing within 1 meter, staring at him without blinking, and after seeing him stop moving, she even urged him on. Young master, continue. Long Outyen, who had been silent all night, finally couldn't hold back his question. What are you doing? Yin Yaning cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Young master, after the incident this afternoon, I seriously reviewed myself and realized that I was indeed in the wrong, so wrong. Such an outstanding young master should have higher demands on life, and it is normal to have high standards in everything. How can I say that you are a troublemaker? Yes, I was out of my mind, out of my mind. I already know that this woman is full of nonsense and speaks without thinking. Long Outyen was not at all moved, raised his hand and gathered the collar in the middle to cover his pecs and abs. Then he turned to Yin Yaning. Apologizing is no excuse for spying on me changing clothes. I can't believe I overlooked it. Just because you like women doesn't mean you don't like looking at male bodies, especially when they're as good looking as mine. Yin Yaning, I'm warning you, this is the last time. Next time you follow me while I'm changing, it won't be a matter of 5,000 yuan. His plea for peace was unsuccessful, and he was even more mercilessly attacked by Long Outyen. Yin Yaning thought to himself that Long Outyen was narcissistic, but he didn't show it on his face. Keeping his goal in mind, he explained in a gentle voice. Young master, I am really innocent. I was just afraid that you would have no one to help you change clothes, so I was going to come and pick up your clothes and iron them for you. That's not necessary. Ironing is the job of the servants. Long Outyen paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something. Do you still want to earn money ironing clothes? No. If not, get out, you're affecting me. The door of the cloakroom was mercilessly pulled shut, and Yin Yaning stood outside, looking at the faint figure inside and shaking her head. This is too difficult to please. But let's not say it, just a quick glance, the small figure is really quite good. It's also profitable to look at. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Long Outyen returned to his room from the study and prepared to go to sleep. The door opened, and the lights in the middle hall were already off as they had been the previous few days. The moonlight outside the window spilled onto the floor, and it seemed that the woman should have already gone to sleep. Long Outyen walked towards the direction of the cloakroom in the moonlight and slowly pulled open the door. Then, his movements paused. The cloakroom was dark, and on the ground in the corner, his own bedding had been set up at some point. In addition to the air mattress and soft cushions Lin he had prepared earlier, there was a green pillow on the side of the floor. It looked very familiar. It was from his own bed, an exact match for the two in the pair, which had been occupied by Yin Yanning for the past 2 days. In addition, there was a candle lamp with a carousel pattern on the floor next to it, with silver flower petals spinning around the candle, and shadows cast on the ceiling and walls. Long Outyen frowned at the candle lamp on the floor, lifted his foot and walked over, about to blow it out. Wait! Yin Yanning's voice of dissuasion came from the door. Long Outyen stopped, frowned and turned around, seeing Yin Yanning holding a cup. What are you doing? Good question. Yin Yanning threw a flirtatious glance at Long Outyen, took a few steps and walked in, placing the cup in her hand next to the floor. Then, she squatted down and introduced it. This is an improved version of chocolate milk, just made, still hot. Although you had diarrhea yesterday, since you drank it all, I think it tastes pretty good? Today's version doesn't have bananas in it, so I guarantee it won't cause diarrhea. You can drink it with peace of mind. Long Outyen didn't respond, and looked at the candle lamp again. What is this? A Christmas reindeer version of an ambient candle lamp, which can rotate on its own with the heat from the candle, creating a warm atmosphere that's perfect. Long Outyen spoke with an expressionless face. Where did you get it? Yin Yanning smiled shyly. It was a giveaway from the takeaway food we ordered with Lin and the others at noon. It's a giveaway, but my heart is sincere. I thought that since you are so precious, sleeping here is really a bit of a letdown. The only thing I can do is try to help improve the experience and try to create a warm feeling for you. Yin Yanning said, and patted the green pillow on the floor again. Young master, lie down quickly. Drink some milk, rest your head on this familiar pillow, and with the help of the mood lighting, the quality of your sleep will definitely improve. Long Outyen withdrew his gaze. Leave. Ha! Yin Yanning's impassioned introduction was forced to stop. Young master, are you dissatisfied with something? Long Outyen glanced at Yin Yanning. The cloakroom is full of textiles and flammable items, so open flames are prohibited, not even a small candle. And I haven't forgotten about the busybody. Seeing you before going to bed at night has already affected the experience. Get out. Oh. Yin Yanning blew out the candle and took it away. The door to the cloakroom was closed, and she looked behind her with disgust. I just said the word busybody, but why are you taking it so personally?